Hello everyone, welcome to another tutorial. Today I'm going to be showing you how to build a learning management system with SvelteKit and PocketBase. So on my screen right now is the login page of the application. So I'm just going to log in using these credentials, and I'll click on the login button and I should be redirected to my courses page. So in here is a table of all my previous courses that I have created. As you can see, we have 2 published and 3 drafts. And what I can do right here is just click on this new course button. So I'll click on this new course button, and I'm told to create a new course by writing the title. So I have to name my course. I'll call this test course, and I'll click on continue. So as I clicked on continue, I was redirected to the course setup page. And the first thing you see here is this notification or banner that says this course is unpublished. It will not be visible to students. And here I have the course setup title, and I have the complete all fields. I have 1 out of 6. So I have 6 fields to complete before I can publish this course. The first field here is the course title, which I already given it a title previously, but I can edit it. So I can say course title edited. So I can just say edited like this, and I can save. And once I save, you see that it shows the correct thing here. But I also get this toast notification right here saying successfully updated course title. And I can do the same for the description. I can say course description here, and I'll save this. And very similar things happen. And I can add an image from my course. So I can click on the add image, and I can either choose a file or drag and drop. So I'll be showing both functionalities and how they work. So to choose a file, all I have to do is just click on it, and I have to choose an image that's less than 4 MB. So I'll click on this and I'll upload this one file, and as you can see, I can preview it here. On I can also just drag and drop it from my file system, so I can come here directly and I can just drag this file here into that section, and I can upload that one file. And as you can see, that file or image is being previewed. Below that is the course category, where I can edit the category, and I can just click on photography and save that. And the course chapter, I'll get back to this. This one is actually a very important part of the tutorial, so we'll get back to this. Let's go to the cost price. So I can give it a price. I can say 30 naira, or let's say 3,000 naira. And as you can see, I'm in Nigeria, so mine is in naira. I'll show you how to make that the currency of your country, or whatever currency you want. And I can also add resources and attachments. So I can add a new file. So the resources and attachments work very similar to the course image work. In there, that they store files, but the attachments you can store either text, image, video, audio, PDFs, whatever. And I can also drag and drop the way I can drag and drop the course image. So I will click here, and then I'll add this docs file, and then I'll upload the file. So just as I've uploaded the file, with this X button, I can delete this file from my course attachment. So that by just clicking this, I have that nice animation, and that course attachment has been successfully deleted. So now, going to this course chapter, in order for me to publish a course, I need to have all 6 fields completed. So the 6 fields are the title, description, image, price, attachment, and the course chapter. But by just creating a course chapter, it's not going to work. So if I say I'll just call this first chapter, and I click on create, you'll notice that this publish button is still disabled. I cannot publish this course still, even after I created this course chapter. And the reason for that is that this course chapter is draft. It's not published yet. So it's not by creating a course chapter, but by publishing at least one course chapter. So one course chapter has to be published, because if you have a course and then all your courses, your course chapters are drafts, you students can't view them, then that course is at that point is basically empty. So you need to have one chapter published. So in order to publish that chapter, I'm going to click on this icon, then I'll get to the course chapters edit page, and then I can fill the required fields, and I would publish that chapter. Then I'll come back here and publish the course. But right before I do that, let me just show you one functionality. As you can see below here, we have this drag and drop to reorder the chapters. So Let me create more chapters. So now I'll create, after that first chapter, I'll create this third chapter. And after third chapter, I'll create second chapter. So as you can see, they are in the wrong format. I have this first chapter, third chapter, then second chapter. So the ideal thing to do is to move this second chapter to the part that the third chapter is, and the third chapter should come down to where the second chapter is. So I can easily do that by just drag and dropping it there. And I have reordered it. The order has been saved in my database as well. And just as simple as that, I can reorder my course chapters. And this is how it would show for the students. So that's basically how it works, and it's a very nice feature. So as you can see, I can just drag and drop it wherever I want it to be. So what I can do now is publish one chapter. So I'll publish this first chapter by clicking on this icon. And now when I click on this icon, I'm on this page to edit my chapter. So as you can see, I have this similar notification at the top saying this chapter is unpublished. It will not be visible in the course, and the publish button as well is disabled. So the first thing the first field I see here is the title which I've added, first chapter, and I can give it a description. And this description here is a what you see is what you get editor, meaning that I can basically have this h1 here, and I can say this is a h1 tag, and I can also have bullet points. So I'll say first point, second point, third point, so on and so forth. I can do underlines. So I can come here and I can write, and you can see it's underlined. I can do stroke over, I can do bold, and some other nice things with this editor. So after doing that, I'll just save this, and you can see it's basically the way I wrote it is how it appears. So what you see is what you get. And now below that is the asset settings, where I can basically check this box if I want to make the chapter free for preview. So I can make chapters free for preview. I'm just going to click on this and save. Now this chapter is free for preview. And lastly, I need to add a video for the chapter, obviously. So I'll click on this add a video button, and now, like the way we had for the image and the attachment, I can drag and drop, or I can just click it to choose a file. So I'll click here, and now I have this video code animation. I'll open this, and then I'll upload the file. And now this video is being currently worked on by Mox. So they said video can take a few minutes to process, refresh the page if video does not appear. But at this point, I can actually publish this chapter. So by clicking on this publish chapter button, this chapter has successfully published. That banner disappears, and I can go back to the course. And when I get back to the course, you see that first chapter that we had there now has a free badge and a published badge. So it's notifying me or letting me know that this chapter is free and this chapter is published. So as you can also notice now that the publish button is also enabled. Now I can click on this publish button to publish this course. When I click on publish, see we have this nice confetti letting us know that the course has been published. And at the same time, I can also unpublish this course, publish the course back. Very beautiful confetti there, and I can go back to our course page. And as you can see in this my courses page, I have all these courses that I have created, and now added to that list is this test course edited that we just created. And as you can see, I can filter courses, so I can search for just this course. I can say test course. As you can see, it's just that course that pops up here. So if I had multiple courses there, and I had to be and I had pagination, I can just search. If I had like 30-40 courses and I wanted to just find this course, I can just search for it and I will get it here. So by just clicking here, I can edit it, and I will be able to actually edit this course. And right here, I have this delete or trash icon. By clicking here, I'll have this modal letting me know that this action cannot be undone. So I can click on continue, and I would actually delete this course. So as you can see, the course has been deleted. I've been redirected to my courses page where I have my courses table, but that course is missing because it has now been deleted, and I can redo that action by say create new course, and I can create a new course again. So this is basically all we're going to be learning. We're going to be learning a lot of cool stuff concerning Svelte and concerning SvelteKit. I'm also going to learn a lot of cool stuff concerning PocketBase. You'll learn how to really get very good using PocketBase, using SvelteKit, using Svelte, and using those tools together. So that's very important. Learning how to use them together in a very nice manner, giving you the best experience, is going to be something that you're going to learn in this course. And before I continue, I want to let you know that this project has been created previously by another creator on YouTube, and this is basically just another variant of that project using a different technology to create the same project. So stay tuned. This is going to be a really exciting one. And as always, link to the repo is going to be in the description and it's for free. So all you have to do is just to give the repo a star to let me know that you visited. Thank you. We are going to begin by installing SvelteKit. What I want you to do is to go to your browser and go to the Shadcn-Svelte documentation. And I know you might be confused because I said installing SvelteKit and not installing Shadcn. But we're going to be following their guide on how to install SvelteKit because I think it's a very nice guide and helps you install all the necessary components you will need to run Shadcn later on. So go to the docs, and in the docs you see this installation page or link. You click on it. Now we have guides. We have for SvelteKit, we have it, and we have the manual. We are using SvelteKit, so you click on the SvelteKit, and they have this use the SvelteKit CLI to create a new project. I'll copy this and I'll copy this for PNPM. I personally use PNPM, and I also advise people to use PNPM. Well, whatever one you are using, you can just click on the and it will copy the command for you. Then go back to VS Code and open up your terminal. On Windows, the shortcut is Ctrl J, and on Mac, I believe it should be Command J. In the terminal, I'm just going to paste the command, and this my app part is the name of the application. So I'm just going to change the name here from my app to LMS project. So I'll just call it LMX. Stands for Learning Management System, and I'll click enter. And now we have this prompt. Welcome to SvelteKit with Svelte app template. You're going to be going for the skeleton project. So go to the skeleton project. You use your arrow keys to move up and down, and then use enter to select. Add type checking with TypeScript. Yes, using TypeScript syntax. Enter. Select additional options, and here we'll use the arrow keys again to move up and down, and then the spacebar to select the ones that we want, and then we'll click enter. So I'll go for ESLint prettier, that's all, and I'll click enter. And now we have the next step, which is to cd into the LMS project, pnpm install, and then we can add git and all those good stuff. But we won't actually do that now. We would go back to the Shadcn-SvelteKit guide, and we would also add Tailwind using Svelte add. So Svelte add is just a nice tool that helps us add and configure Tailwind CSS. Instead of going through all the steps or the configuration steps to add Tailwind to our application, we can just use Svelte add, and it will add Tailwind for us, no stress. So I'm going to copy the PNPM, go back, and I'll paste that there, and I'll click enter. So I was given this error saying there is no valid Svelte project in this directory, and which is true. So what I have to do actually is to seed into that LMS project, because right now I'm in this tutorial directory, which is not a Svelte or SvelteKit project. So I need to seed into the LMS directory, and then I'll be able to run that command once more. And as you can see now, everything was successful. We have full CSS successfully set up and repaired, Tailwind CSS successfully set up. And now I can run this final command, which is the pnpm install. But since I'm using, npm install. But since I'm using pnpm, I'll be running pnpm install. Copy that again, and I'll paste that one more time. And now it should install all of our necessary dependencies and dev dependencies, and we should have a node modules folder added. Yes, so let's just give this some minutes. Mine was done in mere seconds and not minutes, so I don't know how long yours might have taken. This is one of the reasons why I advise you using something like PNPM or Bond, because they just give you a better experience when downloading or installing all these dependencies. So now that that has been successfully installed, what I'm going to do is that I don't want to be in this tutorials directory. I don't want my VS code to be in this tutorials directory. So I'm just going to go here and I'll say open folder. In this open folder, I'll go to this tutorials folder, and inside there I'll click on this LMS. So I want to be opening this LMS directory directly. So I'll select the folder, and now we are open in this LMS directory directly. And now we can actually run this application. So I'm just going to Ctrl J, open the terminal, and now I can run pnpm dev. Now we have open in this localhost 5173. I can just control click, and that should open in my browser for me. And as you can see, we have this welcome to SvelteKit, visit blah blah to read the documentation. Now, before we actually go any further, let's explain the folder structure that we have here. The first folder that you see here is called this .svelte.kit folder. You don't have to bother yourself about this folder. This folder is generated every single time you start your dev server for SvelteKit. So if I delete this folder and then I cut this running terminal and I rerun this pnpm dev, this folder will be created again. So don't bother yourself about this folder at all. The second folder here is the node modules folder, and this folder is where all our dependencies and dev dependencies are kept. Do not delete this folder, because if you delete this folder, you're going to have to run pnpm I again to install this folder, because without this folder, you won't be able to run this project locally on your machine. The third folder here is the src folder, and the src folder is the most important folder in this whole project. This is where you'll be working on 90% of the time. And the static folder is where all the static assets are being kept, and we have a bunch of other files that you really don't have to be bothered about for now. So let's go back to the src folder. As I said, this is the most important folder that you should be bothered about. And in this src folder, by default, we have two folders and three files. We have the lib folder, the routes folder, then we have the app.ts, the app.d.ts file, the app.html file, and the app.pcss file. Now, this pcss means post CSS. So if I click on this, you'll see that it's basically just the way CSS work. But post CSS enables, this extension called pcss enables you to write post CSS syntax here. So if you wanted to extend your CSS styles, you can easily just write post CSS syntax here. But at the same time, it doesn't matter if you don't know post CSS. You can just write CSS directly inside this file and it will still work the same. So I advise you to leave it like this, even though it's confusing you that this is not a CSS file. I'm not used to this. Just leave it as such. Nothing's going to happen. You can still write your pure CSS here. Just for those guys that know post CSS and want to leverage the power that post CSS gives them, they can write direct post CSS syntax in here and it would work. Because of Tailwind actually uses post CSS. So when we used Svelte add, it added post CSS for us and it configured post CSS for us as well. So as you can see, we have the postcss.config.cgs file here. So this is a valid postcss file and it would run postcss syntax if you root it. But if you didn't write postcss, you wrote plain CSS, it will still work the same. Now the app.html is the root file. This is very important file. Do not leave this file. Leave the file as it is for now. Only come here to edit it if I tell you to edit it. I don't personally don't like editing anything here, because if there's anything that I want to edit, I can edit directly inside my special files. Like if for example, the header or any meta tags and things like that, I can edit directly. But for now, leave this file the way it is. And the third one here is the app.d.cs. This will come back to it when we need it. So just leave this as it is. Again, this one is actually a very important file if you are using TypeScript. So do not delete this file as well. Now, moving to the folders that we have. The first one here is the lib folder. The lib folder is basically the library folder. This is where you'll be keeping things like components, utilities files, and things like that. So this is actually a nice folder to have. So you just leave this as well. Deleting this won't cause any havoc in your application. The way, same way this app.html or app.d.ts file will, but leave this folder the way it is because of we'll be using this folder when we are building this application. And the second folder here is the routes folder, which is arguably, or not even arguably, which is the most important folder after the SRC folder. And the routes folder is where we have our routes in it. So our pages, our routes. So this is where we would have them. And if I open that routes folder, I have two files here. I have the plus layout.svelte file, and I also have the plus page.svelte file. This is called a layout file. And in this context, it is the root layout. And this is the page file. And in this context, it is the page, it is the root page file. So let me explain better for you. You can see the things we have here. We have this H1 welcome to Svelte, and then we have this visit blah 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 3D documentation. If you notice anything, it is the same thing that we have here. The same content is what is here. That's because this is the root page. So the plus page the svelte file in the root of the routes folder is the root page, and the plus layout the svelte file in the root of the route folder is the root layout. These things are called special files in SvelteKit, and they enable us to do special things. Now, in this plus layout, the Svelte file, as I called it, the root layout is where you put things that you want to appear or reflect throughout your application. So that is why this place is a good place to actually import our CSS file. So let me just format this so you can see it better. Now, as you can see, we have this script tag, and in this script tag, we have this import app.pcss, that file that I talked about. So this is actually the ideal place to import this file so that it can actually reflect throughout our application. And then we have this slot, which is us telling SvelteKit where to output its children. And just here, what I want you guys to do is to add a lang equals to ts because we are using TypeScript for this application. So just do lang equals to ts. This is just a way for us to tell TypeScript that this script tag is going to be written in TypeScript and not plain JavaScript. So any other thing that I want to import that I want to reflect throughout the application, I'll import it in this root layout. And any UI that I want to put here and I want it to reflect throughout my application, I'll put it here as well. So if I want an header to show throughout my application, I'll put it here. If I want a footer to show throughout my application, no matter what page it is, I'll put it here as well. That's why it's the root layout. And this is how I create routes in SvelteKit, just by having this plus page and plus layout files. The most important one for creating route is the plus page.svelte file. So if I want to create another route, let's say an about route, I'll firstly have to create a folder inside the routes folder. So I'll create a new folder and I'll say about, and this will be the name of the route. So if I go to, if I go to about, this is the route. But right now we have this 404 not found. And the reason why it says 404 not found is because of this about folder is empty. We need a special file in order to actually make this a route. And the special file that we need is this plus page.svelte file. So in this about, I'll just have to add a new file here called plus page.svelte. And in here I can say this is the about file. And let me just increase the font for this so you guys can actually see this better. I think this is better. This is basically how I create routes in SvelteKit. Now I can save this. Let me reduce this. It's coming out a little bit. Yeah. And I can check my browser one more time. And you see that now this about is now a route, and as you can see, we have this. This is the about file or about route. I think about page is better. So I'll change this to page, save this, and it will reflect here now. Yeah, this is the about page. Because of SvelteKit as us reloading, meaning that anytime we change something here, we save it, it would immediately or as fast as possible change it on your browser as well. So let me just show that one more time. Let me say testing alt reload. And as soon as I save this, bam, we have testing alt reload there. That's basically how we create routes in SvelteKit. It's called file-based routing system. So you create folders and then you put a special file, which is the plus page.svelte file inside to make it a route. And the name of that folder will be the name of the route. And in this about file, I can have a plus layout.svelte file to be the layout for this about file or this about page and its children. So in this about folder, if I put a layout file there, a plus layout.svelte file, it would become the layout for that about page, and all the about children like about slash me, about slash you, about slash the company would also inherit that layout as well. And these are not the only two special files that we have in SvelteKit. I mean, we have, I believe, 5 or 6 of them, and the more we need to use them, the more I would explain the ones that we need. So we might not be able to go through every single one of them today, but the ones that we need for this project, I will explain to you on how they work and how to use them. So that's basically how routing works in SvelteKit. But before I end this section, I want to show you how you actually route to a different page. So in this about page now, if I want to go back to the home page, how do I do it? So in other frameworks or other libraries, you might need to import a link component or some other sort of component, but in SvelteKit you basically use the native HTML tag. Well, it gives you the same experience as using the native HTML tag. So I can basically just write an a tag there and say home page like this, and above this let me put a br so I can actually break this line. And just like so, I have a link. So this home page is now a link. Now I need to actually give this a href. So I'll say slash for home page. And now if I save that, I come back to my browser, and if I click on this home, it would actually take me to the home page. So by clicking on this, I am redirected to the home page. So I don't need to import anything. I don't need to learn something new. I just have this same a tag that I would have used if I was writing native HTML. So that's the nice thing about Svelte and SvelteKit, is that they bring you close as possible to the natural ways of doing things, to the normal ways of doing things. So you don't have to be learning new APIs and all this other stuff that you usually need to learn when you are using other frameworks. With Svelte and SvelteKit, it makes it feel so natural writing this code. So that is how I would navigate from page to page. So if I go back to the root page and I have a tag again, and this a tag go to the about, and then I'll say about, I save that, and I have this about link. Now I can go back to the about page, and from the about page I can go back to the home page, just like so. That's all for routing for now. If there's any other new things that we need to learn, we will learn them as the time progresses. So let's move on to adding fonts to our application. In this section, I'll be showing you how to add fonts to your SvelteKit application. The purpose of this session is not so that we can add fancy fonts or things like that, because of the fonts that I'll be using for this application is going to be something very similar to the native font that we have right here. But the purpose of showing you this is so that you can go on in the future and know how to add fonts to your applications, to your SvelteKit applications that are using Tailwind CSS to be specific. So the font source that we'll be using is font source. The font source we'll be using is font source. So the name of the website is called fontsource.org, just like that. And in here you have all sort of fonts, as much as you can think of. But the one we'll be using is called Notosan. The specific font we'll be using is called Notosan. So you just want Notosan. You will notice we have different types of Notosan. We have Notosan TC, Notosans, JP, and blah blah blah. The one we want is Notosan, preferably the variable font. Click on it, and now we are taken to this page, and we have all these different weight showing us how it looks like in different weights. And here we have the install button. So you go to the install button, and then you'd see the variable, the static. The one we want is the variable, and then we'd see installation guide for the different managers that you might be using. I'm using PNPM. I'll copy the code, go to my terminal in VS Code, and I have one terminal running. I don't want to actually cut this terminal so that I can download the font. What I'm going to do is create a new terminal here by clicking on this plus button. And now I have two terminals. I have this one that is running the application and this one that I'm going to be using to install libraries. What nice thing I can do is just move this terminal. I can carry that second terminal and move it to the right hand side here. Now I can see both terminal at the same time. So the one here is running the application and the one here would be for installing packages. So I want to paste what I copied before, and I will just run that so that it installs the font. Going back to the documentation, I will see some ways I can use it. So after installing it, I can import it here. So I can import it like this, and I can also import it, import the which is the CSS and the italic. So I don't want to actually import both of these. I just want this. And now I will include the CSS in your project by adding a following line to your project. So this is how I will include it, like this. Okay, so that's all we need to know. Go back here. As you have seen, Tucson has been installed successfully. Since we're not using pure CSS but we're using Tailwind, it's going to be a bit different from the way they told us to do it, but I would guide you nevertheless. First thing I would do is to actually import it. So just the way they said, import it here. So we'd copy and we'd go to our code. The ideal place to import it, just like the way I explained, would be the layout, the root layout.svelte file. Because of that, because of for this font, we want it to show throughout our application. We want to use this font throughout our application. So we want it to reflect throughout, and for that, we're going to have to import it here. And I prefer to import it above my CSS file. It's better to import it above the CSS file. So I'll get rid of this comment and I'll save this. So after importing it, in order to make it work, I'm going to have to go to my Tailwind config.cjs file and I'll add the font here. But before doing anything in this Tailwind config file, I want to set up Shadcn-Svelte, because of once we do anything here and then we set up Shadcn-Svelte, it would overwrite the things that we have done here. So in order to prevent that from happening, let's set up Shadcn-Svelte first and then we'll add the font there. Going back to Shadcn-Svelte documentation, to that guide, we'll see that right after all of this, we have this run the CLI, and then we have npx Shadcn-Svelte at latest in it. This is to initialize Shadcn-Svelte and it will create the component.json file, and from that we can now add components or copy components from Shadcn-Svelte into our application. When we run the CLI, we'll have some of these prompts. We'll have, would you like to use TypeScript? What I want you to do is choose yes. Would you like to use the style? You choose the default. Which color would you like to use as a base color? You choose slate. Where's your global CSS file? You just click on the default that was there. Where's your Tailwind? Blah 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 blah. You click on the default that was there. Configure the import alias. You just click on the default and configure the import alias for utils. You click on the default as well. The reason why I'm going through this one, I'm not actually doing it in my terminal, is because of, for some days now, I believe 3 or 4 days, I've been having issues with using Shadcn-Svelte CLI because of possibly my location. So I'm currently in Nigeria, and I just moved to some different location, to a place that is relatively remote. And though every other form of CLI works, the Shadcn-Svelte CLI has refused to work. It always throws this kind of fetch style from registry error for me. It's going to work for you. Don't worry. There's not going to be errors. It's not a Shadcn-Svelte issue. I believe it's a me and my location issue. So you just run the CLI. It should work the way I just explained. You're just going to click on yes, click on enter, click on enter. Anything that says why or no, you choose yes. Anything that shows ask you a question, just click on enter, and it will work the same way it will work for me. But for me, I won't be able to use the CLI. So for that, I'm going to have to use the manual installation to manually install it, manually create this component.json file, manually configure my tailwind config.js file, and all those other manual things I have to do. You don't have to go through that stress. All you have to do is run the CLI, and the CLI would configure it for you, and everything will be set up. So I will be back once I have manually installed it and manually done everything, because I don't want to show you the manual steps because it's lengthy, and basically it really doesn't matter to you since you'll be using the CLI. So give me a minute and I'll be back. And I'm back. If you're able to successfully run the Shadcn-Svelte CLI, your tailwind config.js file should now look like this. Your app.postcss file should look like this, because of now a bunch of CSS variables should have been added, and you should have a utils file, and in your libs folder you should have this components folder, and you should have this UI folder inside that components folder. It should look something roughly like this. I didn't use a CLI, so it might not map yours one to one, but it's something very similar to this. Now, after you've done all of this, what I will need you to do is go back to your tailwind.config.js file, and in this, you'll scroll down to the parts we have font family. In this font family, you're going to change this inter to what they asked us to write in font source. So if you go back to font source, we have this noto sans variable. Copy this exactly the way it was named, exactly the way it was stated. Go back there and then just paste it, replace the inter with noto sans variable. Once you've done that, I advise to cut your terminal, the one that is actually running your application. Cut it and then rerun it. So you can just use the arrow key, tap up to copy the last command, and it will paste the last command there, and you can click enter. So you rerun your terminal, rerun your project, go back to the project, refresh it, and now the font should be applied. You might not see that much difference in the way it looks from the older fonts, because of this font is not really a fancy font that shows much difference from the way Sun works, but it's the font that I want to use. And make sure that you actually save this. I didn't actually save this file before I run this. So save the file, cut the terminal, rerun the terminal, and then you should see the change in the browser. Let's refresh this. You'll see there'll be like a little snapping from the default fonts to the fonts that we've added. So as you can see, there's a little snapping. That's how you know that the font has been added. And I can also show you how to stop that snapping by preloading the font. So the font is preloaded before the page is actually viewed, and this snapping would not be an issue. But we would leave that for another tutorial. And now you should have everything added the way I want it to be added. Go back to our plus page.svelte file, the root file, remove everything here and just write lms tutorial. Under that, write SvelteKit plus PocketBase. And now we should have that written here. Now that we've done SvelteKit, we've done the SvelteKit parts, done all the setup for the SvelteKit that we need for now, we're going to move on to the PocketBase section. So PocketBase website is pocketbase.io, or you can just search on Google and you will get that as the first link probably. Now you see we have PocketBase showing open source backend for your next SaaS and mobile app in one file, and very nice website. What I want you to go, where I want you to go is the documentation. Click on the documentation button, and now we are in the documentation page. The first thing we see here is a warning, a clear warning straight away telling us that PocketBase is still under active development and full backward compatibility is not guaranteed before reaching version 1.0. So now PocketBase is still, I believe, on version 0.20.1 or 20.2, something similar to that. So just keep that in mind. Below all of that and all the unnecessary writing, we have the download files for your operating system. I'm using Windows, so as you can see, PocketBase is actually on 0.22.2. um Whatever operating system you are using, you just install the one for your operating system. Since I'm using Windows, I will install Windows, so I'll click on this, and the download has started. I'll just wait for that, and as that downloads, I would read all through this. It says once you've extracted the archive, you could start the application by running this command in the extracted directory, and that's it. A web server will be started, and it's the following route. So we'll have this route, we'll have this other route for the admin dashboard UI, and we'll have this third route for the REST API. Once it has been installed successfully, we will just go to locate it. Mine is located here. The first thing that I want to do is to extract this archive. So I'll come here and say extract all. Directly here, I'll just extract directly there, and it should be extracted here now. So I have these three files here. I don't actually have to know what those files are doing. I'll just ignore those files. But in this extracted folder, I'm going to run my terminal here. So I'm going to use the git bash terminal. I'll git bash here. If you're using any other terminal you can use, doesn't matter. I just prefer git bash. Now in this terminal, I'll run that command that they asked us to run to actually start the web server. So it is /pocketbase serve. And now as you can see, by running that command, I have these three routes ready for me to use. I have this one, the server started at this, I have the REST API at this, and I have the admin UI at this. The one I'm concerned with is the admin UI. So I'll control click on the admin UI link, and that should open the admin UI for me in my browser. So as you can see, PocketBase has started here, and it says create your first admin account in order to continue. I'll have to put in my email here, my password here, and the confirm password here, and I will create and login. And by doing so, I am redirected to the dashboard, and I have this default collection created, this users collection. Now you don't actually have to understand what is going on here. See, there are a couple of buttons, there are other things shown here. If this is your first time in PocketBase, you might be a little confused. You have this, you have this, you have this, you have all these things showing here, but don't be worried about anything here. All you really need to do is just know how to set this up. I will explain all of this as we go through the go through this course. I will explain everything that you need to know about PocketBase. But for now, just know that if you are on this page, you are successfully set up PocketBase correctly, and now we can move on. So after doing this, the next thing that we're going to want to do is go to the PocketBase documentation again. Go to this client side SDKs, and in here we would choose JavaScript SDK. And in here, as you can see, this is the PocketBase JavaScript SDK. What we are going to want to do is to install PocketBase. So you see here we have the npm installation guide. I'm using pnpm, though I will copy this and I will just change the npm to pnpm. Open my terminal again to the parts where I'm installing packages based that. I don't need to use this save anymore, so I'll remove the save part, and I'll just turn this npm to pnpm by putting a p in front of it, and I'll click enter. by installing the pnpm, I mean by installing the PocketBase SDK, I can use PocketBase in my application. The third thing that I want you to do is to scroll down because we want to look for the SvelteKit specific implementation showing you how to initialize PocketBase in your SvelteKit application. Now that we are here, you see the SvelteKit part, you just open it. And here we have this one way to integrate with SvelteKit SSR could be to create the PocketBase client in a hook handle and pass it to the other server-side actions using event locals. Now this makes perfect sense because of initializing PocketBase in this hooks file is the most ideal way that I personally can think of using PocketBase in SvelteKit because of doing it here, PocketBase is only ever initialized once. When using tools like PocketBase that interface with a database, auth reloading can affect that and cause some issues in development. Since we're using SvelteKit and auth reloading is enabled, typing and saving can cause the thing to the client, the PocketBase client, to be reinitialized over and over again, causing some sort of errors, and you might not know where the errors are coming from because of the error messages being thrown are not really specific enough for you to know what's happening. In order to avoid any of that, initializing PocketBase in a place where it is you are pretty sure that it's really going to be initialized once, whether auto reloading is enabled enough, is the the best way to go about it. So doing it in the hooks.server.js or ts file in the handle hook is the best way to go about it. So I'm going to explain to you what the handle hook does. It's basically a middleware sort of thing. It's basically, if you understand what middlewares are, then you understand what these handle hooks are. They would intercept routes, intercept things, and the nice thing about them is that they only run once on every page load. So every time you have a handle hook in your project and in every folder or every route that you have a plus page.server.ts file, this handle hook will run on that page once every reload. So every time you reload the application, the handle hook would run. That's why it's the ideal place to actually import or initialize PocketBase. One thing we can do here is just basically copy this so we don't have to write this manually by ourselves or type this over and over again. We can just copy this. If you would want to type this, you can just pause at this part of the video and write this down. Now I would go back to my application. Now you will notice that we don't actually have the the hooks file. I mean, we need to create the hooks file, and the place we create the hooks file is in the src root. We don't create it in this route because it's not a route. We need to create it in this src root in the same part where we have the app.html, the app.pcss is the same part we want. So what's new you can do is just to click on this src folder and then make sure that you are clicked on this src folder and then click on this new file and we'll write hooks.server.ts. It must be exactly that name, hooks with an s dot server then dot ts if you're using TypeScript or dot js if you're using just JavaScript. Once you've created that, you paste what we just copied. Now after pasting it, you will notice that we have one error that is showing continuously, which is this PB being having this on red underline. We have the PB and we have this red underline here. We have it here. We have it here. We have it here. We have it some other couple of places. The reason for this red underline is TypeScript telling us that PB does not exist on type locals. So now we have locals and we have a type local somewhere, but PB does not exist on it. Where SvelteKit doesn't know that PB exists, and TypeScript doesn't know that PB exists. So what we have to do is to let it know that it's okay, PB exists. We can actually add PB to type locals, and that is where this file, this app.d.ts file comes in. Is where we have all these interfaces that we can actually add so that we can prevent TypeScript errors. The one we are looking for is the locals one. So we just come to this interface locals, uncomment it, and inside the curly braces we can add PB, and PB will be of type let's say PocketBase. And for that to actually work, we need to import PocketBase. So import PocketBase from PocketBase like that. Save that, and going back to my hooks.server.cs file, you will see that that error disappears, and it does don't only disappear. We now get auto completion for PB as well. So now let's take a look at the code we have here and try to understand what is happening. Thank God that we actually have comments, so it will be easier for us to understand. The first thing that is happening is that we are creating this function called undo. It is important that the name is undo. That is how SvelteKit knows that this is a undo hook. And in this function, we are destructuring two things. We are getting the event and we're getting the resolve. And after that, we use the event to get locals, and then from the locals, we create PB in locals, and then we say that PB is equals to new pocket base. And this new pocket base, we have this URL inside. Mind you, this URL must be the same as the base URL here. So if for any reason this is different for you, make sure that you change it here as well. But it should be the same pretty much. So no problem there. The one thing that I like to do is I like to the structure when I need to destructure. I don't like using this dot notation too much. So I'll say const equals to event, and I'll destructure out of events locals. And by doing that, I don't need to use event.locals every single time. And not just event.locals, we have this event.request as well. So I would also destructure request from there as well. Like that. Now we don't need to do event.locals, nor do we need to use events.request. We can just say locals, or we can just say events. So I'm going to find every instance of this event dot and I'll delete it. So I'll copy dot and then I'll copy event with it, and then I'll write Control D. I would use the key stroke command or combination Control D, and then I would find every instance of that. Now I'm in Windows again, so Mac users don't have Control, they have Command, so it's Command D, and then I would delete that, and the code should still work the same way. Save it, no errors anywhere. Now after doing that, I'll move down and I'll say I'm seeing this comment saying load the store data from the request cookie string. That's basically what they're doing here. They're going for locals.pb that's the hot store dot load from cookie method, and then in that they are putting the request.headers.get cookies, or if that was undefined, they're just putting an empty string in there. After that, we have this try and catch block, and this try and catch block is to get an up-to-date hot store by verifying and refreshing the loaded hot model, if any. That's basically what is happening here. And after that, like in the catch block, they were clearing the hot store on field refresh, so they are basically clearing the hot store, pretty much logging out the user. After the try and catch block, we have this await resolve, so we are saving the await resolve in this response, and then we'll do send back the default pb hot cookie to the client with the latest store state, what is happening here, and then after that we return response, and by returning response we are ending this undo hook, basically like that. So we are going to actually modify and extend this undo hook to undo authorization of pages, so we don't want some certain page to be accessible to users if they are not logged in. That is basically what we'll do now. In this try block, I'll come under and I'll say locals dot user is equals to locals dot pb dot hotstore dot model. We have this error for locals.user because TypeScript and SvelteKit does not know that users exist on locals. We need to make them aware by going to that app.d.cs file. And under PB, we'll say locals, we'll say user, sorry, and user will be our type hot model. So we're going to have to import hot model first. I'll just come above to where we have the PocketBase imports, open my curly comma, then open my curly braces, and I'll say type hot model. And for users, I'll say hot model or it's possibly undefined. So it's possibly it can be auth model and it's possible it can be undefined. I'll save that file and I'll go back to my user server.cs file. And after doing this in this try block, I'll come down to the catch block. Whether that was if there was an error, then I'll set locals.user to be equals to undefined on error. After doing that, right after the try and catch block, under there, I will have an if block. And here I want to check for the user if he is logged in and whether he should be able to access some certain routes or not. So in this if block, I would say URL. Now we're going to have to get URL from the events. So with the structure URL from here as well. Now we can actually use URL. We say URL dot path name dot starts with slash. Now we are checking if the URL that we are currently in starts with slash and the user is undefined. So we can say locals dot user is equals to undefined. Or a better way of doing this is to just remove this on this part and just say not like this. So by putting the exclamation mark in front of it, we are just saying that locals.user does not exist. Again, let's read this again. We have the if block. So we're saying if url.pathname starts with slash and the user is undefined. We just want to check for one thing. So say and we also now we want to make sure that they are not in the login or register route because of if the user is undefined, if the user is not logged in, you should be able to access the login and the register route, whether it's logged in or it's not logged in. That doesn't matter. That one is not a protected route. So we're going to check for that. So we'll just say exclamation mark, open our array brackets, and we'll say login and register that includes URL dot path name. So what this is doing is checking whether the login and the register route is we are currently in any of these routes. That is basically what this is saying. It's checking whether we are currently in the login or the register route. So I'm checking that we are not in any of these routes with the exclamation mark in front of it. We're saying that we are not in any of these routes. The user is undefined and the path name starts with slash. So by doing this, we can check that, okay, if the user is undefined, we don't want the user to be able to access protected route. Then in the block, in the actual if block, the curly braces, you can now say redirect. And redirect will be imported from SvelteKit. So if the auto import doesn't work, you can come and type this out by yourself. So we'll redirect. The first thing will be the status code. Status code I'm going with is 303. And the second thing is going to be the routes that we want to redirect them to. In my case, to be the login route. So let's go through this one more time. This if block. Some people might not understand it, or maybe I didn't explain it well. So let's go through this again. First of all, in layman English, what I'm checking for is if the route starts with slash. So every route that starts with slash, meaning every route except the login and the register route must be protected. So in this application, every route is protected except the login and the register route. That's basically what this if block is doing. It's checking whether we are in any route. So every route starts with slash, right? Every single route starts with slash. So we are in any route. The user is not logged in, and the user is currently not in the login page or register page. So if that equates to true, if all of this equates to true, we'll redirect him to the login page because it shouldn't be on any other route if he's not logged in except the login page or the register page. Those are the two pages that he's allowed to be in. So we'll save this. And now when we go to our application, we will notice that we'll probably have been redirected to the login page. And the reason for that is because of Alt Reload. When we save this, this is actually working in the browser. And now we are in the login page because of we are not actually logged in. And we don't have any PocketBase credentials or any valid PocketBase credentials. Now that we are in the login page, we can actually begin creating the login route. First thing that I will do is delete this about page. We don't need this. And secondly, we'll create a login route. Now we can do this the same way we did the about route by creating this manually, but you can see that that would easily and fastly gets, or is there a word called fastly? No, quickly gets stressful. There is a nice extension that helps us called Svelte for VS Code. So I'll go to my extension tab, I'll open this widely, and I'll search for Svelte. Alright, for some reason it's taking a long time to load, but the extension is it's just called Svelte for VS Code. It's the most installed Svelte extension in VS Code. Look for it and you install it. Once you've installed it, you'll be able to do nice things like this. So let me show you. Let me reduce this. And in the routes folder, I'll just right click, go to SvelteKit files, and I'll say create route. I'll name this login. When I click enter, I'll be able to choose from any of these special files that I have listed here. The ones that I want here is the plus page.svelte file and the plus page.server.ts file. Once I've clicked on those, I'll just click enter. And just like that, it's going to create that route for me, a folder with those two special files inside them. So I don't have to manually create them, manually name them. The first place that I'm going to go is the plus page.svelte file of the login route. And in here, I would remove this thing here. I'll remove this part, and I'll also remove this part here. I don't need those. And after doing that, I'll go to the plus page.server.cs file. This file is the server file. This is where we load data from the server using our load function, and we submit data using our form actions. So I'll remove this satisfy parts. I don't need this. And the reason why I don't need this is because of I have the extension installed. Once the extension is installed, it does the automatic typing for me, so I don't need to import all those things. But if you don't have the extension installed, or you are not using Visual Studio Code, you're using some other editor that does not have a spelled support, then you have to leave those parts. I'll save this and I'll go back to the plus page.svelte file. And before I continue, I just want to do one little modification here. Now you see that I have this login directly in this route file. And if I come here and I say h1, this is the login page, and I save that, go back to my browser, you'll see that now I'm going to have this thing. I refresh here. Okay, sorry, I cut my terminal, so it's not the application is not even loading anymore. So I'll say pnpm, I'll just run the server again, pnpm dev. So I'll refresh this. And now we have this page, and we see this is the login page, just like the way we've written it here. What I want to do is do what is called route grouping. So I want to group my routes so that it is more organized. In this routes folder, I'm going to create a new folder called auth, but it's going to be in parentheses so that SvelteKit knows that this is just for grouping and should not affect the route. So I'll just say open my parentheses, I'll call this auth and then close the parentheses. And now I'll move this login inside this auth folder. And now that login is in that auth folder, but you see that my normal routing is not disturbed. It's not like slash auth slash login. It's still this slash login and it still works the way I want it to work. So in this auth folder, I also have my register route there as well, so that my routing is well arranged and is well organized. I'll get rid of this part because we moved it, so it's through some imports, but I'll get rid of this and I'll save this. Now let's begin by creating the login form or the login page and all the things that it entails. I'll remove this h1 and I'll create a div tag. In that div tag, I have an h1 there, and in this h1 I will say welcome, like so. And this h1 will have class, and it's not like class name or class whatever, just class. It's just the same way we have the attributes in a normal HTML file class. And in this class, we'll have a couple of Tailwind utilities. We'll say P1, Py will be 5. That is padding top and bottom would be 20 pixels. We'll say text center. And let me save this so you can actually see what's happening. Text center. So as you can see, the text has moved to the center. The welcome text is now in the center. I want to make that text larger, so I'll say text 2XL. And I also want to make the font larger, so I'll say font semi-bold. Save that. You see we have welcome looking nice. And after that welcome, what I want to add here is the form that will actually accept my credentials and sends it to the PocketBase backend. So here I'll just comment here, I'll say form. Now in SvelteKit, the way form works is actually very easy. You can easily create a form, set up a form action, send the data from here to the form action, and from the form action mutate the PocketBase backend. So it's actually relatively easy, but we're going to be using tools that gives us even more power and makes the experience even better than the default that SvelteKit gives us. So when using Shadcn-Svelte, it has a form component. Yeah, let me show you real quick. Yeah, form. And in this form component, it uses under the hood form snap, and form snap uses under the hood SvelteKit superforms. So let me go to the website of both of these. So I'll say form snap. No, that should not be it. Like this. So this is form snap, and form snap is created by the same guy that created Shadcn-Svelte, and its forms can be a pain, but they don't have to. It's basically wrapper for SvelteKit superform as or components for SvelteKit superforms. So now, what is SvelteKit superforms? Now, SvelteKit. So let me just write superforms. Superforms.rock is basically what makes this whole thing happen. So SvelteKit superforms is takes SvelteKit forms to the next level, adds validation, adds a lot of cool stuff here. So you can take your time here when you do have time, and you can read through the SvelteKit superforms documentation so you can understand better on how this works, because of form snaps and Shadcn-Svelte form components uses SvelteKit superforms under the hood. So we'll be using this library to actually create the forms, and I'll show you how powerful these things can be. But to actually use the form, you're going to have to use the CLI to install it. So you come here, you copy the package manager that you're using. I'm using PNPM. If you're using NPM, you copy this and then you run it in your terminal. And as I explained earlier, I'm having issues with the Shadcn-Svelte CLI for some reason. I'm not yet sure, and I believe it's because of my location. If the support team for Shadcn-Svelte is watching this video, please do help me check out what is going on. But since I would not be able to use the CLI, I'll be doing the manual installation, which takes a bit of time because you have to install all the packages and then set them up. But for you, just use the CLI. It should be an easy add. And once you use the CLI, you will notice that in this lib components UI folder, a form folder will be created there, and in the form folder we'll have a bunch of components, a bunch of Svelte components that enables you to use the form components of Shadcn-Svelte will be added in here. So all you just have to do is run that CLI and it should work for you. I'm going to pause this video now, and I would manually copy those files and then I'll get back to you. Alright, I'm back, and now we can start building. But before we actually write any code, let's go to the Shadcn-Svelte documentation and just take a look at how this form component would work. So right here in this anatomy, you can see the way it's actually going to work. We're going to have this form tag, and in the form tag we'll have this form field component, and in the form field component we'll have this form control. In the form control we'll have the form label, which is optional, and then any form input component. And below the form control, we'll have the form description and the form error. This is a more explicit example that you can copy. So what we'll do is we'll copy this example, go to our editor, and we'll paste it. So we'll remove this form part and we'll just paste this. By pasting this, we're going to have a lot of errors happening because of, first of all, we don't have the form being imported. So let's import it. Go back to our Shadcn-Svelte documentation and just look at how they import it. So right here, they import it as asterisk from forms. So just copy this. The editor, and above this one here, would paste it there like this. But that won't throw away all the errors. We still have the errors for the input. We need to import the input as well. And this form field is expecting this form right here. So this form will be created for us with SvelteKit super forms. But before we do anything further, we need to return the form from the server. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So what you need to do is go to the plus page.server.cs file. And in this file, you're going to have to return the form. So you need to have this function being exported from this file. The name of the function must be load and it must be asynchronous. So we'll come here to the return part and I'll just name this form. And form would be await super validate. And super validate will be gotten from SvelteKit super form. And super validate would have to accept a schema. At least it expects one argument, at least one argument, and that argument has to be the form schema. Now, beginning from SvelteKit Superforms version 2, it accepts multiple validation libraries. In the past, it was just Zod. Now you can use Joy, you can use the other nice ones out there. But the one that we'll be using here is Zod. And by using the SvelteKit or the Shadcn-Svelte CLI to install the form components, you should have had Zod installed for you. But just so that you can be sure, go to your package.json file and you should see that Zod is installed here. If it's not, you can just manually install it. And what we're going to do is create a schema. Now what we can do here is above this load function, we can just write our Zod schema, but I won't be doing that. I will be creating a file called schema. So I'll say in my libs folder, I'll say schema.ts, and in here I would create my login schema and all my other form schemas would be here. So I'll just call this login schema. So I'll just export it out of this file first. I'll say export const login schema would be equals to z.object. Now z is going to be from Zod, so we just import it here, z.object like this. And in here the first field is going to be the email. So we'll say email, and email will be of type z.string and would also be of email as well because this is email. So we'll just say .email. Put the comma, go below that, and we'll now have password. And this will be of z.string as well. And we want to add some constraints to this. We want to say it must be a minimum of 8 characters. So the way I'll do that is by saying min 8 like this. I'll save this file. I'll go back to my plus page.server.cs file, and in this super validate, I'll put in my schema. Before putting in my schema, I'll have to put in the adapter that I want to use. I'm using the Zod adapter, so I'll just write here Zod, and I'll import Zod from super forms. So I'll go up above here. I'll say import Zod from SvelteKit superform / adapters like this. And in here I'll put in my schema, which was the schema, and I'll import it from that file. So just by doing this, I am returning the form from the load functions, and I can access the form in my plus page.svelte file here using this export let data. So let's continue. Below that export let data, I'll just initialize superforms here. So I would say const form would be equals to superform from SvelteKit superforms, and the first argument would be the form that I'm returning from the server, which should be data dot form. Now I can have options which I'm just going to set. I'll set a validators object here, and I'll say Zod client because I'm using the Zod for my validation, and I'll put in my login schema here. So this is basically identical to what I was doing here, but this is going to do server validation, and this here will do client validation. Make sure that I imported this correctly. Yeah. And now I can destructure from these forms some couple of things that I'll be using. So I'll say const object is equals to form, and I can destructure from the form form. I can destructure something called form. But then these are the same name and this will cause errors. So what I can do is rename this form to form data. Get rid of the $sign in front of it. I'll rename it to form data, and then I can also destructure enhance as well as delayed from it like this. And as you can see, all the errors have disappeared from this form. Now let me explain what's actually going on here. In the form, we're having this method post, which is necessary when using SvelteKit form actions, and the post must be all in capital letter. And then we're having this use enhance, which is enhancing this form for client side JavaScript. So if there is no JavaScript available in the browser, it would do a normal reload. If there isn't, it will prevent it from doing reloads. So it makes it feel more modern. And this use enhance must be from the SvelteKit superform, and because of SvelteKit has its own enhance action. So that's not the one you'll be using in this case. You'll be using the one from superforms. And this form field here is accepting this form, and the form it's accepting is not this one, but this one above here. So it's accepting the one used to initialize superform. And in here you'll be the name of the field you want. Now in our schema we define two fields, email and password. So as you can see, we have auto completion. One here is the email, and after all of that we have the form control, we have the label, and you can put in the name email, and under that we have the inputs, and in this input we have this bind value form data. And the reason why we have the $sign in front of the form data is because form data is a store, and then we say dot email because of it's the email field that we are working with here. Now if I save this and I check this out in the browser, but let me just make sure I save it and every other file that was unsaved. So I'll say Ctrl K and then S. I'll divide my screen and then I'll take a look at the browser. Now you see that we have this email field right here. Perfect. What I'm going to do next is just copy and paste this so we can have the password field as well, and rename every instance of email to password. That's just a quick way of moving. So I'll rename email here, email here, email here as well. And I'll say password. Save that. And what I need for this password in the input, because of I don't want the password to be visible when the user is typing, I'll just say type is equals to password like this. And for the description, I can get rid of it for both of them because we'll not be adding any description. So I can just get rid of the description here and the description here as well. Yeah, we don't need the description, but we'll leave the errors because the errors are necessary. Give a better experience to the user. Now below the password field, we'll have the button. So we'll say form dot button. That mistake always happens. So form dot button, and in here we'll have a if block because we want to check for the delayed store whether it's true or false. If the delayed store is true, we want to show a loading spinner. If it's false, we want to show the login text. So we'll say if, and this is an if block like this. So if $sign delayed, again we want to auto subscribe to it because it's the store. Delayed would show this loader 2 from Lucid Svelte. And if you're wondering how you got Lucid Svelte, well, it's because of you use the CLI to initialize Shadcn-Svelte. So if you initialize Shadcn-Svelte with the CLI, it would install Lucid Svelte for you if you use the default theme or the default style. So you want to import this third one, right? This one that says loader underscore 2. You can rename this thing to something better if you don't like this. But the reason why you want to import this third one is because of it gives you a better dev experience. And Vite does not always have to optimize those external icons over and over again, which can lead to a bad dev experience. So I recommend using this third one here. So because I don't like this underscore style, I just like it having 2. I can just scroll up and then remove the underscore part and just make that 2 like that. And I can give this a class because right now it's just going to be a loading icon. It's not going to have any animation. I can say size. I can say size 6. And size 6 is basically just a width and height of the same thing. So it's going to be width 6, height 6. And I can say animate spin like this. And I can put my else here. I can say else login like this. Save that and it will reflect in the browser very soon like that. But this login button is a bit small. It's not even a bit small, it's actually very small. What I can do is in the button itself give it a class and say width full because I want it to expand just like that. And below the button I'll come here and I'll say div, and in this div we'll have class. So I'll say class my4 flex item center. In that div I have another div, and this div would have a class, and this class is going to be flex grow. So what is going to be just one line. So I'll say flex grow border T for border top, and the border color should be gray 300. So I'll say border GRAY, not EY, 300. And outside of that div I have another div, and this div is going to say all, and in that div is going to have a class. I'll say mx4 text gray 500. And outside of that div we'll have a last div which is going to be identical to this div, so we can just copy this and paste it down. And when I save it, you see the reason I was doing all of that nice stuff was just to get this effect, this slash all and then another slash, just like that. Now if we take a look at this login screen, it looks, I would say, terrible. It expands throughout the screen and doesn't look nice at all. What I wanted to do is to smaller, like the width should be smaller, and it should be a bit like on the center of the screen ish, something like that. But I also want that effect for the register as well. So instead of doing this twice, like coming here and doing it, giving it the class in this div and then giving it the same class to the container of the register component as well, what I can just do is create a layout here, a layout in this auth, a group layout, so that, and I'll give the styles to that layout, and then both of them will inherit that style. So I'll come to this auth file or folder and I'll create a file called plus layout.svelte. And now the component disappears because of it needs me to output this somewhere, output its children. The way I do that is by writing slots. So I'll just say slots like this, and if I save that, it should come back to its senses. And what I want to do is to cover this slots with a div, and I'll give that div the classes I was talking about, so that both the register and the login component will inherit the class. I'll just say maximum width to LG, and the width should be full. And if I save that, you see that has gotten smaller. The width of the form page has gotten smaller. But I want this to be in the middle of the screen, so I can say MX Auto. When I save that, it's going to take it to the middle of the screen, and I can say shadow LG, give it some shadow, and I'll say border, give it some border, and let's go with rounded MD, make it let's be rounded, and give it padding. It doesn't look nice now. Let's give it a padding all round of 10. Now it's coming together. I can say margin top because I want to give it a little bit of space. MT20. All right, and just margin bottom 10, like this. Now, if I just save everything correctly and check this, this looks a lot better. Looks far more better. All right, so let's continue. So right under this div that we created for this all parts, I want right under this to have another button that's going to be redirecting them to the register page. What I can do is copy this button here, come under here, paste it, remove all of this, and just write register. But I don't want it to be the same variant, so I can give this a variant and say let's go with ghosts. No, let's go with secondary. Save it, and now it looks different. And not just that, because I want this to be a link at the end of the day, I can say href directly here, href, and I'll link this to the register page. So I'll say register. Now if I click this, I'll actually go to the register route, but we don't have the register page yet, so there's no need to click that. But let's actually hook this up to our PocketBase backend, because right now we just have the form, we don't actually have a form action. Before we do that, go back to the page. What I want to do is to just add an action here. So the action is going to be where we're going to be sending it to. But since this is going to be just root, it's going to be on the same page, or it's going to be on the same level as the action is going to be in. There's no need for adding the action, but I always feel like it's necessary to add it to prevent any error or issues. So just say action will be equals to, now the page where the action exists is where the route is what you put here. And for our case, it's going to be the login page, because of the action is going to exist on this plus page.server.ts file. And in the plus page.server.ts file belongs in this login route. So that's why I'm putting the login here. So I'll go inside our plus page.server.ts and I'll create our form actions here. The way form actions works is actually very simple. You just need to export an object called action. So we'll say export const actions is equals to this. And instead of writing all this over, even though that boilerplate code is actually very, very small, we can just use our extension that I asked you to install, the Svelte for VS Code extension. So we can actually just get that by writing kit action. So if I write kit actions, I'll get that code written for me. But then I get this extra thing that I don't need, but okay. And in here, I'll create a default action. So there are two types of actions. There's a default actions and there's a named action. The one I'll be using here is a default action. So I'll say default and async. I'll put an asynchronous function here. And this asynchronous function, I'll get the events here. And in here, I'll say the structure from the events. I'll say const curly braces is equals to event, and from the event, I'll get locals, and from locals, I'll get PB, because remember we added PB to locals, and that'll be all I'm going to get there. So I'll come under the event, and I'll initialize SvelteKit form actions. SvelteKit super forms by saying const form is equals to, I'll wait super validate. Remember, we've already imported super validate, and in here the first argument will be event. The second one would be our schema. Remember, we're using the Zod adapter. So I'll say Zod, and inside there I'll put my schema. I'll say login schema, like that. Now after that, I'll come under there and I'll say now I want to check whether it's actually the form is actually valid. So I'll say if exclamation mark form dot valid, meaning that if this actually results to false, if the form is not valid, I just want to return them a field. So I'll say return field, and field is going to be from SvelteKit. So I'll just import field. So if it did not auto import for you, you can just type it out. This is the import here. So I'll say field, and in field, the first thing is going to be the status code. I'll say 400. Sorry, 400. The second thing is going to be an options, and I'll just return the form, this form right here. And after that, if so, this is going to return this if it failed. But if it was actually valid, then I want to actually try to log in into my PocketBase backend. I want to say my try and catch block here, and in the try, I'll say I'll wait pb dot collection. And the collection I'm targeting is the users collection, and I'll say auth with password object, the auth with password method, and the auth with password method is going to accept username or email and a password with options if you want to add options. The ones we're going to be adding is the email and the password. So we'll say form dot data dot email. The second one is going to be the password. We'll say form dot data dot password, like this. And if there was an error, we'll come to our catch block and we'll say const. We'll first turn this error to E. I don't like having error. I'll say const the structure status from E, but then E, okay, it's not going to be from, sorry, equals to E, but then E does not actually know that status exists in it. So we'll just say as client response error, and this is going to be from PocketBase. So we can just click here and to import it for us. And if the auto import didn't work for you again, you can just write this out: import type client response error from PocketBase. And now what we can do is return message, and message is going to be from SvelteKit super forms. The first argument is the form, while the second one is an option, and would say the first one here will say status, and the second one is going to be the message text. So just say message and just say an error occurred, like this. Save this, and all should be well and good now. So we can just K and S, save this properly. And that's not just all. After the try and the catch block, they're going to redirect. Remember, redirect is gotten from SvelteKit again. So we just import that. The first argument for redirect is the status code. We'll say 303. The second is the route, and we'll just say slash for the home page. And you don't want to put the redirect in the try and catch block, because if you put this redirect in this try block, it will be caught by the catch block. So you want to put this after you finish the try and catch block. It will only get here if the try was successful. If the catch was the one that ran, it's going to return this message and it won't get to this part of the code. So we'll just save that, and now we can actually test our code and check if it would actually work. But before we can test it, remember we don't have any user yet, so we're going to have to create one user manually with the PocketBase admin. So I can come to my admin in the users collection, click on create or new record button, leave the ID empty, the username leave it empty, the email just add the email you want to use. I'm just going to add my email, gmail.com. Add the password, confirm the password, verify wherever. You don't actually need all these other fields, they are not required, but you can just type in your name, you can leave the avatar, you can click create. And then you've created this one user, you can now test with that user whether this would work. So I can come into my email and I can say gmail.com, and for my password I can say just type in my password that I actually used to create this user, and I'll click on login and I see loads, and it seems like it worked. So it load, it was successful, authenticated us, and we were redirected to the home page. So now that we know that that works, we can go back and we can move on to creating the register page. What I'm going to do now is open my file explorer, Ctrl B, and I'm going to use the extension to create this route. So I'll come to the auth folder, right click, SvelteKit files, create routes, register. And I'll select the plus page.svelte file and the plus page.server.ts file. Click enter, and both of them should be created now. One smart thing that I can do is go to the plus page.svelte file of the login page, and I can just copy everything here. So Ctrl A, then Ctrl C, and go back to my register route and paste everything there. And what I can do now is just edit this to fit the register page. I can change this from welcome to sign up or register, whichever one you like. And I can change this action from login to register. And I also want to change the schema from login schema to the register schema. So I'll go to my schema file here and I'll export another schema, which should be the register schema. I'll say export const register. Okay, const and register should not be together. Register schema equals to z.object, like so. My first field is going to be the first name, so I'll say first name. That's now to spell first name, and first name would be z.string and a minimum character of 3. Second one would be last name, so I'll just say z.string as well, minimum character of 3 as well. Third one would be the email, I'll say z.string and .email. Next one would be password. I'm get rid of that. So say z.string and minimum of 8. Next one would be confirm password, but what we're going to call it is password confirm, and the reason for that I'll show you later on. But you're going to have to call it password confirm, and I'll say z.string, and this is just going to be like so, z.string. And after this object here, you're just going to put dot refine, and here we can get the data and create our function here, and we can check for the password and the post confirm or on the password confirm to make sure that they are exactly the same thing. So I can say data dot password and be equals to, so 3 equals to for comparison. So say data dot password confirm, and we can create our options here and say message would be password do not match, password do not match, and the path would be just open your array and put in password confirm like this. Save this and go back to your plus page.svelte file for your register route and change every instance of login schema to register schema, and like this. Alright, so this register is not actually spelled correctly. It's supposed to be GIS. So I'll say GIS, GIS, like so. And now um, in this register form, we need to add more fields. We have the email, we have the password, and we need more. So I'll just copy the one of the password and I'll paste it under it. And here would be confirm password or password confirm if you remember. So we'll say password confirm like this. And I'll copy this, I'll paste this here. For the label, for it to be more user friendly, we'll say confirm password, not password confirm. I'll say confirm password. Save that. And under this password confirm, I'll open div. Yeah. And in this div, I'll have my first name and my last name. Let me divide my screen so that we can actually be seeing it as we are making it. So I'll save my editor and I'll click on this register route. So when we get this register route, we get this internal error, and that should be because of we are now actually returning user.form from the server. So let's just copy this load function here and all the imports. Just copy the load function and all the imports for the plus page dot server.ts on the login and paste it in the one for the register. We have this underlined because we're not actually using all these things, but yeah. You can go back to the plus page here and save everything. But my error still persists, and the reason for my error persisting is I have the script tag under here. I didn't actually just copy over it, I copied above it. I pasted above it. I thought I pasted onto it. But now since I've gotten rid of that, I can save this and the error should clear. Now we have the sign up page showing and we can continue. So inside that div, I'll have two fields. But this div would have some styles. So we just open this div and say class. And this div would be a grid container. So we say grid and grid equals 2 and gap 5. Now we can copy these fields here. Copy the first field. We want to change the name from password confirm to first name. And you also want to be careful because now we have this type of password. We get rid of this type of password. And for the form data, you want to put in first name there as well. And the reason why we're having this red line showing is because of in our plus page.server.cs file, we're actually using the login schema and not the register schema. So we can just say register schema. Save that. Go back to our plus page.svelte file and the error should disappear. So we can say first name like this, and we'll change the label as well to first name. I'll say first name, and we can just copy this and do it for the last name here as well. So I'll just copy this and paste it as a sibling. Make that F capital letter, and yeah, I'll just convert every part of first name to last name. So I'll say last name, now capital letter, last name like that. I'll change this first to last. Save that, and we should have first name and last name right at the side like this. Perfect. This is what I want. Now let's switch this login to register and this register to login. So we'll change this login here. We'll say register. And for this register here, we'll say login. And for the text, we'll also say login. Save that, and it should swap. Bam. Let's make this R capital letter as well. Feels a lot better. Now let's create the form actions for this. Remember, just like the same way we created the form actions for the login page, we'll create these form actions very similar way for the register page. And we'll be using the default actions here as well. So we can just say export. And remember, I'm using my extension. I forgot. I'll say kit actions. Get rid of this actions part. And in here, I'll say default. And I want an asynchronous arrow function. I'll say async, like so. And in here, I'll get the event. And outside there, I will the structure from the event equals to event. The structure locals. And from locals, I'll the structure PB. Like that. Oops. So just like that, I'll the structure PB. And I'll say const form will be equals to await super validate. First argument will be the event, second argument will be the schema. So I'll say Zod, open bracket, and say register schema. Under that, I would have my if exclamation mark form dot valid. Then if it's not valid, I'll say return fail. And we already have fail imported already. So then I'll import it again. First argument will be the status code. I'll say 400. And the second one will be the options for the form. And I'll just return the form like that. Like so. And after the if block, I have my try and catch. I'll say try, catch. I'll get my extension to auto populate that for me. And I'll say in my try block, I'll just say await pb dot collection, and the collection that we're targeting again is the user's collection. I'll use the dot create method. Create. And in here I'll just post in the form dot data, just like this. And the reason why I told you to name the schema of that register, that particular schema, I told you to name it password confirm, is because of SvelteKit. I mean, PocketBase would accept that directly. So if we named it confirm password, we'd have to come here and then rename it password confirm and then send it to PocketBase. So the field post and the field PocketBase is expecting is called password confirm. So just make our life easier. Name the that, and we can just pop this from the data directly inside here. We don't have to do any other work from that. And just like the same way we had the catch block for the login routes, is the same way we have the catch block for this. And instead of rewriting this, I can just copy that again. You can do the same as well. Copy the catch block, paste it. And after the catch block, we want to redirect this to a page. And with PocketBase, when you register, you're going to have to log in again, or at least that is how this application is set up. So when you register, I'm going to redirect you to the login page. So after that, I'll just say redirect. Remember, redirect is already imported, and the first argument is its status code, which for our case is 303, and the second one is the route. So we'll say login like this. Save this. And if we try this now, this actually won't not work, or it won't work. It won't work as we expected it to work because of we are adding two extra fields here, namely the first name and the last name. But if you check our PocketBase admin, you'll notice that we don't have any field called first name and last name in this users collection. We only have username and name. We don't have first name and last name. But in our case, we want the first name and last name. So what we can do is edit this. So you see this edit collection tooltip showing here, and this settings icon. Click on it, and in here you can add and remove fields. So what I'll do is I'll remove this name field. So I can click on the settings part here, click on this little icon, and I'll click on remove. For the same thing for the avatar as well, come down here, click on this little icon here, and click on remove as well. So any fields that I'm not using, I want to remove them. So I've removed both of those, and I would click on new field, and this new field part I'll click on plain text, and I'll name this first name. It must be the exact name that I gave it in my schema. And I'll click on this new field again, plain text, and I'll say last name as well. And I can give this some regex patterns and some constraints. I can say minimum width. If you remember, the minimum width we used was um 3 for the first name. So I can say 3, or I can just say non-empty. But in this case, we want exactly 3. So we'll say 3, and we can leave the max empty. And for the last name as well, we can say 3. And I would save changes, and it says blah blah blah, confirm, and now we have first name and last name added, and we can actually test this out. Before you test it out, make sure that you saved not just this file but every other file. So by typing Ctrl K and then S, you would save every unsaved file in Visual Studio Code. Go back to our application, the sign up page, and let's sign up. So we'll use a different email, because if we use the same email, it will throw an error for us. So we'd say 010@gmail.com. Password will say 010. First name would be Lawal, last name would be Adibola. And we'll click on register. And if that's successful, we should get redirected to the login page. And this seems like it was successful, and I don't want to save this. I'll click on never. It was successful, and it redirected us to the login page. And in here, we can now log in with those credentials. So I'll say gmail.com. I'll say password will be, and I'll click on login. And now I'm redirected to the home page. So we've successfully added authentication to the application, and the next part would be us actually creating the dashboard itself. So stay tuned. Let's move on. The next thing that I want you to do is to come out of this alt folder, and in the root layout, we are going to add some UI that I want to persist throughout the application, namely the navbar and the sidebar. So let me show you how the structure would look like. Above, right above here, would have a navbar. And when I mean the navbar, I mean an header. So I'll say navbar. And as the side of the whole screen would have a sidebar. Something like this. So this sidebar will be at the side, while the navbar will be the header. I will create both those components, but first let's actually put out the structure. So I will say a div, and I'll pop my slot inside that div, and I'll give this div some classes. I'll just say height full for this div. This is the container div, and inside that div I'll have another div. This div will have class as well, and I'll give this an height of 80 pixels. And I'll say padding left of 56, but I want this padding left to only take effect when we are on medium to large screen. So I'll say MD in front of it like this, and I'll give it a position of fixed, and I'll say insert Y 0, width of full, and Z index 50. And in here as well we'll have the navbar. So I put my comments here. I'll say navbar. Below that, outside of the div covering the navbar, I'll come out and I'll say div, another div, and in here I'll pop the sidebar. And the div covering the sidebar would have classes as well. So I'll just say class, and I'll say hidden. So this hidden means that I want it to not be visible, but I only want it to not be visible until we get to the medium size of the screen. So once we get to the medium size of the screen, it will be flex, display flex, and that means it's going to overwrite the style of display hidden, and or display none rather, and we can now say height full, width 56, flex of what's it? No, that's not spell flex. Flex co and fixed. Also get this insert y0 as well, and z index of 50 as well. And for this slot, we'll pop this slot in a main container. Give this class as well. We'll say from medium to large screen, I want to give this a padding length of 56. And the reason why we are saying we are using this exact value is because the sidebar is going to have a width of 56, and we want the sidebar to be on the left hand side, and after the sidebar is when we want to be seeing every other thing. We don't want this thing to be inside the part of the sidebar. That's why we are giving this exact value. And I'll say padding top of 80 pixels. And the reason why we're using a padding top of 80 pixels here is because of the header, as you're seeing here, has an height of 80 pixels. And I'll say height of full. Now let's start off by creating the navbar component. So you would open your Explorer, go to the lib folder. In the lib folder, you come to the components folder, and in the components folder, you would create the components inside here. You try to avoid putting anything in this UI folder. Leave this UI folder for Shadcn-Svelte. So we'll put the components we want to create in this components folder, directly in the components folder. So I'll just click here on this components folder, and I'll click new file, and I'll say navbar.svelte. Like so. And in here we want to put our script tag, and say that our script tag is of type, is of language TS. And outside of that, we'll have a div. This div will have this class, and we'll say p4 border, b. So just say border bottom, and let's divide our screen as this time so we can actually see this reflect on the browser. So now you see that we have this page, our home page, inheriting the styles that we put in the layout, and you notice that it now has this padding and this margin at the top, because of at the top we want to pop in the navbar. And if I go full screen, you see it also has the padding or the margin on the left hand side, and that's because on the left hand we want to pop in the sidebar. That's why we put the margin on the top and the margin on the left. But when we go to a smaller size screen, the margin on the left disappears, because remember, if you go back to the layout, you'll see that I said the padding on the left should only start from the medium size screen to the larger screens. So it only starts from the MD size. That's why it's not going to show on smaller screens. So let's go back to the navbar and continue. Let's import the navbar now in the layout. So I can just remove this part. I have the navbar comment, and I can say navbar, and I'll just import this like so. Go back and I'll continue. Save that, and I'll continue writing out the styles. I can give this an height of full, because I want to take the full height that was allocated to it, and I'll make this a flex container, so I'll say flex, and item center, I'll say bg background, and shadow sm. And if I save that, you will see that this little thing we have here that has a border here with a little shadow, just has a border. It will take the full height of this thing, and it will have a shadow. So once I save this, see what happens. it takes the full height and it has shadow. Now that we've done that, I will add the components here. I'll call it navbar route, and I'll create the component in my components folder. I'll call it navbar routes.svelte, and I'll pop in the starter code as usual. And in this div, I'll give you some classes. First, I'll make this a flex container, so I'll say flex, and I'll say gap x2 and ml auto. And in that div, I'll pop in a button, and you should have the button already installed or copied for you when you added the form. But if for some reason it wasn't, or I'm wrong, then you should just go Shadcn-Svelte documentation, go to the button section, and copy the CLI on copying the button into your application or your project. So I'll just write here button with a capital letter B, and close this. And I also want to import that button here, so I'll just say CNI button, and to import the button for me. And inside this button, I'll just have this logout icon. This logout icon is going to be from Svelte, and again, because of I want that one with slash icons, you can just copy, let's say this one, and then from the Svelte part, you can just go slash icons slash logout, and then remove the curly braces, and you can use this like so. If you save this, you will see that we're having red lines here indicating errors, and that's because this logout here is wrong. What you want to write is log out, like that. Now you save that, the error should go away, and we can go back to our navbar.svelte, and we can import the navbar route here. Route. I can save everything by typing Ctrl K S, and now all the files should be saved. Going back to my navbar route, and after this logout icon, I'll just say exit, and then in this button itself, I would give it a href slash and a size of SM and the variant of ghosts. Once I save that, you'll see that this button right here will change. It would have this exit text there, and it would have the icon, and it would be a variant of ghosts, just like the way I said it. And now after this button, we want to put an avatar. So you're going to go to the Shadcn-Svelte documentation again, go to the avatar page, copy the CLI to install the avatar into your component, and install it. Once it's installed, you can come back and continue. I have installed all the components that I need manually, so I don't have to actually pause the video every time and then install it again. So I can now say avatar, and what you can also do is install the Shadcn-Svelte VS Code extension, so you can use nice MS things like this. So I can now say cnx avatar, and by doing that, it pops out this code for me for the avatar component. And now it wants me to import the avatar, so I can also come above here and I can say CNI avatar, and it will import the avatar for me as well. Now you can change this GitHub path to Just change it to your GitHub name. I'll say speed.png like this, and the alt I'll say speed. I'll just leave everything as it is, and I'll save. And once I save, the avatar should pop up like that. And I'll probably change the CN to LA because that's my initials. Nice. After that, the last thing is I want to pop in a logout button. So I'll say button once more, and I'll just say logout. I'll say size SM, type of submit. And because I want to use form actions for this particular action, I'll pop this button inside the form tag. So form, and I'll pop this button inside, and this form would have a method, and the method would be post, again all in capital letter, and the action would be a named action this time. Remember the last two times we use actions, we use default actions. Now I'll show you how to use named action. Okay, we already have action here, so we can just get rid of this one actually. And the way named action works, first of all, is the route you want to go to. The route I want to go to is the slash route, and then you put your question mark, and then put the name of the action, which in our case is logout. Just like that. Save this, and now let's create that form action. Open your Explorer out of the components to the route, and in the route you want to create a plus page.server.cs for the root plus page.svelte file. So I'll say plus page.cs, and in here I'll just say kit actions like that. Get rid of this actions part, and remember the name of the action was logout, so that will be the name this time, not default but logout. And this will be an asynchronous arrow function here, and in here we'll get event, and we can destructure from event. Remember, locals equals to, sorry, that was a typo. We can't destructure event from event, but locals, and from locals you can destructure pb, come out of that, and now I can say pb dot outstore dot clear the clear method like that. And this is how I would log out our user. I can go back to my navbar route, double check this just to make sure that everything was written properly, and it was. Now we're actually done with the navbar route. What we're going to do is go back to the navbar, and in this navbar we'll have another component here, which is the mobile sidebar, because we want a little icon here that when we click on it, we'll be able to open the sidebar only when we are on the mobile screen. So I'll call this mobile sidebar, and I'll create a component for that. Mobile sidebar dot svelte, and then in this I'll get rid of this div. I don't need this div. What I need is the sheet components from Shadcn-Svelte here. So again, you know the drill. I have already installed it because if I'm using manual installation. All you have to do is go to the Shadcn-Svelte documentation and go to the sheets page, copy the CLI, install it in your, run it in your terminal. It will install it or copy it into your code base, and you can continue. So yeah, right here, I'll just use my extension again, cnx sheet. It should pop out the sheet component for me, and I'll just need to import it. So I'll say cni sheet. I don't actually need to put it, just a sheet, yeah. And yeah, I'm going to remove some things that I don't need. For example, I don't need this title or the description. I don't even need the header as well. So I'll just copy everything inside the header and the header itself and remove it. For this trigger, we won't have an open, but we'll have an icon. So the icon will be the menu icon. And this will be from Lucid Svelte. Now you can go ahead and do the slash icons slash menu if you want, but you can also leave it this way if you prefer. I'll be leaving it this way from now on just so I can make development faster. But I just decided to show you that pattern so that you can get a better developer experience when we're using Shadcn-Svelte. In this content, or before we get to this content, we're going to add some classes to the trigger. So just come to the trigger and say class, and I'll say MD hidden because I want this to only be visible on mobile screens. I say PR4 over, we have an opacity of, let's say, 75, and I'll put a transition, yeah. And for the sheet container itself, I'll say class MD hidden as well, P0 BG background, and I'll give this a side of left. Let's save that, go back to our navbar, and in this comment import the mobile sidebar. Save this properly. You should see it pop up right here, and when I over it, you see that we have this little opacity, and when I click on it, we have this sheet open. So that's what I want. Now going back to the mobile sidebar, in the content parts, I want to actually put something in here. What I'll put here would be the sidebar components. So I'll just comment here as well and say sidebar. Save that and move outside back to my root layout, because I will not only be putting the sidebar there, I will also be putting the sidebar here. So in here, I'm going to create the sidebar component as well. I would open my Explorer to my component and I'll create a sidebar component. And in the div, the container div, I'll give this some Tailwind classes. First one will be height full, border right, make this a flex container, so flex column, overflow y, auto, make this a bg background and shadow sm. In here I'll have another div, and this div would have a padding, no, class first of all, then p6. Inside we have the logo. Now if you have any image or anything you want to add, you can add it here. Just say logo. Yeah, that's my logo, that's my own logo. And I would say under that div, and this div would have class, put flex and flex co, then width full. And inside that div here I have another component called the sidebar route. So I'll say sidebar routes. Now we have the sidebar component created. We can import it and place them wherever we need to place them. First of all, we need to put it here. So I would say sidebar. And the second place that we need it would be in the mobile sidebar, and in the sheet contents I'll say sidebar as well. Now if I save everything, Ctrl K and then S, and I click on this icon, you see we have this logo part at the top here. And if I go full screen, that icon should disappear and I should just have it displaying by default on my left hand side. So let's go back to the sidebar, and remember we have this sidebar route components to create. So let's create that now. Open your components. In the components folder, create a new file called sidebar routes.svelte. And in the script tag here, we'll create an array and we'll call it routes. So const routes will be equals to an array, and this array is going to be an array of objects. First item here will be the icon, and then let's say lists. List will be from Lucid Svelte. Second one will be label, and the label will be the name. Let's say courses. The third one would be the href, and let's say slash teacher slash courses, and we can just copy these and paste this and just rename the things that we need to rename. The second one will be bar chart. The label will be analytics, and the href would be, instead of courses, to be analytics. Sorry. And I'll save that. And in my div, I just want to loop over this routes array. But before that, doing that, in this div, I'll give this some classes. So I'll make this a flex container. So I want this to be flex column and a width of full. So in here, I'll just put my each block since I want to loop through something. And I'll say each route as, and then I can just structure out of routes the href, the icon, and the label. And inside here, I'll put another component called sidebar item. So I can just comment here sidebar item, and I'll save this. Now I would go back to where I need to pop in the sidebar route, which is inside our sidebar components, and I'll pop in the sidebar route component. I'll save that. I'll save every other file with Ctrl K and then S. Make sure everything is saved. And when I open my sidebar once more, you'll see that it's just the same thing. And that's because in this sidebar routes, we are not actually outputting anything. It's actually empty. But if I outputted the label, so if I put a P here, and I curly braces and I said label, save that, you'll see that the label of each of them will be outputted. Now we have course and we have analytics. So it's working just where we want it. I'll save that, remove that, and let's move on. Let's create the sidebar item component. My components folder, name this sidebar item.svelte, and I'll do my little emit stuff, sfc And this div, I'll turn this div to an a tag, and this a tag would have href, and this href is going to actually be props. So we're going to be getting the hrefs from outside this component. So I'll just say export let href, and it should be of type string. And instead of going here and saying href is equals to href, what I can do is, since it's the same name, the name of the prop is the same name as that of the attribute, I can just say curly braces href and pop it in like that. Now let's add some classes to this a tag, but we want to add some conditional classes to this a tag. And if you use the CLI for Shadcn-Svelte to install your components or to set up Shadcn-Svelte to initialize Shadcn-Svelte, you will have installed something called CLSX, and in your utils file, so let me go to my utils file, you will have a code generated for you called cn. So this is just an helper function that basically mixes Tailwind merge and CLSX. So their functionality are now embedded together in this one function. So we can use that function to add conditional classes. The way we'll go about it is we're going to open our curly braces here, and then we'll import that cn function that's been exported from that utils folder. So we'll just say cn, and it should be imported from lib/utils, and in that cn we'll open our brackets, and we can pop our styles here. These are going to be the base styles, so we can just pop in the base style. I'll say flex item center gap x2 text muted foreground text sm font medium pl6 transition all. And when we overwrite, I also want some styles. I'll say over, and then text slate. I want to change the color when we overwrite. Text slate 600, and I also want to add over for the background as well. So I'll say over bg muted. Now these are the base styles I have just added. Let me make this my full screen so that you can actually see what's happening. I'll see to break it. Now I've added the base style. Now next thing I want to add now is the style that will be applied based on if a particular value is true or false. Now I can right after the base style, say comma, open my curly braces. This string here is where I'll put the styles, and here is where I'll put the value that I'm checking on for truth or false, and it's going to be something called is active, and is active will create right here. We say $, because this is a reactive variable, so say $, is active would be equals to, okay, so we want to get path name, and the way we'll do path name is we'll get it from the page store. So I would say $, above that is active, I'll say $, path name is equals to $page, because page is a store and will be imported from app/store. So I'll say page dot url dot path name, and I can go back to that is active that we were just declaring, and I'll say is active is equals to path name. Now I'm checking if the path name is equals to slash and href is equals to slash as well, or path name is equals to href or path name dot starts with, and we put this like so, href with a slash at the end, and we can save this and that's just what we're checking for. We're checking for if the path name is equals to slash and the href is equals to slash. So if this is true, this is active would be true. Or if path name is the same as href, if that is true, then is active will be true. Or if path name starts with href, and if that is true, is active would also be true. And we can pop in the styles we want if is active is true. I'll say text primary and bg primary as well, but I want to add some opacity to this. I'll say slash 20 and over bg primary slash 20 as well, and over for the text as well, I'll say text primary, and I have 2 columns here. Alright, like this. I can save this and all is well. Now inside the a tag, I would have a div, and this div would have a class. So let's just pop class, and it will be a flex container. So I'll say flex, and then we want item center gap x 2 and py 4, and in there I want to put in a icon, well, a dynamic component actually. And the way we do that in Svelte is by using this Svelte component tag, the special tag called Svelte component. So I'll say Svelte column component, and in here we have to put the value of this. So I'll say this, and this will be equals to icon, and icon will be gotten from outside this component as well. So I'll just say export let icon. An icon will be a type of component type icon, and component type is going to be from Svelte. So we're going to import it from Svelte. I'll say component type. It's going to be imported from Svelte, and we can pop in here the type that we want, which is icon. An icon is going to be a type from the seed Svelte, because the type of icons we'll be using are from the seed Svelte. Now that we've done that, we can pop in some classes here as well. So I'll say class, and I also want to have some dynamically added classes here as well based on some condition. So what I can do is use the cn as well. So curly braces, cn, open my parentheses, add my base style, which is text muted foreground, like so, and then come over out of that, open my curly braces, say text primary, and this will be active if is active is equals to true. And I also want to add the size for this icon component. So I'll say size will be equals to 22, and size can actually be a string, so actually it has to be a number, so change that to 22. And inside of this component we can pop in the label, outside of this component, so we need to make this a self-closing tag. So I can remove this and I can put slash here to make this a self-closing element, because we don't need to put any children inside the div. Outside of this Svelte component tag, we'll pop in the label, and label again is going to be a prop as well. So I'll just say export let label, and label will be a type of string. After we've added the label prop, we can come down outside of this div as well and create another div, and this div would have class, and we're going to use cn here as well. So curly braces cn, and the first thing we'll add will be the base style. I'll say ML auto, opacity 0, border 2, border primary, I want an height of full, and a transition all. And I want this to actually be visible when this active is true. So I'll add my curly braces here and I'll say the opacity should be 100 when is active is true. I'll save that, and since we don't have any child for this div as well, we can make this a self-closing tag. So remove that one, then we'll put slash right like this and save. Okay, now let's use this sidebar item component in the sidebar route when we need it. So I can come here and I will say sidebar item like this, and this is expecting some props, so there will be some errors, some red lines showing. And what we can do is pop in all the props that we need. We can say href just like this, since they are the same name, icon just like that, since it's the same name, and label just like so. I'll save all the unsaved files by typing Ctrl+KS, and I will divide my screen so that we can see the browser. Now let's check what and how it reflects in our sidebar. I'll click on this icon. But one other thing that we can do is, if you remember, we have the sidebar showing by default on the full screen, so we can just go full screen. But since we need to divide our screen, and because I don't want to be always clicking on this icon to see what's going on in the sidebar, I want this to show me what is showing on the full screen. I can just reduce my browser's size to 80%, and now we can see the sidebar. And we can see we have course with the icon, analytics with the icon. And if I added more, it will reflect. So I can copy here, say comma and paste this, comma and paste this, comma and paste this, save this, and we should see like 3 more analytics pop up. And just as I said, more analytics have popped up. We don't need all those. I'll get rid of them. Save. So let's move on to actually creating the store page. But before I do that, I want to show you guys something. If I go to my login page right now, so if I go /login, you'd see that we have the header and the sidebar persisting on the login layout as well. We don't want to see the header and the sidebar in the login and the register page. So what can we do about this? Well, the reason why it's actually showing up in the first place makes sense, because we have those components in the root layout, and so since it's on the root layout or in the root layout, it will persist for every single page in this application. In order to prevent that, we can do things called grouped layout. So right here, that's actually what we're doing here. We have in this alt and this bracket alt, we're having this group layout because of this alt folder has this layout for itself. And what we can do is create another thing similar to that, but for the dashboard. So I'll say dashboard, but remember to put this in parentheses, and I will throw in this plus page that's felt in there, the plus page that's layout, the plus layout that's felt, the plus page that's server.cs as well inside here. And now you see that we're having a bunch of errors. Just ignore them for the meantime. The other thing that I want you to do is that, and at the end of the day, I want a root layout file where I can put my styles and my fonts that will persist throughout. But in terms of the UI, I don't want it to persist throughout the application, so I will create another root layout outside of the dashboard. So I'll say layout.svelte, and I'll basically copy all that I had there before, all of this here. I'll copy this and I'll paste this here, and I'll save. I'll go back to that layout inside my dashboard folder now, and I'll get rid of these two imports at the top here, the CSS and the font imports. Now going back to the root layout, I will leave these two imports here because we need them at the root layout. We want them persist throughout our application. But what we don't want to persist throughout the application is the navbar and the sidebar. So I'll get rid of those. And we don't need lot of this code. I'll get rid of those as well. And I'll just put a main tag. And in that main tag would have the slots outputted there. This main tag will just have a class of height screen. And just like that, we'll save this and save every other file. So we'll say Ctrl K, then S, and now you see the login page does not have those styles. But when I log in to my application, let's see whether or not the root page on the other routes would have the style. And login, and as you can see, the base route has the style, it has the sidebar, has the header, and every other route that I put inside this dashboard will have the route. Every route that I put in this auth folder would not have that style. This is what they call grouped layout. So each of this group have a different layout. Now let's create the teacher page. So come to your dashboard. In the dashboard, I'll just use my extension, create route. I'll call this teacher, and in teacher I'll get the plus page.svelte and the plus page.server.ts. Enter. In the plus page.server.cs file, I'll get rid of all this code that I don't need. I'll get rid of this, and I'll also get rid of the return as well, because of what I want to do here is to just redirect them somewhere else. So every time they come to the teacher route, so if they go to localhost 5173/teacher, I want to redirect them to localhost 5173/teacher/courses, because this teacher route is just going to be some sort of route representation. So there's not going to be any UI in this teacher route. It's just going to be something that we have in the URL. So every time they come to this route in particular, we want to redirect them somewhere else because there's nothing for them to see here. So I'll say redirect, and redirect is going to be from SvelteKit. First thing is the status code 303. The second thing is the route. So I'll say teacher/courses. Now let's create that route. Inside this teacher route, I would say a new SvelteKit file, create routes, courses, and I'll choose this and this and click enter. I'll see here, this is the courses page, and I'll get rid of all the code we don't need here. And we can navigate to this route by just clicking on this course link in the sidebar. So I'll click here, and now I'm in the courses page, and as you can see, this is the course page. And as you can also see that my sidebar is showing that the course link is active. Now in here, what I'm going to do is just have a div, and that div will have a class of p6, and inside that div we'll have another div. That div will also have class. Make this a flex container, so I'll say flex, and items center py4, and in here would have a button. So the button is going to be from Shadcn-Svelte, remember, button, and in this button I would have an icon, the plus circle icon from the seed Svelte. So I can just import them by myself. If Visual Studio Code is failing to import it for me, I would import the icon first. I'll say import curly braces plus circle from Lucid with with an E, Svelte. Sorry, not slash, but dash. This is Svelte. And I also import the button. I'll say CNI. Let's say CNI is going to work. If CNI doesn't work, we can just import the button usually. So I'll say import button from $sign lib slash components slash button slash button dot svelte, and I'll save that. And we have this error because of this plus icon is not closed, so I'll close this. But before I save, I'll give you some couple of classes. So I'll say class is equals to size 4, margin right 2, and outside of that I'll say new course. I'll just type out new RSC, and this button would have an href, and it's going to be slash teacher slash create. I'll just give it some class. We'll say class margin left auto, and that was wrong, not equals to but dash. And now I can save this to see it show. And now we have some errors here as well because of in my button import I don't have the UIs folder here, so I'll say slash UI before the first button. I'll just say UI slash, save that. The error should disappear and we should have this new course button showing up here. If we click on this, we'll be redirected to a page that is not created yet, so we'll have this not found error. So let's quickly create that page. So the page we want to create is this create page, so it has to be in this teacher route. So I'll come to my teacher routes and I'll say SvelteKit find file, SvelteKit files create route. The name is create, and in here I'll choose the plus page as Svelte and the plus page as server.cs. And inside this create, you want to go to the plus page as Svelte of the create and remove all the unnecessary code you don't need. We don't need this. Sorry, just pop all this out here and pop this out as well. Okay, let's start creating the UI. I'll come outside of the script tag and I will say div, and this div will have a couple of Tailwind utility classes. So I'll give this a maximum width of 5xl, mx auto because I want this to be in the middle. Make this a flex container, same md item center. I'll say md justify, let's go justify center. Make this an height of full and a border, give this a border and say p6 like so. And in this div would have another div, and inside that div would have an h1, and this h1 would have the text name your course. Let's save that so that we can actually see this thing reflect in our browser. Let's give this h1 some styles. I'll give this a text of 2xl to make this larger, and now it's larger. Good. Under that we'll say p tag, and this p tag would have the text, what would you like to name your course? You like to name your course, and let's say don't worry, you can change it later. What am I typing? You come on, you can change it later. And let's save that, see the way that looks. Okay, we clearly have mistakes here. Save. I want to give that p tag some classes as well. Doesn't look nice. Say class, say text xm, or say text muted foreground. Save that, and yeah, it looks a lot better now. After the p tag, we'll have a form, and this form will have an action directing to this route. So it's be teacher slash create, and we'll have a method of posts, all in uppercase, and we'll have class of space y8 and margin top 8. Save that. Now let's pop in SvelteKit superforms in here, because of, remember, we're using SvelteKit superforms to handle our forms. Const form is equals to superform. That's going to be from SvelteKit superforms. First argument is going to be the form returned from the server. So say data.form. Remember, we're not returning anything yet, but we would do so very soon. And I will say validators would be Zod client, because we're using Zod. And in here we'll pop in the schema. Right now we don't have the schema, so let's create the schema. Go to your schema.cs file. What we will do now is create the course schema. I will now say export const course schema would be equals to z.object. The first field would be the title. That's the title of the course. So z.string dot minimum. Dot minimum would be 1. The second would be the description. To say z.string dot, okay, let's just leave it as such. Let's not make the description required to create a course. So say just like so. Third one will be the image URL. Say z.string dot optional, because one means optional. Then we'll say price. Say z dot. Since this is the price, we don't actually want a string but a number, so we can say z dot number, and then we'll say dot optional, and in the number brackets, we can just open curly braces and say course is equals to, would be true. We'll say comma, and then we'll say is published would be of z dot boolean, and lastly category would be z dot string dot optional as well. Now for this form, what we need is just the title. So initially, to create a course, you initially just need a title. The required field to actually create a course is the title, and the course would be unpublished. And to actually publish the course, you're going to have to fill in the remaining fields. So what we can do here is say export const title schema is equals to course schema. This course schema we just created dot pick. Now we want to pick just the title, and I will say in curly braces title is true. Now save that. Now that we save that and saved every other unsaved file in our editor, we should see that the name your course stuff has gone to the middle of the screen. And going back to that page, we can actually pop in the schema right here, the title schema in the Zod client. So I'll say title schema, pop that in, and it's going to be imported by Visual Studio Code. Oops, looked like it didn't work. All right. And we also have to import Zod client as well. So we'll import Zod client, and Zod client is imported as well. Moving on, we're going to the structure from the form, a couple of things. So I'll come under here, I'll say cons curly braces is equals to form, and then from this curly braces I can get form again. And since it's the same name, remember we can just easily rename it. So I'll call this form data. Put comma, I will get the enhance. So we'll enhance our form. Comma, I'll get delayed for the loading spinner, and this time I'll also get submitting. So we can move inside our form here and say use enhance. I will just say use enhance like this. And we can actually put in our field now. So I'll just come here. And since that field can be a little bit stressful to rewrite every time, what I would do is go to the login page and I'll just copy one field there, like just this one here. Copy, go back to the page, and I'll paste that. And remember, now we're going to have to import the form. So I'll use CNI form. Okay, let's try this one more time. All right, so it doesn't import the form. We can import this, or just copy it from the page, from the login page as well. So I'll copy this as well as the form. Copy both of these, move back, and paste it there. No problem. And now in the parts that we have email, we want to say title. And the remaining place we have the instance of email, we want to change that to title. I'll save this and just Ctrl K S to save every other unsaved file. And now that I've gone ahead and saved it, it shows us this 500 internal error, and that is probably likely because of data.form does not exist. That was why I was trying to prevent saving this particular file. But now let's actually go and return from the server to get rid of this error. Now I'll go to the plus page.server.ts file, remove the code that I don't need, get rid of this as well. And now I can just come to the return, say form would be await super validate, and that is from SvelteKit super forms. And in here we'll put the Zora adapter, and in there we'll put the login, the title schema. Sorry, title schema. That's not that's not how to spell schema. Title schema. Now save that. I'll go back to the plus page.svelte file. I should see that the red error has gone away, and I'll just save every file and wait for this to reload. Now the error disappeared and we have our title field showing. Now for this, we actually want a description. So remember, in the login register, we didn't have a description because we didn't need a description. But for this, we want a description. So I'll just say form dot description, and in there I would write what would you teach in this course. Save that, and the description should pop under there like so. And we'll move under the form field, open a div, and this div will give this div a couple of classes. I would say flex, item center, gap, x2. And inside the div, I'll have a button from Shadcn-Svelte. And I'll just see if this can auto import for me. Yes, it can. And in the button, I'll give, before we go in the button, let's give this a variant of ghost and give this an href. of slash. And let's give the button a text of cancel, like so. And outside the button, we'll have another button, but this time it's going to be a form button. So we'll say form dot button, and in here we'll put an if block. So I'll say if, and we are checking for delayed. And remember, delayed is a store, so we have to auto subscribe to it with the dollar sign. And inside there, if delayed is true, we want the loader to icon. Sorry, I keep making that mistake. And remember, in order to make this actually spinning icon, we would have to add Tailwind classes. First of all, we want to change the size. So I'll say size, and I'll give this 6, and I'll say animate spin. Yeah. Outside of that, I'll now say else, meaning if delayed is false, I will just say continue. Save that and see that reflects in the browser nicely. All right, let's move on. And in the editor, what I'm going to do is in this input, I'll say this input should be disabled if submitting is true. So I just put dollar sign submitting, and the submitting is this one here. So we can in fact just copy it and paste it directly here. I'll save this. Now let's move on to actually creating the form action for this form. Go to the plus page.server.cs file, and I'll write kit action. Get rid of the code we don't need, and we'll create a default action here. YNC. I'll get event from here, and I'll have the structure from event locals. So I'll say const curly braces is equals to event, and from this curly braces I'll get locals, and from locals the structure PB. You should know the drill by now. And here I'll just say const form is equals to await super validate. In here, the first argument would be event, the second would be the schema. First of all, we need to pop in our Zod adapter. Secondly, we'll pop in the schema. So I'll say title schema, and I want to check if this form was invalid. So I'll say if exclamation mark form dot valid, I'll return fail, and fail will be from SvelteKit. And the first argument is the status code, which would be 400 in our case, and then we'll return back the form. And outside our if block, then the rest of the code after this if block will run if the form was valid. So I'll just say let course record, and course record will be of type record model, and we can import record model from PocketBase. And if the auto import did not work for you, again you can just pause the video here and type that out. After that, we'll open our try and catch block. I'll say try catch them like so. In the try block, I will now say course record is equals to await pb dot collection. One target the COURSC, the courses, so CRSCS, the courses collection. We've not created the courses collection yet in PocketBase, so we'll do that after we write this. But let's continue. I'll say dot create, and this method will create a new record for us in the course collection. Open curly braces will spread out the form dot data, and after that we'll just say user would be user dot id. And the question you should be asking is, where is user? We didn't get user from anywhere. Well, remember in our hooks we actually passed user to locals, so we can get user from locals, just the way we get it from PP. So I can say comma and say user here. Now this underline, red underline should go away. And in the catch block, where we're catching the errors, I'll just copy the same thing we had for the login page in the login form actions. It's basically the same thing, so it doesn't make sense rewriting it over and over again. I'll just copy this part and modify it as I will. Paste that. I'll need to import client response error from PocketBase and message from SvelteKit Superforms. I'll change this error to E. The only thing I'll change here is, since I'm returning this message, I don't want to actually return status from here. I'll just hard code the status myself. So what I would say is, from this place, I can destructure error message from here. So what I can destruct from here is actually called message. I'll just get message, but again, this has the same name as message, so I can rename message to error message. So I'll say error message, and I'll remove status. As I said before, I want to add code the status. I want a status of 400, so I'll just get error message, and I'll say comma error message, and then comma, and yeah, I will just return the status hard coded to 400, like that. And if you come above this, you see that this user is having a little bit of error, saying it could be null or undefined. We could put question mark in front of the dot, and that underline should disappear. And outside of the cache block, we can redirect the user. Remember, you don't put the redirect inside the try block. So this redirect would only run if the try was successful. First is the status code of 303. The second would be the route. And I'll say chicha slash courses slash, and we want to put in the course ID. So what I'll do is change this to backticks and use my $ curly braces and say course record dot ID, like this, and this should work. One thing I want you to take notice of is that we are returning this message to the client, and what we can do is actually output this message anytime there is an error. So I'll go back to my client or to my plus page.svelte file, and in here you see that we have this options part where we have these validators. We can actually add more options here, so I can say unupdated. I'll say unupdated. I don't want the unupdate, I want the unupdated. I'll open my method here, and I'll the structure from here form, and in here I can put an if block. I'll say if form dot message, open my block, and I will now say if form dot valid, and this is not if, get rid of that, and I'll put exclamation mark in front of it because I want to check if the form dot valid was equals to false. Then here I will do something. So what I want to do here is actually reveal a toast notification or show a toast notification. And if you go to this Shadcn-Svelte documentation, you would notice that there's a page called Sooner in the component sidebar. You notice there's a page called Sooner, and if you click on that, you'll see this Sooner or toast notification components that we can use. And as I said, since I'm using the manual installation, I have installed all the components that I need, so I don't end up going back and forth in manually copying these files. So all you need to do is just copy the CLI, paste it in your terminal, and run it. It would install the Sooner component into your application and every other dependencies that it needs. Now, here in the Sooner page, you see this installation guide where they have the setup team support. So let's read this. By default, Sooner will use this user system preference to determine whether to show the light or dark theme. I'm using dark theme, so every time I ask Sooner, it's automatically changed my web page to a dark theme because of it's using my user preference for that. So to get around this, you can either pass a custom theme prop to the component or simply use mode watcher, which you can add code a dark or light mode should you wish. All you can do now is just, I think the best way to go about this is to use mode watcher. You click on here. So this will take you to the mode watcher GitHub repository where you are shown how to install mode watcher and how to use it. So you pop it in your root layout .svelte file. And in here, this is what you want to do. You want to just say default mode will be equals to light. You don't use dark. But if you want to use dark, you use dark. But then you won't follow along on this tutorial, completely along this tutorial. You can go for light here if it's giving you a dark theme and you don't want a dark theme. You can go for light here, and that should fix your problem. So going back, you see that we have little errors here, and that's because of I was using this format. And if I was using this format, what I will have to do is make it an arrow function. I have to do this to make it an arrow function. But since I don't want to do this, I will have to remove these curly braces. I mean these columns here, and that should fix it. At the same time, I can save that, and the error should disappear. So quick update, I just rechecked now and it seems like the Shadcn-Svelte CLI is working for me once more. So we can actually go through the steps together. Now I'll just copy this for PNPM. Open up here and I'll paste this in here. I'll just type in Y for yes, and it's installing components soon already exist. And this is because I already installed it manually before. I just wanted to show you how those steps would look. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, following the documentation, is to pop this in our root layout. So I'll copy that component, go to the root layout, and just above here, I'll pop that in, and I want to make sure that I import that as well. And that we are good. Go back to the page, and in here, we can start using sooner. And what I want to do here is show the return message in the toast. So I would say toast, and toast is going to be from spelled sooner. So I'll come above here and I'll say import toast from spelled sooner, like this. And we can see toast.error, and we open our parentheses, and in here we'll just say form dot, how many s am I going to write, message. Since I'm starting to see double because of I don't know what I'm typing at this point. Okay, once you save this and you open your browser, you might notice some error. The best way to get rid of this error is to cut your dev server and run it again. So I just cut mine with Ctrl C, and then I'll press the top arrow button here and enter to rerun it. Now I'll refresh my browser. And this is what I was talking about, dark mode. This thing checking your system preference and using that as the theme. One way of doing this is going to your DevTools, we go to local storage, and here we see mode watcher mode. We can change this manually to light, and that would fix it. And the other way of doing this is the same way they said in the documentation, is to add code it in the layout. So I'll go to our root layout. Above here, I will import mode watcher. And I'll just say default mode would be light. Now, before we leave this page, I also want to add some things to this toaster. Some more things to this toaster. I'll say rich colors because I want to see different colors. Like if I said error, I want to see a red error. If I say sources, I want to see the green color. And I'll put a close button because I want a close button. And I'll just say team is equals to light. Now I don't need to do this anymore, but I'll just do this just in case. I'll save that and I'll go back to the plus page.svelte file. And now if there was an error, this toast would show. So now let's try to create a course and see what happens. Make sure you save everything, Ctrl K, S, open the browser. Let's write our title. When we click continue, if this redirects us to a not found page, then that means it was successful. So let's see. My first course, and it says this request resource wasn't found. That was the error we got. And the reason why we got this error is because of in the Pocket-based admin dashboard, we actually haven't created this collection called courses. So that's the next thing that we're going to do now. So go to your Pocket-based admin dashboard. In this, you see this button here says new collection. Click on it and name this courses. Now let's start in the fields. The first field here is going to be the title. That's literally what we're working with right now. I'll call this plain text. I'll say title, and we can give this a minimum length of 3. And the next field here is going to be the description, also plain text description. This won't have any constraints. The next field here would be the user, and the user is going to be a relation. So click on this relation and we'll say user, and we'll select the collection we want this to be a relation to, and we'll select the user's collection. Next one here, and we also need to make sure this user is actually pasted. So we'll say cascade delete. We'll say cascade delete should be true, and we'll click on non-empty. And we'll click on this new field again, and we'll add the image URL, and the image URL will be a type of file. So we'll say file. I'll call this image URL, and we just click on this settings buttons one more, and here we can add like a maximum file size. We will simply leave this as it is. What we want is the allowed meme type or mime. So what we'll do here is just select only the ones that are image, but instead of selecting them one by one, what I will do here is choose presets and go for image, and we'll click on the new field, and this time we'll choose number because this is going to be the price. Click on new field, and here it's going to be is published, and is published would be type of boolean, and new field, lastly the category, and the category is going to be a type of relation. So click on relation, and we'll say category, and we'll select collections. Now we can actually select any collection for the category because we don't have the category collection yet, but we'll leave this, and we'll click on create. And you see as we clicked on create, it gives us an error. That because we need to add a relation. So let's use the user collections as a relation for now, so that we can actually create this category. We'll edit that later. Now let's create the categories collection. So I'll click on new collection. I'll name this categories, and I'll give this some fields. The first field will be a plain text, and I'll call this name. The second field would be a relation to the course. So I'll say courses, and this can have multiple courses. So one category can be related to multiple courses, but a course can only be related to one category. So I'll just choose courses here, and this single here I'll choose multiple, and I would create. Now I'm going to start creating new records here because I would create all the categories here from this dashboard directly. So I'll click on new record. I'll leave the ID empty so it auto generates for me. I'll come to the name and I'll say Flaming, and I'll just leave the course empty. Click on create. And now that new record button has disappeared, but we have it up here as well. So I'll click on new records again, go to the name, engineering, and I'll click on create. Click on new record again, accounting this time. Create new record, photography. Create new record, fitness. Create new record, music. create new record, computer science, create. And that's all the category that would be needing. So I'll go back to the course because I want to change the relation that the category has. I'll click on this settings to edit collection, and I'll scroll down to this category here, and I would come here to the settings, and it seems like I can actually change the um relation to the category of the user. So what I can do is just delete this. So I'll just remove, and I'll create a new field, relation category. I'll select the collection, I'll select the categories collection, and I would save changes, confirm, and all was successful. Now I can try and create in course once more. So I can come back to the application, and I'll click on continue. And as you can see, we have this other error saying only admins can perform this action. And that's because by default in PocketBase, only admin can perform certain actions. So go back to our dashboard, go to the courses. First of all, let's attend to the categories. Click on these settings, go to the API rules. And what I'll do is unlock and set custom rules. So I'll just click on here. In fact, we can set admin only because we want only admin to be able to create collections. So I'll leave this here. For the view rules, it says admin only, but I want to unlock and set custom rules. So if I click here, now I can set custom rules. And I can also leave empty to grant access to everyone, which I want to do. The create rule, I want to leave this for admin only. The update rule, I want to leave this for admin only. The delete rule, I want to leave this for admin only. And I also made a mistake at the first field here. I said I want to leave this for admin only, but no, I want to unlock and make this one visible to everybody because this is the list rule. That means get all the collections. So I want this everybody to be able to view the collection. So I'll leave this here. Now I'll save changes, and I'll come to the courses, go to the settings and API rules. What I will do here is just click on this button here. I'll click on this button here as well. And in the create rule, I'll click on this button, but this time I'll add some rules. I'll say add request dot auth dot id if it's not equals to an empty string, and make these double quotations. It's very important. Equals to, and I'll copy this and I'll just paste this over here for the update rule, for the delete rule as well, and I'll save these changes. So what we are saying is only a user that is authenticated should be able to perform any of these actions. So I'll save the changes. And now let's try this one more time. Go back to our application and click continue. And we should be redirected to that course slash the ID. And now we have in this page code not found, and that tells us that it was successful. Now we can go back and we can actually create this page. So I'll go to my Explorer, go to the courses route, and I'll create a dynamic page or a dynamic route. So I'll just come here and say create route. And in order for us to create a dynamic route in SvelteKit, we have to put it in our square brackets. So I'll say course ID. What I'll name it. You can enter the plus page, the spell, the plus page, the server.ts, click enter, and those should be created for us. And as you can see, as regular, I misspelled course. So I'll just rename this SE. And now remove the code that I don't need, which is first of all this. And we need that. I don't need this, and I also don't need this one at the top. And we'll go to the server file, remove this part. We don't need this part. Remove the import as well. And in this load function, I'll just destructure a couple of things from here. I'll get params, comma, and I'll say locals. And locals, I'll destructure user. And in the load function, I'll say const course ID. That will be the structure from params. And I'll say const user ID is going to be equals to user dot ID. And since this could be undefined, I'll just put my question mark here. And I'll say if user ID does not exist, so I'll put exclamation mark in front of it. I'll just redirect them back to the home page. And I'll save this. And we have a little mistake here. In the redirect, the first argument is going to be the status code. So 303. Save that once more. And if I check in the browser now, you see that we don't have that not found error anymore. And let me just divide my screen so that we can actually see the changes reflect as we code. And what I want to do is actually get this course. So now I have created a course. I've redirected to this page. I want to actually get this course itself. So what I'll do is create a function here called get course. So I'll say async function course. And that's now how to spell function. So get course. And here I'll pop in my try and catch block here. I'll say try catch. And in the try block, I want to get this course. So before I do that, I'll need PB for PocketBase. I'll destructure PB from locals. And back in my try block, I can say const course. Let me just give this a line break. Const course would be equals to await PB dot collection. The collection we are targeting is the courses collection. And I'll say dot get one. This is to get one record. And in here I'll put in my courses type, but we've not created that yet, so let's ignore that for now. And I'll say course ID. I'll save that. What I want to do is, because we're using TypeScript, I want to add a generic here. So I'll go to um my components file. Not in my components actually, my libs folder. I'll create a file called types.ts. And in this file I'll put all the types that we need. So here I want to create our course type. So I'll say export type course would be equals to record model, and that record model is going to be from PocketBase. Then we'll extend this by using and course schema, and we haven't actually created course schema. Course schema is going to be a type from the course schema itself. So I'll show what I mean. So I'll go to the schema.ts, and in here we have this course schema, but this course schema is actually a Zod object, and we can get the TypeScript typing from this. We can just say export type. Once we use capital letter, also say course schema would be equals to z.infer. So I want to infer the type. I'll say type of course schema. And now we can get this course schema from the type. So we extend the record model, which is from PocketBase. We also want to get this course schema. We'll import this from where we just exported it from. And we are not done extending. Open our curly braces here. We'll say user, which is going to be string. And after that, we'll say expand. And I'll explain later what this expand means, but just follow along for now. and we'll put in here curly braces. Let's say category. Category is going to be a type category. So we can just come under here and say const or export type, I mean category, which should be equals to record model. Then we extend with and open our curly braces, and the field that we have there is name, which should be of type string. Then go back up to that expand that we had. I want to type in some more fields. The second one here is going to be user, and for user is going to be a type of alt model, and alt model is going to be from PocketBase as well. Want to continue expanding some more things, so I'll come under there and I'll say I'll open like a string and I'll say attachment, open my brackets, and in here I'll say course. And this might seem confusing now, but what we are doing here is because of we are going to be using backward relations in PocketBase. Now for the typing to work correctly, this is what we are using. But if you don't understand what's happening now, don't bother, just write as I'm coding. I'll explain to you in due time. So I'll put my question mark in front of that because of this could be either undefined. So I would say it should be a type of attachment. And to be an array of attachments. Now let's create the type of attachment under here. I'll say export type attachment would be equals to record model and curly braces open. We'll say name, and name would be of type string. We'll say URL, URL will be of type file. We'll say course, and course will be of type string. And in here we also have expand as well. And expand, want to expand course, and course will be of type course. I already have type course here, and let's make this capital letter. Anytime we use types, I like to make them capital letter for me to differentiate them from other things. So after the course, we can just save this and we can go back up here and keep creating more types in the expand. After we've done the attachment, we want to do more backward relations. I'll say chapters, and in these chapters we'll open our bracket here and say course, and this one would be a type of chapter, and put our array brackets there. We'll come under that and we'll also say purchase, and that's not how to spell purchase, PURCHASE, and we'll say, and this in here is going to be a type of purchase, and an array. Still didn't spell purchase correctly. God save me. And what we can do here is define all those types there. So the first one I want to define here will be the chapters. So what I can do is just copy this one here, paste it below here, change the name to chapter, and I would remove all of this here. I'll start with the title, and the title will be string, and we'll say description, and description will be of type string, and we'll say position. I'm running blind little by little. Description should be of type string, not whatever I wrote there. And I'll say position will be of type number. I'll say video URL, and this will be of type string. is published would be of type boolean, is free to be of type boolean as well, and course would be of type string. I missed the T. Now we want to expand here. So I'll say expand, and I'll do backward relations. Yeah. So I'll open my string and I'll say mux data. Open the brackets, and in here I'll say chapter ID question mark column, and this will be of type mux data. So make that capital letter. So it's going to be type mux data, and make that an array of mux data. Now below that, I want to create the type of mux data and of purchase. So I'll copy this like I said before. I'll paste this down here, change the name to mux data, and I'll remove all of this here. So I'll start with asset ID. Asset ID will be of type string. Then we'll go for the playback ID, and this will be of type string as well. And the chapter ID, this will be of boolean. And below that, want to add just one more, which is going to be the purchase. Paste that here. I'll say RCHASC purchase user will be of type string, and course will be of type string as well. Just save that. All of those, that was a lot, but yeah, let's get rid of this, whatever this is. Now I can move back to that server file. I can pop in just in here the course type. Make sure I import that. Enter. And the reason why I'm getting this red line here is because of I did not spell this correctly again. RSC course ID. And I want to add I want to expand this. So I'll just come out the curly braces, and then in here I'll say expand. What I want to expand from this is I'll open my string and I'll say a category, because the category is a relation in the course, and I'll say I want to expand the attachment. The attachment is not a direct relation, it's going to be a backward relation. So I'll say attachments, open the parentheses, and in here I'll say course. Next, I'll say the chapters. The chapters is the same thing, backward relations. So chapters, open my parentheses, and I'll say course. And I'll save this. I want to explain what's going on with this expand before we move on. PocketBase uses a SQLite database, and a SQLite database is a relational database, meaning we can create relations using foreign keys. So, by having the categories relation in our course record, we can get a link to a certain category through the ID or the primary key. If I create a new course and I added to the relation field the ID of this category, I mean, if I added to the category field, this category field here, if I added to it the ID of, let's say, computer science, which was this ID here, this one here. I now have a relationship between this course, this my first course, and this category. So I can actually get the data that is in that category from this course because I have a relationship. They have a relationship at that point. So going back to the way PocketBase works and the way it works with relationships, this is a direct relation. So as you can see, the course has a direct relation with the category because I can add the category primary key or the category ID to a course. And when I'm getting the course, that certain course, and I want to also get that category, not just the ID, but the value of that category, I can use this expand. So this expand is something specific to PocketBase. So I can just put here in this string category, and now when I get this certain course of this ID, I would expand the category. And as we also see, we have also these types of expansions. They are called backward expansions or backward relations, and this one works in a different way. As to the relation is not directly in this course, the relation is in this attachments and chapters collection. And now when I check my PocketBase admin again, you see we have actually not created those collections. So when we create those collections, I'll explain how they would work. But when we create those collections, like the attachments collection, the chapters collection, we would add the course ID directly to those collections or to the certain records that needs the relations to those collections. And from here we can expand it using backward expansion. So it's just a very cool thing that PocketBase allows us to do, backward expansion, and we can expand those to not just get the category that is a direct relation, but to get its attachments and the chapters as well. If you didn't understand it fully, don't worry. As we move on, you will. So let's continue. So outside of this const, I'll just put here if course dot image URL, and as you can see, because of we've added type into this, we get all of the expected types. Now I'm checking if there is an image URL. If there is, I want to do something very nice. I would say const image URL. That's not to spell image URL. So b equals to pb dot files dot get URL. And the reason why I'm running this get URL method, get URL, is because of when we save these things to PocketBase, the only thing we get is not actually the file itself, but a sort of ID of the file. So to get a full URL of the file, we need to use this get URL method. The get URL method expects two arguments, the first of which would be the record itself, and the second would be the file name. So we'll just pop in there. The first is the record, which should be this course that we've gotten, and the second would be the file name, which should be course.image URL. Then we'll now replace the former image URL with this new image URL, because this new image URL has the absolute URL. So I will now say course.image URL would be equals to image URL. And after this if block, I will just return the course. In the cache block, it's going to be very similar to the way we were handling our cache blocks. So e, and then in the block itself, I'll say const status is equals to e as client response error. You just have to import this from PocketBase, and I'll say if the status was equals to 404, meaning not found, I'll just throw error, and error will be from SvelteKit. We'll import that from svelte/kit, And the first argument will be the status code. So I'll say 404, and I'll say course does not exist. And outside the try and catch, you know what? Inside this catch, after we've done this, we can actually do something else. So we can actually just throw this error page of course does not exist, or we can redirect them. So you can redirect them back to the home page if a course does not exist. So it's your choice, whichever one you want to go with. I'll say 303 command and redirect them to the home page. Now I'll just comment this redirect because of I don't want to use the redirect. I want to show them this error page. But if you don't want to show them the error page, you can redirect them to the home page. After we are done writing this get course function, we'll write another function to get the categories. I'll just write in sync function get categories, and it's going to follow the same pattern. We'll have a try and catch block. And in the try block, I'll just write it down category this will be equals to await pb dot collection. We are targeting the categories collection, and here we'll say get full list. And the reason why we're using get full is because we want to get every single category. In the first one we used for the course, we used get one because we just want to get a single course, and as an argument we pass the course ID that we want to get. And the get full list, we don't need to pass anything as an argument because we're just getting the whole course. So I'll say get course, I'll say get full list, and here I can put my generic or my type, and the type I'm going for is the category type. So remember we've created that type. I'll just say category here, and I should import this from the categories type or the type file. Exactly. And I'll click on enter, and that should be imported by Visual Studio Code. And in this brackets, I'll just put in my curly braces because I want to add some options. And the options that I want to add is the sort option. Now I want this to sort in descending order. So the way I'll do it is just say minus created, and I want this to sort with the created field in descending order. That's basically what this is telling PocketBase to do. And after here, I'll just return the categories. And in the catch block, it's going to be very similar as well. So I can just copy this part, this status part. And in here we'll be checking for the status code, and if it's 404, we'll not be showing this error, we'll just be redirecting them, because of if we did not get any categories, then we don't want to show them that page. So I'll just say if the status is equals to 404, I'll just redirect them directly. To the home page. What we can do next is just come to this return block, and in this return block we can just say course would be await get course, and then run this. And we can do the same for the category as well. We can say categories would be await get categories. But what this would cause is going to be waterfalls. So now we're going to be fetching the courses first, and only then when we fetch the courses, we'll then fetch the categories. This could lead to a bit more loading time, and we don't want that. We want our app to be as performant as possible. So the way we'll do this, we'll use parallel data fetching method. So the way that would work, we'll just say const inside our brackets. We'll pop out the course, and after the course, it will be the categories. Then also equals to await, because we want to load this in parallel. We have to use promise.all, and we'll put in this our parentheses an array of values. The first one will be the get cost function. They have to be asynchronous functions. So I'll say get cost, call that, and the second one is going to be the categories. So I'll say get categories, and I'll call that as well. Now this will be run in parallel, and I can just pop in here directly the course at the category. So I don't need this await block here as well. And this should work just fine like this. Now if I save this, I would go to my page file itself, and in here you see we have this less data, and this less data is going to be strongly typed, so the typing will actually reflect. So I can just say data dot course dot, and as you can see we have all the types. I can go for title. I'll save this, and this reflects in my browser. As you can see, we have my first course, which is the title of this certain course that we are fetching. And I can also get the categories. I can say in each block, let's say each data dot categories as category, and in here I have like a p tag that I'm just going to cover them. Category dot name. We're having this error. Okay, it seems to have disappeared, but it's back. It's telling us the argument of type category or undefined is not assignable to parameter of type array like unknown, and that's because we have the undefined there. It's telling us that type undefined is not assignable to an each block, but it's not going to be of type undefined, so that would disappear in a minute. And now, as you can see, we have all of the categories being listed here. We have computer science, we have music, we have fitness, photography, accounting, engineering, and filming. Can get rid of all of this, and now that we know that it's actually working, we can get back to actually building the application. The first thing that I want to do here is the structure of the courses. So what I'll say is $column course would be equals to data dot course, not data transfer, data dot common data dot course, and I have cleaned up the data, the export let data, so I'll just put that back, export let data. And now from here I can get the required field, so I'll just say $column required fields would be equals to an array of all the required fields that I need. So the first required field would be course.title, that is the title. The next one would be course.description, and the reason why we keep getting this question mark before the dot is because course.title, course.description could possibly be undefined with the way we set up our data fetching. Now if you check this, you'll see that if I go back to my server file, I will see that my get course could either be a promise or undefined. So it could either be a promise of courses, or with this sign here, undefined. And we also have the same problem for categories as well. It could either be category or undefined. So in order to actually avoid this thing. It's not actually an issue, but because of I'm very sure that they would have a course and they would have a category. And if there is no course and there is no category, I don't want to show them this error page, because of having this error page is not giving way for this to be a possibility that it could probably not exist, and I don't want that. So I'll just remove this. I will comment this, and I will uncomment this redirect. So the redirect is going to be what would happen if there is an error, and I also comment this as well and just leave the redirect here as well, because of the get categories could also be undefined, and I don't want that. So I'll remove this. And now my get categories is just going to get me the categories, and my get course will just get me the course. No undefined possibility there. Now we can get rid of these question marks and we can continue. The next required field that we need would be the course image URL. Then we'll go for the course price and the category as well. And now we want to use the expansion. So if we want to expand it, we'll say course dot expand question mark dot in. And now you see we have all of this because we've actually added the types to them. So I can say I want to expand the chapters here like this. As you can see, it comes in these brackets. Then I'll say question mark dot sum, and here I would look for chapter. So when we're done with this, I'll explain what we are doing. Chapter dot is published. Yeah. Now what we are doing here is, first of all, we have an array of required fields, and the required fields are the title, the description, the image URL, the price, the category, and at least one chapter must be published. So a course can have multiple chapters. So what we are checking for here is, in the arrays of chapters, we want at least one chapter to be published. That's why we're using the sum. But if we wanted every chapter to be published before we're able to publish the course, we'll use every. So that's the difference between sum and every. So after we've typed out the required fields that we need there, I'll just type out the total fields as well. So I'll say colon $column total fields is equals to the required fields dot length. Simple. And now I'll look for the completed fields. So I'll say completed fields, and a very easy way to get all the completed fields is by saying required fields dot filter, and then I'll say boolean. Then I just want to get the length of all of them, dot length. So what I'm saying here is I'm looking for the required fields that are of truthy value. So if they are of truthy value, it means that they are not empty, simply that they have passed the test. And then I want to get the length of all of those required fields that passed the test as the completed fields. Now outside the script tag, you know what, we're not actually done. So go back inside the script tag, and now I want to create a completed text. So I would say completed text would be equals to, now I'll just put my backticks and I'll open my brackets, and in my brackets I'll put in the completed fields. So that'll be the number of completed fields, and outside that I'll put slash, and I'll open my $sign and curly braces again, and yeah, I'll put in my total fields like this. Now I want to get rid of all these spaces after this slash because it looks better as this. and that will be the completed fields. And I also want to get a boolean value of is complete. So I'll just say is complete would be equals to the required fields dot every, and then just that same method that we used last time. I'll say boolean. Now what this is complete is doing is checking if every required field returns a truth value. If it does, then this will be yes. If not, it's complete will be false. Now outside the script tag, I'll have a if block. And let me divide my screen so you can actually see what's happening. I have an if block, and in this if block, I just want to check if the course has been published. So I'll use my exclamation mark and I'll say course dot is published. So I'm checking if the course has not been published actually. And if the course has not been published, I want to put a banner or a little alert at the top. And we'll be using the alert from Shadcn-Svelte. And as I have previously said over and over, I have installed all of the components that I need for this application, because of at the beginning of building this application I was having some issues with Shadcn-Svelte. Now it seems to have been resolved. But what you are going to do now is go to Shadcn-Svelte documentation, go to the alert page, click on the CLI to add the alert components to your application, and just run that in the terminal. Since I have done it already, I don't need to run it again in the terminal. So what I will just do here is type out the alert code snippet, and since I'm using the Shadcn-Svelte VS Code extension, I can just do cnx, and cnx would pop out this, and I'll say alert, and we have all of this code. I also need to import this as well, so I'll come above everything and I'll say cni alert, and it will import that for me. And in this alert root, I want to give this a class. So I'll say bg yellow 200, a little bit of opacity, so I'll say over 80. Then I want to give this a border, and I want to make that border yellow of 300, and I don't want this to be rounded, so I'll say rounded none. Now once I save that, we get this. As you can see, we have this alert saying heads up, you can add components to your app using the CLI, and that is literally the text that we have in the title and the description. Now I want to put an icon after this, so I'll just come here above the alert title. I'll say alert triangle, and this should be from Svelte. So VS Code has decided that it will not assist us with the importation, so we'll do it ourselves. I'll just give this a class of size 4, and I'll go above here to my imports, and I'll write import open curly braces alert triangle from Svelte. And once I save that, the triangle icon should pop up. And as you can see for yourself, we have the icon there. Now for the title, we would leave it as it is, but for the description, we would change the text that we have there. So in the description, I'll just type this course is unpublished, and let's not use JavaScript to be able to type in here. I'll say unpublished. There's the like this. It will not be visible to students, and I'll just save this. And after that if block, I will have a div, and in that div, I'll give this div first of all a class of P6, so padding all round of 6, and not 64, 6. So in that div, I will have another div. This div would have class of flex item center justify between, and inside that div again I will have an h1 that says course setup. So let me save that and see how that looks. Now we have this course setup. I want this course setup text to be larger, so I'll give this x1 a class, and I'll just type in text 2XL font medium. Now that should be larger and thicker. Right after the h1 I'll have a span, and this span will have a class attributes, and we'll say text xsm test muted foreground, and in the span I'll say complete all fields, and in that complete all fields I'll put in my completion text, or my completed text actually. So this one right here, so I just copy it and I'll paste it right here, and I'll save that, and we should have that reflect in our browser. Yeah, complete all fields 1/6, because of we actually have the title at this moment, so we have one field actually completed. Now as you can see, we have the course setup and the complete on field having this little thing of being by their side, and that's because of rising flex. So the complete setup is on one side and the complete all fields on the other side. I don't actually want that, so I'll just wrap that h1 and the span in one div. And when I save that, they should come together like that. And now I'll just give this div some classes. I'll say I also want to make this a flex container, but flex column, and I want to give this a gap y of 2. Once I save that, that should look a lot better. Nice. Now outside of this div, the container covering the h1 and the span tag, I want to add an action. So the two actions we'll be adding is the ability to delete the course and to publish and unpublish the course. So before we actually build that action, because the action is going to be a component itself, I will just have a comment here saying actions, like so. And this will remind us to add the actions here. So we can come out of this whole div here, but still inside this div of p6. I'll have another div, and this div would have class, and this will be a grid container. This will be a grid columns, so grid cols 1. That will be for the mobile screens. Then on MD, this will be grid cols 2, and gap 6 empty 16. And in the div we have another div, and inside that div we have another div, and this div would have a class of flex item center gap x2. And in this div we're going to have two things. We're going to have a course badge component, so I'll say icon badge, BADGE, and here would have an h2 that would say customize your course. This h2 have a couple of classes as well. I just give this a larger text, so say text Excel. When I save this, You see it reflect in the browser, say customize your course. And what I want in this icon badge is just a little icon at the side of this customize your course. Two ways you can go about this is actually just creating the icon here of in this place. But the thing now is I want to reuse this certain type of style that I'll be given to this icon in multiple places. So the best way to go about this is actually creating a new component and adding that icon there, and then creating it in a way that it will be reusable for multiple use cases and reusing it in every other scenario that I will need to use it. So I come to the components folder, and in the components folder I'll create another component called icon badge dot svelte. Now things might get very funny, so I would really like for you to follow me along closely. The first thing that I'm going to do here is actually import some things that we need. So I'll say import TV and type variant props. This will be from Tailwind variants. Now you don't really have to worry about whether Tailwind variant is installed or not. It would be installed if you used the Shadcn-Svelte CLI to set up Shadcn-Svelte. But if you didn't, then you're going to have to install this manually. And after that, I want to create an icon variant. So this is because of I want to be able to have different types of icon. I want to have a default icon. I want to have a success icon. I want to have different sizes. I want to have like a normal size. I want to have like a large size. And I want to be able to add variants. And I also want to use this opportunity to show you how to create variants. So this is a very similar way that Shadcn-Svelte goes about creating these components. So if I go to the button component of Shadcn-Svelte, you'll see that here we have variants. This is button variants. So if I click on this button variants, it's basically what we have here. We have this. I'm not supposed to click on it, but we have this button variants here, and in here we have this TV. So that is the TV that we're importing, and that's just a utility that Tailwind variants gives to us for us to create variants. So the first thing here is the base. So the base style, and then we can add the variants. Now we have the destructive variants, we have the outline variants, and those will be the styles for the actual variants. We have the secondary, this will be the styles for it. We have the ghost, this will be the link, and this will be the styles, and then this is the default, and this will be the styles. We have this for the size as well. For the default, we have the styles. For the small, we have the styles. For the large, we have the style, and for the icon, we have the styles. And we can now say default variants will be the variant and the size, and we put the name of the default variants that we want, and it was the default. And that's how easy it is to create very reusable components using Tailwind variants. So going back to our icon badge, we'll be following that method of creating variants. So I'll just say const icon variants would be equals to TV. If you remember, that was how they started, TV, and then in here we'll have curly braces, and the first thing will be base, and for base we'll have rounded, full, flex, items, center, and then justify center. After the base, we can start adding the variants. So I'll say variants, and in here our first variant will be variants. And we'll just say the default. Again, following the way Shadcn-Svelte build theirs, we'll say default. And the default does not have to be named default, so just so you know. But again, because I want to follow Shadcn-Svelte pattern, I'm going to call this default. As a BG sky 100 and text sky 700. Then we'll have for success, this will be BG emerald 100, That's not spell emerald. Yeah, VG. I'm missing an E here. Always missing one thing. VG emerald, and then this will be text emerald 700. And the second variance we'll be having will be the size variance. So I'll say size, and we'll have default. The default the stars will be P2 H10 and width 10. So we can do H10 and width 10. Another thing we can do is just use size directly now. So size 10. Then we can go for SM here. I can say P1 and size will just be 6 instead of 10. And now, outside of the variance, I'll now say default variance would be for the variance. I'll say it to be default because of that's what I'm following. And as for the size variance, it's going to be default as well. Now, outside of this icon variance that we created, I'll say type icon variance would be equals to variant props. Variant props would be from Tailwind variant to be a type of Tailwind variant which we actually exported or imported, sorry, at the beginning of the file. So I'll just say variant ports, and I'll say yeah type of icon variant. So what I'm doing here is just creating this type from the icon variants directly. So I could have either hard coded this, or I can just let variant props infer the type for me, just like the way we did for Zod as well. So now this will have the type. Like if I over this, you can see we have the TypeScript typing for the variant and the size. Now see here, type props will be equals to the icon variant type and icon will be component type, which should be from Svelte, and here will be icon, and icon will be from Lucid Svelte, because it's going to be the Lucid Svelte icons that we'll be using. And after that, I can say type $$ props will be equals to the prop that we just defined. And it seems like component type was not actually imported, so let's try and import this again. Now after that, we can say export let variant is a type $$ props, open your square brackets, variant, and to be equals to default. I'll do the same for the size as well. So I'll say export let size, and this here will be size, and to be default. And we'll do the same for the icon, but for the icon we won't add a default. So say export let icon. For the prop, we'll say icon. So in this div tag, we just have a svelte component. I'll say svelte column component, and to be a self-closing tag, and this would be from icon that we are defining as a prop here. And in the class, we'll just use cn. So we'll open our curly braces on cn, and we're going to have to import cn. Remember, cn is that utility function that we defined in our utilities file or that Shadcn-Svelte defined or created for us. Now in this CN, I'll just say, first of all, icon variant, and in icon variant, I'll put my curly braces and put the variant and the size. Just like that, we created a completely reusable icon badge component. So I'll make sure I save every file by doing Ctrl K S, and then I would divide my screen so we can actually see the screen, and I'll use this component now. So going back to the page, I can now come to this icon badge comment, and I'll remove this, and I'll import the actual icon badge component. Okay, so Visual Studio Code again does not want to help us to import this, so we'll import this ourselves. And I'll say above here, import icon badge from $lib / components / icon badge.svelte. And once I save that, you should see this pop in our browser beside the customize your course text. And if I go back to the icon badge, you see this red line because of we are expecting the icon prop, but it's missing. So we just say icon is equals to curly braces, and here we'll pop in the icon that we want to use. So the icon this time around would be the layout dashboard. And ARD, and I'll just import this from Svelte so I can put it beside this alert triangle and there. And once I save this, you'll see the icon pop inside that circle, and here I can actually use those variants that I added. So I can say size, and by default the size will give us the default that we set. So if I go back to the icon badge, if you don't add this size property, we get the default. But if you want to use something else, we can just add it and use the other ones we want to use. So for example, now I want to use SM. I can come here and I'll just write SM. And the good thing is here that we get auto completion. So when I write SM, I save that, you'll see the icon gets smaller. And if I remove this, just use the default styles for me. So this is a very nice way of creating reusable components. That's why I decided to show you. And when we've created this div, just outside of it, I want to add a couple of components. Here I would add the title form component, I would add the description form, I will add the image form, and I'll add the category form. But I don't want to begin creating those components but until I have created this whole file. So what I'll be doing is just using comments to identify the places that I need to add these components. So first of all, the first component we'll have here will be the title form component. So I'll just write title form. The second component we'll have here will be the description form component here, and you'll have the image form components here as well, and we'll also have the category form component as well. Now outside this div that will be covering this icon div and the components as well, we'll create another div, and that div would have a class of space y6. So I just say class space y6, and inside that div would have another div, and inside that div would have another div, and this div would be a flex container. So we'll just get a class of flex items center and gap x2. Now in this div we'll have something very similar to one we have here, so we can just copy this whole thing here and we'll paste it right inside here. And we'll have to change some things. The first of all, we need to change the icon. So I'll change the icon from the layout dashboard to the list checks icon. Sorry, checks. And I'll just import this from this field by adding it into these curly braces, like so. And I'll change the text as well. Instead of having customize your courses, I'll write course chapters. Course chapters like this, and I'll save that. And I don't need to make this capital letter here, so the C could be small letter. I feel like it looks better that way. And that's not a special chapter anymore. So outside of the div that is covering the icon badge and the course chapter, like, can you believe how I spelled course? I forgot the O. Alright, so outside of the div, as I said, I want to create another component. So I'll just use comments to signify that I need to put the components there. I'll just say the chapter form component would be here. We'll create that later. Now outside this div covering the div that is covering the icon badge and also the chapter form component, I would come out of that and I'll create another div. Now in this div would have another div, and this div would have a class of flex, item center, and gap x2. Very similar to the way we are doing this. And if you know the drill now, we could just copy this so we don't have to rewrite it again. Paste it here and just change the icon and the text. So the icon we'll be using this time would be the circle $ icon. Sign, and I'll just copy this and I'll import this from SvelteKit. And I'll change the text from course chapters to sell your course. And I can just copy this whole div since we're already getting the whole drill. I'll copy this whole div, but before I actually paste this here, outside of this div would have another component here. So signify this with comments, and I'll say price form, and it will come out of that div. And we'll paste this one right here, and we'll just change this time. We'll change the icon, so from circle $ to file, and we can just copy file and paste it directly in this curly braces here. So it will be imported from SvelteKit. So we can also change the text from sell your course to resource and attachments, or resources and attachments. Instead of using and, we could just use this sign. It's better. And this is supposed to be C and not S. So save this, and this should change from course chapters to resources and attachments. And outside this div for the resources and attachments, we'll have another component here, and this component is going to be the attachment form. So I'll just say attachment form. Now that we are done with that, let's just look at how the structure is right now. You can see that this thing is in 2 columns, and that's because of, at the beginning, we identify the parent or the container as a grid container. So right here, it's a grid container, and from the medium screens to the larger screens, it's going to be a 2-column grid, but on the smaller screen, it's going to be a 1-column grid. So if I increase my screen width, or my screen size, sorry, you see that it becomes 1 column and it stacks on top of each other. And the reason for this is so that it can be responsive on mobile screens. So now let's move on by creating each of these components, starting from the title form component. Now open your Explorer and go to your components folder, and in your components folder create a new component called title form .svelte. Remember, to make it a svelte component, it has to have the extension .svelte. And I'll just do sfc to get the script and a div, which is a little element I created by myself, and we can begin. So, and the container div and the class attributes would give this a class of 6, margin top 6, sorry. Let's give this a border. Yeah, get this bg muted, rounded md. Let's go with md and p4. We'll save this and we'll go back to our plus page as felt, and we'll remove this title form here and replace it with the title form component. And we can just import this from where we created it. Just make sure it's imported. Let's take a quick look, and yeah, title form right here. Save this and go back to the title form components. Now we can see it while we build it. Indent here, and in this div we have another div. This div will have a class. We'll say font medium. Let's go with medium. Flex item center justify between, and in this div we'll have the title, which is course title. Save this and we should have that. Nice. Now still in that div, we want to add like a button, to like an edit button where we'll click in and then it toggles the edit state, so, or the edit UI. So we'll say button. I can use my CNX button, and I would come to the script tag and say CNI button. And in this button, I would have an on click, so on column click, and you right here would have a toggle edit function that would create right here. So let's come up and create a toggle edit function. First of all, we'll say let is editing is equals to false, and we'll say function toggle edit would be just toggling is editing to the what its opposite was. So I'll say is editing, like so. So now if editing was false, it will become true. If it was true, it will become false. Now going back to this button, we want to give this a type. So I'll say type of button and a variant of ghosts. Now in this buffing we'll have an if block. So I'll say if is editing, I say cancel. Sorry, I will spell cancel wrongly every single time. Cancel. And else, and I want to show the it's editing or edit title text. I'll say edit title, and I also want to have like a little icon, so I'll just put the pencil icon to indicate that it's editable. So I'll say pencil, and pencil will be from Lucy Svelte, so I can just click here and I'll give this a let's give this a size of 4, so that'll be a width of 4 and a height of 4. So size 4 and margin right 2. Save this, and we're having an error saying that, and let's read what the error is saying. It's saying attempting to close an element that was not open. And let's take a look at this to see where that error is coming from. As you can see, the if block is open but it's not closed, so we need to close this if block. Come here, now say if, save, and this error should disappear now. Now we have this edit title button, and when we click on it, we'll get to cancel. When we click on cancel, we toggle and we get to edit title. That's the functionality that I wanted. Now let's move beyond that. Outside this div that is covering the button and the course title, we'll have another if block. So we'd say if is editing is true, so that is exclamation mark is editing, because remember initially is editing would always be false. So if is editing is true, then sorry, if is editing is false, so meaning that if we have is editing to be false, that is this state it is in currently. That was a silly mistake that I made. This just says is editing is false. No matter what I declared is editing is initially, whether it's true or false. This says if is editing is false. Now if is editing is false, what we want to do here is just have this p tag, and this p tag would have the title. So you can see this, that's right, this is the title. We'll replace that with what we need, and we'll get rid of this curly braces because of the thing this is supposed to be JavaScript, but we'll replace that in due time. And in this p tag would have text sm margin top of 2. Save that, and this is how the title will have it. This is the title, and now we'll have our else. So we'll say else. That means is editing is true. Now we'll have our form, and this action is going to be slash teacher slash courses slash the course ID. So I'll just say ID here for now, then slash question mark slash, and the named action we'll be targeting will be update title. So we'll say update title, and after the action we'll have a method, and the method will be post, uppercase post, and we'll give this class of space y4 and margin top 4. And since we are using the form, remember we are using SvelteKit super forms to undo all our forms. So we'd come into our script tag, and just above all of this, but below the imports, I would say, let's say export let data. And this export let data is not the same export let data that we use when we're using the plus page, the svelte file. This is just a property or a prop which we can name anything, but I'm just deciding to name it data. So I'll say export let data would be just like so, and then I'll say const form is equals to super form, and that's going to be from SvelteKit super form. And in here, the first thing here will be the data, and the second thing here will be the options. And in the options, we can have our validator, which we can pop in our Zod schema. So let's create the Zod schema for this. So I'll go here, I'll go to our schema file, and if you remember, we have the Zod schema already created, this title schema right here. So I can just go back and say title schema, and just make sure that imports correctly. Good. And we're having this issue here. It's saying that we can't directly put in this title schema. We need to put in the adapter. If you remember, we've been using that pattern. So I'll say Zod client, because we're using a Zod validation, and that error should go away. and we'll put comma right here. Don't put it like that. Seems like the result client did not import. Okay. Now, in order to make this data strongly typed, I just come here, say column to be of type super validated. Then we use the infer, and the infer is going to be from SvelteKit superforms. Yeah. And in that infer, we can put in our title schema. And this title schema is going to be a type from the title schema itself. So we need to create this. So I'll come above this and I'll say type title schema would be equals to type of, and then we pop in our title schema here. And now any error that we should have had would disappear, just like that. And after doing this, I can destructure from form some couple of things that I need, like enhance and form data and delayed submitting and so on and so forth. So I'll say equals to form, and from here I'll get form as well. But remember, form and form, we can't have two of the same name, so I'll have to rename this to form data. Yeah, I'll get enhance, I'll get delayed, I'll get submitting. Now I can go back to our form component and just break this into multiple lines. And you see the place that we put this ID. What I can do is remove this, open my curly braces, and I'll use the page store itself to get the params that we need. So I'll just use $sign page, and page will be imported from app/store. So I'll just come above everything here. I say import page from $sign app/stores, and I can use the page store, and the page is a store, and that's the reason why we have the sign in front of it. So say page dot params dot course, not this, course ID, and I'll save that, and no error should occur. Okay, error did occur. But let's just keep on going. So we have this no form data sent to superform, make sure blah blah blah, and that's because of we actually aren't sending any form data yet. But let's continue. After this method, we can have an action for enhance. So say use enhance like so. Now in this form field, we start adding our fields that we need, and I don't want to rewrite this whole thing, so I can go to my login page. I have written this already, and I'll just copy that field part and I'll reuse it. I'll paste it right there. But the schema part is going to be wrong, so what I need here is the title schema, or the title field, sorry. I also need to import form itself, so I'll come above here, and my CNI doesn't work for form, I just remembered. I'll write this import asterisk as form from $sign lib slash components slash UI slash form. Save. And now we need to also import the input as well. My CNI will work on the input probably, so I'll say CNI input like that. And now we're having this error because email does not exist on the schema. The only thing that exists on the schema is title, correct? And I'll change the label as well from to title. This time I would also add a placeholder on my input. Yeah, I would say, just give an example. Advanced web development. And after the field, still inside the form tag, I'll have a div. And this div would have class flex item center gap x2. And inside this div would have the form button. Alright, form dot button. And in here I'll have my if block, because I want to check for delayed, so we can add the loading spinner. So I'll say if like this, and I'll say $sign delayed loader 2, and this loader 2 is going to be from, I always make that mistake. Loader 2 is going to be from Lucy's fault, and the class would add here would be size 6 animate spin. Terrible spelling. Size, for God's sake. Then we'll have else. And if delayed is false, we'll just say save. And we'll save this whole file. And we'll go back to our page, so our plus page, not this one, the one for the course ID. Yeah. Now we need to add to this data props the form that is being returned from the server for this title form component. So as you can see, if I over the data, the type that we are expecting, the type for this data that we are expecting is, it's not working now, but it's this type that we added here. This super validate infer the title schema. It's going to be this title form that we're returning from the server. So let's do that now. Let's go to our server file, our plus page of server.ts. So below this promise.all that we got here, I would say write const title form will be equals to await super validate, and the first argument for super validate will be course. And the reason why this time the first argument is this course that we're returning from that we are getting from PocketBase, because of I want this to give me the title form default value. So since we've added the title form before, I want that when I load the page, I'll be able to see the default value of title form, or the initial value or previous value of title form. So I can actually just do course dot title here, but because we're using SvelteKit super forms, it knows which one to add here. All it needs to do is just the JSON that we are returning or we are adding to this super validate should just partially match the schema. That's all it needs, and it will know what to add. So the schema that is going to be Zod. So we're using the Zod adapter, remember. So we just need to import that. And inside the Zod adapters parentheses, we'll say title schema, like that. And in this return, we can return the title form as well. And going back to our plus page of Svelte file, in this data, we can write data.title title form. If you remember, that's actually what we are returning. Let's say title form. Now we're having this internal error. Let's just save everything and see the way it looks like when we saved the plus page of Svelte file and the plus page of server.cs file as well. Now we are still getting an error, and that should be in this on the server because of it's an error of 500. So let's check the server file well, and you see that super validate is not actually being imported. So let's make sure you actually import super validate from SvelteKit super forms. Sorry. So we'll go back to the plus page of Svelte file, save every file, and see the way it looks now. And now the error persists, and this time you're having this error here saying that type super validate any is not assignable to super validate title. So since it's 500, it's probably from the server. So go back to the server file, and title schema is actually not being imported as well. So import title schema. Let's see this file first of all. Make sure that we check that everything is being imported. Okay, categories. Because title schema is actually not still being imported. You know what? We'll write this by hand. Paste right there, right here, title schema. And now I'll save this file, and the error should go away in a second. And as you can see, the error has disappeared, and just make this full screen. When I click on this edit title button, you see that we have this form, and if I click on cancel, it disappears. And I can actually edit the title, but if I click on save, nothing will happen because we don't have the form actions yet. So let's do that next. So in the server file, we just have our actions. So I can use my little emit and say kit actions. I'll get rid of the parts that I don't need. And remember the name of this action. So the name we gave to it was, if I remember, update title. So that's the name I'm going to use. Under here, I'll write update title, and in synchronous function, synchronous arrow function actually. And in here I'll get event, and from event I'll destructure locals, and from locals I'll destructure PocketBase PB. I say const equals to event, and from here I'll get locals, and from locals I'll get PB. And I also get params from here as well. So I'll say params. And to get a course ID, I'll just structure it from params. I'll say course ID is equals to params. Under that, I'll write const form is equals to await super validate. First argument would be event. Second would be the schema. So I'll just write here Zod, and I'll put the title schema. Under that, I'll check for the form validity or the form valid status. I'll say if exclamation form dot valid return fill, and fill will be from SvelteKit. The status code will be 400, and in this curly braces we return the form. Remember, you always have to return the form except you are redirecting. And I say my try and catch block would come in here, just like so. I'll turn this error to just A, and in the try block I'll write await pb dot collection we're targeting now is the courses collection, and we want to just update the title. So I'll say dot update, and the course that I want to update to just pop in the ID. So I'll say course ID, and we'll say form dot data, and from the data just contains the title, so it's just the title that would be edited or updated. And I'll say return message, and message will be from SvelteKit superforms, and the first argument will be the form, the second will be the message text. So I'll say, so I'll just write successfully updated course title or something like that. Updated I think that's nice. And in the catch block, very similar to the one we have on the login page. So I'll just go here and I'll copy this instead of rewriting this. This is not where we want to be. We want to be here, and in this catch block, I'll paste that. I need to import client response error, and for the error message, we won't do it this format. We'll get rid of this here. In fact, we'll get the error message directly from PocketBase. So we'll say message, and because of message and message are the same name, don't want the same name. You're not allowed the same name. So I say error. Rename this to error message. So after message, after we've added the form as the first argument in the message, the second argument will be error message, and the third one will be an option. So just say status, and the status that we'll be using will be 400 for this case. Let's make sure that this message function is being imported. Yeah, it is. And now I can save this file, and I can try to update this title and see how it goes. Back to our browser, let's check out how this would go. So let's try and actually update the course title. So currently we have this is the title as the title, which is not what we want. So we want the title that is being gotten from PocketBase backend or from our server, whatever. So I'll go to that title form component, and in this place that we have, this is the title. I just remove this, my curly braces there, and I'll write data dot title. And the best part about all this is that it is strongly typed. Now saving this, we should have right here the title that we initially used to create this course, which is my first course. And clicking on the edit button, editing this title should edit this title basically. So say my first course, and I'll just say edited, and I'll click on save, and it saves it. But you see that we still have this my first course showing. But when we remove this, we have my first course edited right now. But when we go back to our edit, we have my first course, and this shouldn't be so. So I'll teach you, or I'll show you how to fix this issue. So one way of fixing this, because of the only time this would actually update is when I refresh the browser. So if I refresh the browser, now that the browser has been refreshed, you see that now it shows my first course edited. I don't like that format. I want it that when I change this title, it reflects here instantly once it saves. One way of doing it would be changing the reset form options to false. And in the past, for SvelteKit platforms, it usually was that, but now it has been changed. So we can just easily come here and say reset form and say false. Save that. And now when we edit this, you should see it's changed. So say edit to, so we can just say edit and then put 2 there, signify that this is the second time we're editing. And then when I save that, you see that it doesn't change back to my first course edit, it remains at 2. And when I cancel this, it shows my first course edit 2. And if I come here, I can write edit 3 and save that, it shows my first course edit 3. And if I cancel here, it shows my first course edit 3 as well. That's what I like. And the other thing that I don't like about this experience is right now when I click on edit title and I edit the title, once I click on this save and it was successfully edited, I want to have a notification telling me that this course was successfully edited and I want to be moved from this state. So its editing should move to false. So I can just see this, my first course edited, whatever title that was. So the way we do that is by using the onUpdated method. So under this reset, we'll use onUpdated, and it's a method. So let's call it like this. And in here we can destructure form. And in the block or in the curly braces, I can have an if statement. I'll say form dot message. So I'm searching if there is a message being returned, and if there is, I also want to check if the form is actually valid. So I'll say form dot valid, and I would put my exclamation mark in front of that. And if the form was valid, I'll just open a toast notification here. I'll say toast dot error. I mean, if the form was invalid. I don't know, I keep making these silly mistakes. And this is not how to spell message, for God's sake. I'm getting tired of my own bad spellings at this point. So I'll say toast dot error, and in here I'll just put form dot message. That is the message being returned. And remember, we don't have toast being imported, so we need to import toast. So I'll just import toast from Svelte sooner. And if it was actually valid, I'll come down here and I'll say if form dot valid. Actually, I just literally just written else, but I have to write another if block. Anyways, it will work the same. So I'll now check if the form is actually valid. I'll now say toast dot success. Form dot message. And in here, if it's successful, I want to toggle the is editing state, just like the way I said earlier. I just put my toggle edit function here, and I'll save this whole thing. And now let's test this out one more time. So click on edit title button, and I'll just say this title has been edited, and I'll click on save. And once I save it, we have this toast notification telling me that successfully updated course title, and the course title has been changed to this title has been edited. And that is exactly what we wanted. Now that we are done with the title component, let's move on to the next component. And the next component would be the description form component. So let's create that. Our components folder, description form.svelte, SFC there. Right here, this is the description component, and in here I'll remove this description form comment and I'll replace it with the component itself. So description form, and I would import that like so. Make sure that I actually imported description form. Now let's go back and let's start building this component. Now this component is going to be similar to the title component but with some little differences. So let's begin with this container div, and in here we would have a class, and the classes that it would have would be mt6, a border, a bg, muted, rounded md, p4. And in this div we'll have another div. This div would have class, see font, medium, flex, item center, justify, between. And in this div would have course description. We can make this div smaller, it looks better like that. And in this, after course description, we'll have a button, and the button is going to be the button component from Shadcn-Svelte. So we'll just import that. I could use CNI button to import the button component, and in this button we'll have an if block, or a if block. It's actually an if because of if starts with I, and I is a vowel. Okay, in the button, the if block is going to go like so. If is editing, so we're going to also create that variable. let is editing is equals to false, and let's create a function to actually toggle is editing like the way we did the last time. Function toggle edit, and yeah, I'll say is editing is equals to its opposite is editing. And now going back to the if block in the button component, I can say if is editing, and I want to have the cancel text, else I have a pencil icon, and this class size 4, margin right 2, and then the text of edit description. Just make sure that we actually import this pencil icon. Now I'm going to divide my screen so we can see the browser. And once I save this, we should see the changes reflect in the browser. So I'll just save every other file as well. So I'll type Ctrl KS. And now we have this edit description component being built. But I don't like this way this button is. I want this to be a variant of Ghost. Save that, and that should change. Now let's move on. Outside of the div covering the button, we'd have another if block. I'll say if is, what am I typing? Is editing is false. So if is editing is false, I'll have a p tag, and this p tag would have either the description, or if the description does not exist, we'll have a default text of no description. So the way I'll do this is just something like this. I'll write no description, yeah, but I'll have a comment so we can be reminded to add that. I'll say add initial or default description. I'll leave this like this, and in this p tag I will have a class, and this class will have text sm margin top 2 and break all. Make this encapsulator, looks better that way. Save that, and we should see no description there. So, and we'll have an else, and here is where we'll put the form. So I will just put my form here, my form tag, and then we can start building the form with SvelteKit super forms and form snaps. The first thing here is to add the action. So the action will be slash teacher slash courses slash the course ID, which you can get from the page store directly. So I'll say page, and I'll import this page from app slash stores. But remember, this page is the store itself, so I'll put $sign in front of that, and I'll say dot params dot course ID, and after that, the closing curly braces, I'll put a slash, question mark, slash, and then the name of the action, which would be update description. That's not how to spell description, sorry, DES. and I'll scroll back up and I'll start building the form with SvelteKit super forms. I would first initialize SvelteKit super forms. Let's see, const form is equals to super form from SvelteKit super forms, and in here what we want to pass here is the form itself, which we are calling data. So I'll just come here and say export let data above here, export let data, and this will be of type super validated, and we use infer, and infer will be from SvelteKit super forms as well. And in here we'll just open here to pop in the type, so it's going to be of type description schema. So let's create the description schema. The way we'll create the description schema is going to be very similar to the way we created the title schema, by just picking it from the course schema. So I'll just duplicate this here, rename this title schema to description. Again, made the same mistake with S and C, description schema. And for course pick, would not pick the title but only the description. True. All right, let's move on. So going back to the description, but let's check this one more time. I think I have an typo here, a spelling error, and I was missing in the description schema spelling. Okay, we can go back now, and in here I can just say type, just a type of description schema, and we'll import description schema from our schema file like that. And now in these super forms I can just pop in data like that, and after the data would have options. First option to be our validators option, like so, and here will be the Zod client, because we are using Zod as our validation library. And in here would be the schema, which in our case is description schema. Again, the same mistake with S and C, description schema, like that. And just something similar to that we did with the title schema, or the title forms form, sorry. I can copy this unupdated, because if I want to show the sooner component, so I'll paste this here, and here I'm checking for if form.message exists, and if the form is invalid I want to show the error. If the form is valid I want to show success, and I want to toggle edit. We need to import toast, so I can just come here and let Visual Studio Code import Svelte sooner for me. Now that we've done that, we want the structure from this form a couple of things, and it's going to be basically identical to this that we did here in the title form component, so I can just copy and paste that as well. And moving on down to the form back, we can go to the form tag and give this a method of posts, and say use enhance. It is class space y4 margin top 4, and in here we'll start popping in the fields. This we would only have one field, which should be the description field, but it's going to be a very similar again to what we have here. So I can just copy this In fact, copy the button with the loader and everything. Just copy this whole thing and paste it inside here. And we're going to need to import the form component. So I'll copy this as well and paste it above here. We have some other things we're going to need to copy, like the loader 2 icon. So I'll scroll up and I'll pop this here after the pencil icon in Lucid Svelte. And we also need the input as well. Now for the description, we won't be using the input but text area. So I can just write here text with the capital letter T. And this is going to be from Shadcn-Svelte. AREA, like so. And I would add this there, and I'll also add this with the placeholder as well. So just the whole thing. I'll change the placeholder to this course is about dot dot dot, and the form data will change from title dot to description. And we'll change this as well on the name for title, and this as well on the label. And we'll just delete this input. The next thing that we're going to want to do here is to actually return data from the server file. So I'll go back to the page and see that we're expecting one prop data, and data will be equals to data dot description form. We are not yet returning description form, so let's do that. But spell this correctly. Go to the server file and actually return description form. So yeah, just like the way we are doing for the title form, we'll be doing for the description form. So I'll just duplicate this and I'll call this description form. And yeah, we'll not be putting the title schema, we're putting the description schema. Just make sure that imports correctly. Yes, it does. And now we can return description schema after we've returned title form. Save this, and if we go back to the plus page.swell file and see that the error has disappeared, I can go back to our descriptions forms components. I'll just Ctrl K S to save every unsaved file, and I'll see how this is looking in the browser. So right now we're having this 500 internal error, but the browser is reloading, so let's give it a second. And now we have the description form component pop up, and I'll click on edit description and nothing works. So the edit description button isn't actually doing anything, and that's because of we have not hooked in a action for when we click on the button. So let's do that now. The action that we are going to be adding for the onClick event is going to be this toggle edit function here. So I can just come to the button and say on:click toggle edit. Save that. And now let's try out the edit description button. When I click here, I should have this form. And when I click on cancel, I should have the no description once more. Now what I want for this no description text is for this to be the default text when there is no description. But when there's a description, I want to show the text. What I will do now is come back to where we have this comment saying add initial or default description. And yeah, we'll just get rid of this comment and we'll say data dot, remember data is from this prop right here. So we'll say data dot description, or if there is no description, then we'll show this no description text. So I'll copy this. I'll paste this here for when there is no description. So if this results to null or undefined, we'll show this. And for the styling as well, I also want to change some things. So when there is no description, I want to make it a little bit gray and italic. So I'll use CN again. So I'll just put my curly braces here. I'll pop in CN, and CN will cover this in parentheses. Make sure that CN is imported, and we could just use the auto import like this. And now after this, we can just put our curly braces there and say text muted foreground. Yeah. And this should apply if there is no description. Nice. Now let's add the action so that we can actually edit the description. First of all, we need to remember the name we named this action. So update description, and go back to the server file. So right after the update title, sorry, right after the update title, you can say comma and you can say update description, and we'll also put an asynchronous arrow function here. And in the parentheses, we can get event, and from event, we can do structure as usual. So we can just say const is equals to event, and from event, I'll get locals, and from locals, I'll get PB. And I also want to get a course ID. So I'll the structure params from here as well. And from params, I can destructure course ID. And now I can check whether the form was valid, but first I have to initialize this. So I'll say form is equals to await super validate. I put here in the event, and then I put our Zod adapter, and I put our Zod schema description schema. I can check if it was invalid. And if that was true, I just want to return fill, and its status code will be 400, and we'll return the form here. And outside of that if block, I have my try and catch block. And in the try, let's say await PB as collection. I'm targeting the courses collection, and here I'll say update, and I want to update the course ID, and in here I'll put form.data for it to update the data, the description, because in form.data is basically just only the description. So if I use this, you see that's just the description we have. So that will update only the description. And now I can come down here and say return message. First argument will be the form, and the second will be the message itself. So I can say successfully updated course description. And for the error, it will basically be the same as the error we have for the title action. So I can just copy the error block and paste it and replace it with this one here. Now we can check out the description functionality and see whether it would work. Now going to the edit description button, click here and let's type in this is a description for our course. Now, don't mind my terrible spelling. You should already be used to it. So I'll click on save. And here we see successfully updated course description. We see this is a description for our course. But when I click on this edit description button, I don't see that text there. But that's what I want. I want that when I, even if this is here, when I click on this description button or edit description button, I want the text to be here and I can just edit it and things like that. The only time it's going to come here is when I refresh this and then it would pop there. And I don't like that style. So remember, if you remember the fix that we did in the, if you remember the fix we did in the title component for the forms, we just added this reset forms to false. But instead of having this for every single form that we want this functionality to be, there's a different way that I'll go about it to make this basically global for every single form that we create. For this, you're going to have to go to your vite.config.js or ts file, and in here, just under this plugin part, just write define and super forms, and this must all be in uppercase, super forms underscore legacy, and then you say true. And right now, SvelteKit and Vite will understand what's happening. So the best thing to do in this situation is to basically cut your terminal. When you cut the terminal, you can start it again. And I did not spell legacy correctly, so it's legacy, not legacy. And we can run the terminal one more time. You can save this file, refresh this, and the terminal should start up at any moment. Because we're having some funny errors, but let's run this one more time. And let's refresh the browser. Go. I was basically waiting for the terminal to run, and then I tapped the refresh button. Immediately I saw this pop up, and now it's working. And let's test this one more time. So I'll come here and I'll say test description. And what's going to happen when we save this is that description should change to test description, correct? And then when I click on edit description, I should see test description as the initial text in the text area field, exactly the way I want it. So now we are done with the course title component. We are done with the description component. Now let's move on. And the next component that I would be dealing with here would be the image form component. So let's build this out. This one is actually going to be a very interesting one. So let's begin. By now you should know the drill. Move to our components folder, create a new component. We'll call it image form. An image form will be of extension Svelte SFC. And I'll come down here and write this is the image form component, and I'll go back to the page and I'll replace this comment with that component image form, and just make sure that imported correctly. So image form, yeah, we go back to that component. And if you don't know what I'm doing, I'm basically toggling between two files. So that's Control P to see this, and you can just tap Control P again to move. So I can just do Control P to toggle between two files. And yeah, I'll just remove this text because we don't need this now anymore. But let's actually visualize that this is actually showing. So I'll save all these files, just make sure that this is actually showing, the component is actually being shown exactly. This is the image form component. And I'll come to the class and I'll say mt6 border bg muted because we want that background color, and rounded md. This gives a p of 4, cardinal round of 4. Get rid of this text, we don't need this text anymore. And in this div we have another div, and that div will have class, say font medium, flex, item center, justify between. Inside our div we'll have course image text, After that, we'll have the button from Shadcn-Svelte. Just make sure we import that in our script tag here. So I'll say CNI button, and in this button would have an if block. But before we create the if block, let's write down some variables that we'll be needing. So I'll say let is editing is equals to false. I'll say let file input be of type file list or null. I'll say let uploading be equals to false, and spell it wrong again. And I'll create my toggle function. I'll say function is toggle edit. I'll get rid of this part and I'll just inverse. So I'll say is editing is equals to its opposite is editing. Now going back to that button, my if block right here. If, and I'll say if is editing. You know what I'm typing sometimes. I'll put cancel. Okay, I don't want that to pop out when I press enter. That's why I'm clicking outside. And I'll say else. But this cell is going to be else if. So I'll say if else if there is no image URL. So this image URL will be a prop. So just above the import, I'll say export let image URL be of type. Don't need that space. Be of type string or undefined. Now say else if there is no image URL, and if there is no image URL, then that means they have no image has been added. I'll just put the plus circle from Svelte. Give them some class. Say size 4, margin right 2, and in after that plus circle, I'll just say add. I always say I will just say, but I'm typing, so it's not I will just say. It's I will just type. I will just type add an image. No, I will just say. I don't know why I keep saying that. And after this, I'll write not say. I'll write else, and for the else, that means this was not this wasn't true and this wasn't true as well. So it would result to the else. When it comes to the else, we'd have the pencil icon, pencil, and we import pencil from Svelte as well. I'll put here class. Are you kidding me? I type Z again. For God's sake, it's S. Calm down. Size. Size, like the coffee I drank this morning is wiring my brain up. Size, let me get this out. Size, margin right 2. And after that pencil, I'll have edit image. Like this. Now, we'll come down after the button, and after the div covering the button, we'll have another if block. And I'll choose the if block here. And it will be if is editing. Now to pop in the form. And here we'll put in the action. So I can just put in so if you notice in the description and the title component, I've been putting the full URL of the action. Like now, look at the action. I put slash teacher slash course slash this before I put the action's name. But what I can actually be doing, since this component is directly on this page and is going to be utilizing the action of this page, of this server page, what I can do is just use a relative URL. I believe that's what they're called. And I'll say um there's a question mark and slash, and all I have to put here is the action name. So I'll say update image. Now you can do the same thing for the description and for the title as well. Since you're just using our components inside this file, but it's be smart to put the absolute or the full URL so that you can use component anywhere in your application in any page, and it will still use this action that is in this file. But after doing that, I'll go for my method, and in my methods I'll use posts, uh, capital letter POST, and one thing I'll do here is use enhance again as I've been using, but this time won't be using SvelteKit super forms to handle this form because of for this form we want to send an image, and just of lately that SvelteKit super form started to handle image, but at the time of I actually building the application, SvelteKit super forms had not started handling images, but right now they do, and you can go to the documentation. They have a very nice documentation, a very clean pattern of handling images. But for this tutorial, we won't be using that. We'll just be using plain JavaScript and Svelte. We won't be using SvelteKit super forms to handle the images. So the enhance that we'll be using here is going to be the one from SvelteKit itself. So we'll say enhance, and it's going to be from app/forms. And just make sure you import this. Let me scroll up. We have this one here, enhance from app/forms, and not from SvelteKit super forms. After that, I also want to put in here encrypt type because of your going to be sending form data. I'll say encrypt type would be this multipath/form data, and the class of margin top 4. Save that. Open this form, divide our screen so you can see what's going on. And as you can see, we have this course image component. And when I click on this add an image, well, nothing happens yet. But when I click on it, the idea is that it brings me to the edit or add an image form. Now, let's actually add the action for this button. And as you probably already guessed, this button is simply going to be toggling the um, toggle edit, or calling the toggle edit. So I'll just say toggle edit here. I'll save that, and now when I click on add an image, we have it's actually switched the state, but we don't have any component there. That's why you can't see anything. But as you can see, it switches the state. Now in the form, I'll have a div. This div will have a class relative, and in this div I'll have an input. Let's input to be of type file. So now when I save this, and I click on add an image, you see that we have this shoes file and no file chosen by default. And I want to add some classes to this to make this look a lot like the way it looked on the demo. So I'll say class will be equals to, first of all, one makes a width of full and a text of transparent. Now I save that. I click on add an image. We have shoes file, but we don't have that no file chosen text anymore because we've made it transparent. Now move on. After I've done text transparent, I'll say height 60. Save that, and now when I click on this, you can see the height has increased. And you know what I'll do for now? I'll make is editing true so that we don't have to just click on the add image button. So I'll say true. Let's just add a comment here to remind ourselves to switch is editing back to false. Okay, and we can actually have fun without having to go back to and fro. After doing that, we'll say bg transparent as well. So we can now start adding cool things like the borders, and I'll say border slit 300. And after they've added the border, I'll save that, and now you see that we have this border around it. Yeah, I'll just make that rounded. I'll just come here and say rounded MD. I'll save that file, and now it's a bit rounded, if you can notice. And the magic to this whole thing is to just say file hidden, no, file column hidden. Save that, and now that shows file button should disappear. As you can see, the shows file button should disappear, but this is still an active file input, so, or input file. So when I click on this, as you can see, we have this no file choosing, something popping up in this area. I can actually click and it will pop up my file explorer. So that's just a very neat trick there. In order to restrict this to just be only able to access images, I would say accept equals to image slash asterisk, and I'll just give this a name of image. Since we're handling the form by ourselves, we'll give that a name of image, and I want to bind this to something, so I'll say bind files would be equals to the file input. Yeah, we have this red line showing, and that's because of bind file does not exist in SvelteKit. It's bind files with an S. So make sure that you get that correctly. And after the input, I would have a div. And this div will have some classes. So for this div, we want to literally move the B to the middle of this square, or the middle of this triangle here. Sorry, it's it's not a triangle. It's a rectangle. How does this look like a triangle? Well, I don't know. I've just been seeing a lot of rubbish lately. But absolutes, the first time is absolute, and then we'll say pointer events none, and I'll tell you the reason why I'm adding that style very soon. So after adding that, I'll say again. I would say after adding that, I would type top 1/2 is 50. So top 50. Make this full screen so we can see properly. Top 50. So 1/2, and space y2, and after that I'll say text center. Maybe this is too large because it's really blocking. So text center and left 1/2 as well, so left 50. And the reason why I'm doing this because of after doing top 50, left 50, one neat trick that we can do. So I'll show you. Let me just put in a text here. I'll say this is a text like this. And now what I'm going to do is basically move this div into the middle of this parent div with a relative class. So I'll show you now. If I save this, you see this is a text. Right now it's somewhat in the middle, but not really in the middle. That's because I've added it's left 50% and top 50%. So actually completes this little CSS trick that we used to do. We just say minus translate x and x50. So we'll say translate x 1 2. So that'll be minus translate x 1/2. And if I save that, you'll see it move very close to being in the middle. And then we can go minus translate y 1/2 and save that, and then that will be perfectly in the middle. I can get rid of this text. I just want to use this to visualize. And the first thing I'll put here will be that upload icon. So I'll say upload cloud. That's going to be from this Svelte. And I'll say class size 10, and I save that, we should have it there, and I'll say mx auto. Just make sure it's in the middle at all times. After the icon, I'll type div, and in the div would have a p tag, and this p tag would have choose file or drag and drop. And let's save that. Let's see the way it looks. And not bad, but not the way we want. So for the p tag, we use class and say text blue, capitalize, font medium, and text SM. Save, and yeah, looks a lot better. And after that first p tag, just as a symboling, we have another p tag, and this p tag will have image telling the user that we accept nothing more than 4 MB. Get this class. Let's just going to have a class of text SM and correct this mistake. SM. Nice. Now, if you read this text very well, you see that it actually says choose file, which you can easily do by just clicking here. So choose file is check. But we have this or drag and drop, and I know you might be wondering that we've not added any drag and drop functionality. Well, by default, if we make a file if we make an input, sorry, a type of file, we can actually drag a media or an image, in this case, onto the surface of that input, and it will drop the file. And since we've made the surface or the area this large, so this is about I don't know how much width this is, but this is as 60. This 60 is 240 pixels in terms of height. We can actually just drop a file into this area, and it will record that the file has been dropped. So I'll show you guys what I mean. But let's continue. After the div covering the two p tags, I will have an if block here, and this if block is basically going to be checking whether we have anything in our file input. So I'll say if file input dot length is equals to 1. That means we have added something to the file. And because we are only allowed to add one file, I'll have a button, but not a button from Shadcn-Svelte, just a regular button. We'll add the styles to it ourselves. And in here, in the button, we'll have an if block again, and this if block will just be uploading, and if uploading is true, we'll have loader 2, and we'll import that from SvelteKit, and for loader 2 we'll give it some classes like animate spin to actually make it load. Say I would write size 6 animate spin. After that div, we'll have an else. So for the else, it will be upload. No, come on. Up for the second time in a row. Because when does it end? Upload, and then I'll put the number of file. It usually gives me 1, but I don't want to hard code it. So I'll say file input dot length file. Save that. Now that we are done with that if block, we're going to scroll down. So after the closing tag of the form, we want to have an if else. And if you remember, for this form we have if is editing, then we have the form, then this looks better so you guys can actually understand. Then here we can have an else if, not if else. Else if image URL exists, if there's an image URL, and else if image URL is, we can just have the image tag, and we can pop in the image URL here, and for the class I can just put in object cover aspect ratio or aspect video. Let's do aspect video. Margin top 2, rounded MD, and width full. Then after this image, I can just say or type else. It's gonna take some time for me to actually get used to saying type and not say else. Put a div here, and this div would have class. This class would be flex, item center, justify center, height 60, bg slate, slate 200, rounded MD. And in the div, we just have image icon. An image icon would be from Lucid Svelte. To have class of size 10, text muted foreground. Save this. Now let's see the way this looks. Cancel, and we have this. And edit, add an image. We have this. I mean, we actually add an image. If I choose this image, we have the upload one file there from the button that we did in the form. Now let's actually give that button some styles. It doesn't look good at all. Onto the button, I'll say class px3 and py2 text white, rounded. Let's go with md. Md would look nice. And bg blue 700. Let's save that and see the way that looks now. So let's pick something. And yeah, that's coming together. It's coming together. Now we can just capitalize this, and the font will be semi bold, and pointer event auto. Now save that, and that should look. And let's wait for that to refresh. And once it's refreshed, you can add a file again and see the way it looks. And yeah, looks a lot better. And the reason why we're adding this pointer event auto and pointer event none, as I said, I was going to explain. So where do we have that pointer event none? Okay, we have it right here. And this is why we're adding this is because of when we click on these things. So for example, when we click on this input, it's going to give us a file explorer. So that's correct. But all these components or tags or icons are hovering above this section. So we also want that when we click even on this text, we can also open the file explorer. So all we'll just say is just basically by having this CSS class here that says for this div pointer event none, it doesn't have any pointer event. So when we click on it, it basically just passes the pointer events to the parent or to the next element, and the next element is this input, and the input has a pointer event, and when we click on the text, it would activate the explorer. And as for this that we have the pointer event auto, is because of we don't want, for the button, when we click on the button, we don't want to actually have that explorer to open. We want to do something else when we click on this upload one file, and that's why we add pointer event auto. Now for this button, we're also going to add a type for submit, because of this is the button we use to actually pass the file to the form actions. So now that we're done with this, the next step here will be actually creating the form actions for uploading or editing the image. So let's move to that. Now, just before we jump into the server file, we're just going to remember that we have this comment here saying switch the editing back to false. So I'll do that real quick. False, save, and we should have this by default. Now I can move to our page.server.cs file where we have all those actions. And just as we have updates title, we have update description. In this form, we name this update image. So the name of this action would be update image. Next, an asynchronous arrow function. In here, we'll get column is needed here. And in here, we get the events. And from the event, we can destructure some things. So from this curly braces, I can get locals. From locals, I can get PB. And I can also get params. So we can get the course ID. And I can also get the request here as well. Now I can destructure the course ID from the params. Come to the curly braces and say course ID. And since we are not using SvelteKit super forms for the image, we're going to have to handle the forms ourselves. So I'll just type in here const form data. And let's use camel case. Form data is equals to await requests dot form data. And I'll type const image 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 is equals to form data dot get, and in here I'll put the name that we gave to the image or to the form tag, which was image. And I'm going to type here if image instance of file. I'll just make validating that it's actually a file. If image instance of file, open my try and catch block here. So I'll say try catch, and the reason why we're having this underlined is because instance of is not supposed to be in camel case. Just use your regular instance of, and then in the try I would await pb dot collection. This would be the courses collection, and the dot update method, you get the drill by this time. It should be course ID as the first argument, and the second one is the fields we want to update, and we want to update the image URL, and we just want to update it with the image that we are getting from the form. And then after, we can return in the curly braces. I'm not using SvelteKit superforms message method or message utility or function. We are just returning the message, and we'll display the message using our enhance action. So in here I would say successfully, let's go successfully updated course image. And for the catch, it's going to be similar to this, but we won't be using we won't be using this message because we're not using SvelteKit superforms. Yeah. So I'll place this in here, I'll get rid of the error, I'll replace this with E, and instead of returning message, I will return fill. And fill, the first argument is not form but a status code, and this would be 400, and the second one would just be what we want to return. And here I would return the error message. So I'll copy this here, get rid of the double comma, and I'll put here message would be the error message, and I'll make sure that I'm importing fill correctly. then I'll save. And this is basically all I need to create or add or edit an image. Now we can try this out. Let's just go full screen and let's go back to our editor and make sure we save every file. So I'll do Ctrl K and S, make sure everything saves. Go full screen one more time. Now if this works, you have to give this video a like. Promise. Alright, let's try it. So I'll click on add an image and then click on the box, click on this camera image, we'll open this and then upload one file. It didn't work. There is something missing. It did not work. Oh no. So I'm clicking on the upload one file button and nothing is happening. Okay, so let's check out what is happening. Okay, so to the image form, back to the form, yeah, and this time I know what is happening. So what is happening is we are expecting this process of image URL, but we are not getting it. Yeah, so you see that we have this red line. If I scroll down enough, okay, so we are not having any red line here, but the image, there it is, the red line. So it's expecting the image URL, and we are not sending it. And we forgot about that little detail, and our little thing did not work. So I don't get your like. You can keep it. All right, so let's fix this. We'll try the like thing again. We'll try it later. I'll make sure I get that like from you. So you see here we have this course, and in the course we can get the course.image URL. That's all we need here. So I'll just type in image URL is equals to course.image URL. Make sure I save that. And now let's test this. So add an image. Select this image, upload one file, and still didn't work the way we expected it to work. And let's check that out for the second time. What is happening this time? So moving back to our image form, and if we actually click on this cancel button in the browser, you see that the image was actually added, but when we uploaded the image, this state remained. So we want to toggle the state, and we are going to do that is by expanding or extending this use enhance action. So I'll just say equals to curly braces, and in here I'll just have an arrow function, and I'll say uploading will be equals to true. Now this is when you just clicked on the button, you just started the action. So once the action starts, we'll set uploading to true, and then we'll return a synchronous arrow function, and here we can destructure two things that we're going to need. We need the updates and we need the result. And in this curly braces, I can say await updates. After we've gotten updates, I'll say uploading would now be equals to false, and the file input would now be equals to null, and if result was given, actually another if the result dot type is equals to failure, and I want to do a toast notification. I'll say it toasts, and that'll be from SvelteKit dot error, and in there I'll say result dot data dot message dot to string, because toast error is linking to accept a string, and if you use it without that to string method is going to throw an error. And I'll say if this was undefined, so or an empty string. And yeah, I'll just put my dollar or my question marks in front of them. And after this, I'll have another if. So under here, I will have if re result dot type is equals to error. My curly braces. And this error should be in a string. I'll just paste that there, but this time it's not going to be this. It's going to be result dot error dot message. And now for the last one, we'll check if result dot type is equals to success. And in here, I see toast dot success. We'll pop in results dot data dot message dot to string method or an empty string, and this should be type. And I spelled my error wrong. Just be sure I double check everything. Yeah. So after this if block covering all of the other if blocks, I'll just pop in here in validate all. And invalidate all is going to be from app/navigation. But I'm not done. So after this was successful, I also want to toggle the state, as I said. So I can just use that toggle edit function that I have. And now when I save all of this and try this out again, let's see what we get. Now we actually have this image added, but we can edit this image. So I'll click here. I'll click on a new file. Let's go with this. Open, upload one file, and bam, works the way that we want it to work. Now let's move on. We are done with the course title, the course description, and the course image. Let's move into the editor to check out what's next. And if I go to the page, I will see that we have a category form next. So let's build the category form out. Open up my Explorer, the components folder, create a new component called category form .svelte. Pop in the little snippet. So this is the category form, and going back to my page of Svelte file, I can just pop in here category form, import that, and I'll remove this comment here. We don't need this anymore and I'll divide my screen. I'll save, and we should have that pop after this course image. Okay, we actually haven't saved that file, so let's save that file as well. Now we have this is the category form. I'm moving back into the category form component. We can start building out the category, and first thing we'll do is get rid of this text here. Need it anymore. And in the class attribute, we have margin top 6. Give this a border, say BG muted, rounded MD, and P4. By now you should get that this style is pretty much consistent with all of the other components. That's because of they all have the same background and the same border radius and same padding and so on and so forth. After we've done that, we can say div inside that div, and here we'll have course category, this div would have class, and this class would be font medium, flex, item center, justify between, and I can put Shadcn-Svelte button in here. I'll just say this auto import would work, and it did. Now in this button component, I'm going to have to toggle edit, and well, we already have this code like written over and over and over. We can't just keep rewriting these things, so we can just basically copy. So I'm going to the description form, and once now copy is Lucy's Svelte icon that we're going to be using, because we'll be using these icons on this component as well. And now to toggle back and forth, like the way I said earlier, I can just tap Control PP or Command PP in I believe Mac. So we've gotten that. We also need to get some other things from here, like this whole button. We can just copy it, and now we need this toggle edit. So I'll scroll up, and I'll get toggle edit and the is editing, and I'll paste this here. And what else do we need? All right, we'll leave that as it is now. When we need more things that we've written before, we would copy them. Now coming out of this div, I will have an if block, and the if block is going to be checking if is editing. This thing is false, and if it's false, we'll have a p tag here, and the p tag would have the category name. So we'll just call it like this for now. When we've added the way to fetch the categories, we'll put the category name here. And this p tag would have class, and the class would be, let's use dynamic classes. So I'll say cn. Now import cn from lib/utils, and inside cn we'll have the base style. So to be text sm margin top 2, and after that you can pop in here the optional styles that be added based on a particular value, and we'll ignore that just for now. I'll keep on going. So right after this p tag would have an else, and this else will have a form. This form will have action of updates category, would have method, and the method will be of posts. And remember, we always like to enhance our forms, so I'll use the action use enhance, and I'll put like a class, let's say widthful space y6. After all of this, just come in between here the form tags and click enter. All right, so before we continue, I want to correct the spelling error that I have here. This will be category like so, and now we can copy the form import from the description form component, and I'll paste it here. And in the form tag, I can just write form dot field, and here in form dot field, we are going to have a form dot control, and this form dot control would have in here a select component. So before we continue, let's initialize SvelteKit superforms. What we can do here as well is just to copy this that we have here. Instead of rewriting it, we can just copy and modify to fit this component. So first of all, we're going to have to import superforms. We have to import the Zod client, and we're going to have to create the category schema. So move into your schema file, and here we'll have a category schema. So I'll just duplicate the so yeah, I will just duplicate the description schema and I'll write category schema and I'll pick the category. Now move back to my category form component. In here, I'll replace it with my category schema. Make sure I import that. And I also want to get data, and data will be a prop. And I can just copy this one here, paste it here, and we can just also copy the imports as well. Just copy this whole import and replace it with this one that we have here. And the toast as well, import the toast, and in here we'll have a type of category schema instead of description schema. So just after this form that we are structuring, I can get the selected field. So I'll say $column selected value would be equals to category, and now you're going to have to create another prop called categories. So I'll come above here where we have props, and I'll have export let categories, and categories is going to be of type category. And remember, we created a type, so just import it from our lib/types and to be an array of categories. So I can scroll back down to here, and I can have categories dot find, and we'll get the category, the single category, and we'll check if the category dot id is equal to form data dot category, and here I would question mark dot name and we get the name like this. That's how we get the selected value, and it's reactive. After getting the selected value, we can get the selected category. So $column selected category, and this is going to be equal to $form data dot category. Now if the form data dot category exists, then we'll just open our curly braces here. We'll say label, and the label would be selected value, and the value would be the form data dot category, and whatever else, and if it didn't exist, just be undefined like so. Now in here, this p tag where we have the cn, I can actually add the class that I want if the category does not exist. It's going to be very similar to the one we've added in the past. Text muted foreground. This would apply if !data dot you guessed it, category, and this the category name would remove this, and would put our curly braces here and say selected value. And if selected value does not exist, would have the text no category. Now coming back down to our form to fix the errors that we're having. First of all, you notice that we are using this action using enhance, but we're actually not using the one from SvelteKit super forms because we have this red underline, and that's because of we are importing the one from SvelteKit. We don't want that one, so I'll just remove this, and now they don't have conflicting names, and we can use that one. And in the form field, yeah, you're going to have to add the form And this syntax is basically the same as doing this. Form is equals to form, but SvelteKit allows us to do nice things like this. And I've added the form. I also have to add the name, and the name, we only have one name, field in this schema, which is category. And in the form control, we have to bring out let column attrs attributes something. And in here would use, as I said, the select component. So let's import the select component first of all. So move to the top of the file. And I'll say CNI select. So after importing that, I'll come down here inside the form control. I'll say CNX or type CNX and select. And we have this snippet to work with. Format that properly. And now the first thing we have here is the select root. We can just add the selected value. So actually selected would be equals to selected category. And after that, I'll type here on selected change. So put in our arrow function here. Say E, or let's use V to represent value. And V, and if V exists, then we want in here $sign form data dot category should be equals to V dot value. And now for the select trigger, I want to pass in the attrs, but here I actually want to spread it. So 3 dots at the front, spread it. And after that, we'll move to the selected value. Here we'll have this place so that I'll change it from themes to select a category. And move down to the select content. Here we'll have a class width of 60. And before I forget, let me get rid of this class here. We don't need this here. And here we'll loop over the categories I'll be getting from outside this component. We'll use the each block. I'll just type in here each. This should be each categories as a category. And here we'll have the select, and we shouldn't have deleted all select items. We should have just gotten one, but whatever. Say select dot item, and yeah, nice. And in this select item, we'll have some attributes. Say the first would be the value, and the value would be the category dot id. And after I would have the label, and the label will be the category dot name. And after here we'll just move inside of the middle of the tags, and we'll put curly braces and pop in the category dot name. And yeah, that will be all for the select component. And we can move down to the select root, and after the closing tag of the select root, I'll put in an input here, and this is the input that will actually send the values down to the form action. So in this input, I'll make this hidden because I do not want to see it. I just want to make this something that I use to hold the values and send to the form actions. And I'll bind the values. So let me add the name. The name would be trs.name, and I'll say or write bind value would be equals to $sign form data dot category, and under After the closing tag of the form control, I can put in our error. So I'll say form dot field error or errors. Should be errors. Yeah, like that. Outside the form field, but still inside the form tag, we want to add our form button. And I can basically just copy the form button from here. So we don't need to rewrite these things every time. Copy and paste that. And make sure that loader 2 is imported correctly. And we'll save. And now once we save that, we will probably get an error because of we have not added the category prop that we are expecting the data. So we need to um return the category from the category form from the server. So come to the server file, just like the way we are returning the title form, the description form, we're going to return the category form as well. So just duplicate this. Sorry. And I would rename this to category form. And in the Zod adapter, I would put in here category schema and make sure that we import that from the schema file. And I will just simply return category form. Moving back to our page file, in here I'll type in here data would be equals to data dot category form, and we also need to return import or pass categories as well. So say categories will be equals to data dot the categories, and I will save our file with Control K and S, and let's see how that looks in the browser. And here we have the category components. If I click on edit this, okay, so the text is still edit description. It shouldn't be edit description, it should be edit category. Let's change that. Let's pray I can spell that correctly in one go. And yay! All right, now you can see the edit category, and I click on edit category, and now we can select a category, and we have all the categories being fetched from PocketBase and populated here. And I will just choose computer science, and when I click save, nothing will happen because we've not added the action. So let's do that next. Let's add the category form action. So moving to our server file and scroll down to after the update image action, we want to add a category or update category, action. Before we continue, let's check the name we give to the action. So the category form, and in here we give this update category. So just so we can be sure, comma update category, and in here put an asynchronous arrow function, and in this we get events. You know the drill by now. In fact, I don't really need to keep saying it. I can just be moving along, and you at this point should know what to do. So I'll get rid of requests. I don't need requests here. And yeah, we need the course ID. So I'll copy the course ID the way we popped out the course ID. And yeah, we need to check for if the form is valid. So I'll do that here as well. Basically copy and paste the parts that are going to be the same, so we don't just write things over and over again. I can say try and catch block, and in the try would have await pb that at this point you should know what to write. I'm targeting the courses. Am I using the dot update method? And we are updating just the category. So first putting the course ID, the second argument we'll say, or we would write form dot data, and There's going to be a little issue here because of we are using description form instead of category schema. You need to just make sure you change that. And for the catch, it's going to be the same thing. But before we go to the catch block, let's return a message. I can copy this as well because it's the same thing. In fact, I'll copy the message and the catch block itself, and I'll just paste this here. And instead of writing successfully updated course description, I'll change it to successfully updated course category. And I'll save this. And we're having this alert. I don't know why we need this alert saying changes you made when I've not received. Reload. Alright, now let's check this out. So edit category, computer science, save, successfully updated course category. Nice. Now let's move on. The next component that we're going to be tackling is going to be the price form. So we're going to skip the chapter forms for now, and later on we'll build it, but for now let's tackle the price form. Open your Explorer and create a new file in the components folder called price form. I'll just pop in my little snippet there, and this is how yours should look like. And in the div I can just write this is the price form component. Now go back to the page and I'll replace this price form comment with the price form component itself. And I can get rid of the comments here. Move back to the components and let's start building out the price form. Remember, a lot of these components are the same, so we really can just copy the description form, Ctrl A, Ctrl C, go back to the price form components and just paste it, replace it with everything that we have there. Then we'll modify this to fit the price form component. First thing we need here is a price schema. We'll move to our schema file, and just like the way we've gotten the rest of the schemas, we can get a price schema. So I'll duplicate this and call this price. So what I'm doing here is renaming this to price schema, and then I'm from the cost schema I'm picking the price, just like we did for the title, description, and the category as well. Now that we have the price schema, we can replace everywhere that we have description schema with price schema. So what I'm doing is just typing or tapping Ctrl D. This will copy all instance of price schema, and I can say of description schema and I can say price schema. Like that. And I want to change this to edit price. I want to change description here to price as well. And instead of just coming here and saying data.price, this price is going to be a number, and I want it to be formatted in the currency that the person building this project shows. Like for me, I'm in Nigeria, so I want this to be formatted in Naira. For you, if you might be in Indian or the United States, you can format this to the currency of your country. So what we'll do is create a little utility function that would help us to format the currency. So go to your utils file, and in your utils file, just go to the bottom and we'll export a function, and we'll call it format currency. And this function will get the price or number that we want to format. So num would be of type number, not bomber. Number. And then first of all, we want to check if that was a number. So say if is none, and if none is like this, and we'll put number in here. and we'll return. So we are saying if it's not a number, so this is just little something in JavaScript. Is NaN means is not a number, and if it's not a number, we just want to return it. That means it's of any other data type except number, and we don't want to work with any other thing except number. So now if we need to run that check, we can now say return. That means what we have is a number. We're gonna return new until dot number format, and in here I'll put in, for me this is ENG, and I put in the options, which the first option I want is the style, and the style should be currency, and the currency should be NGN. I can go below that and just say dot format, and I'll pop in the number here, num. So save this file, and we'll move back to our price form component, and in here I can just, so instead of having data.price, since we'll be using price in a couple of different places, we can just say price is equal data.price, and we can put this exclamation mark at the back, so tell TypeScript that it will not be undefined. And here we can just say, we can get rid of this, and I'll write price. So I want to check if price exists first. So if price exists, and I'll now use my format currency function, and I'll pop in the price. And if there was no price, we'll just say no price. For the action in the form, it will be update price, and for the name of this form field, it would be price, and the type of form would be using, or the type of field would be using, is an input and not a text area. So I'll just replace it with everything that we have here, and I'll get rid of the text area, and I'll make sure that I want to import this input. Yep, and I will change the place of that to set a price for your course, and with bind value, it will not be description this time, it will be price, and we should also get auto completion at this point. Yeah, so it should be price, and we can say type, just for constraints we say type number, and we can also give this a step. The step equals to 0.01. Save. That should be all we need. So let's Ctrl K and S to save every other unsaved file. Because of looking at my Explorer, I can see that we have some unsaved files there. And I'll just divide the screen, and let's look at what we have here now. So scroll down and to the sell your course parts. We still don't have any components popping up there, so let's go back to the page and see what's up. Alright, so we're having a bit of error because of data is missing in type, blah blah blah. What we have to do now is go to the server file of this page, and that's the way we are returning all the other forms. So we are returning title, description, category. We should also return the price form as well. I'll duplicate this, and I'll say price here. And for the schema, I'll use price schema instead of category schema. Price schema, and I'll make sure that I import the price schema. So if the import doesn't work for you, you can just come up here and type it inside the curly braces for the import of the schema Now it uses JS. Sometimes it does this little thing where it puts JS. You can just remove that. It doesn't actually. We're not using JS in this build at all. So now we have the price form. The price form. We can return it here like price form, and we can create the action to actually mutate the price. So I can scroll down here and have another named action, and I'll call this update price because that was the name we gave to it. Sync, and in here we'll get the event, and from the event we can get, you know what, we can just copy here. At this point it's basically the same thing, comma here, so that we don't get that error, and I'll paste in what I just copied now. And we can do the super validate and all that stuff. Let's basically copy the whole thing for the category and just change it to fit our price action. So yeah, we're checking if it is valid. If it's not valid, we return a field. And here we want to target this here and mutate the price. So this would work, even though it's literally just copying the code from the update category directly here to work the way we want it to work, and that's beautiful. All the thing we need to change here is just change the error, the successful message, and the, yeah, and we are good. So we can say successfully updated cost price itself category. And that's all for the price. So I'll save this file and I'll open our browser so that we can actually test this out. And we still have an error now. We're having a 500 internal error. And if you remember, we actually haven't returned anything for this price form prop. So I was just say, yeah, data is equal to data dot price form. We don't need this white space we have here. Save, and let's try that one more time. And it appears here, and we see we have course description here. We actually haven't changed everything. We still need to change that part. It's not supposed to be description, it's supposed to be price. So we have course price. Okay, let's just double check again, make sure that everything is nice. And all right, let's test this out. So I'm back here, changes to cost price. I'll click on the edit price button, and we should see that we're having description here again. Let's just ignore that for now, and no, we're not ignoring it. Let's change it. Let's change it now before we try it out. Are you kidding me? So yeah, description, we should do price. We don't actually need a label at this point because of we have the label up here. I feel like we don't need a label, but we can keep the label. It doesn't harm anything. All right, edit price now. Nice. So I can just say 1000, and I'll save. And as you can see, we see successfully updated price, cost price, but it doesn't reflect here. We still have no price. What is wrong? We basically just copy the last thing, so it should work the way it was supposed to work. Let's just double check this one more time. So if we check our dashboard, you'll notice that the price doesn't actually change. So this is coming from the server. So let's try this one more time. Makes 100. Save. So it tells us that successfully updated the course, but we go to our dashboard and we refresh this. The price is still 0. It hasn't changed. So I know now that the place I need to target is the plus page.server.cs file. And let's just now, nice. So we have the category schema. Alright, so it's not supposed to be the category schema. This should be the price schema. Little things like this will make you sleep on finding a bug. That's one of the bad things about just copying and pasting without like rereading and rechecking every single thing. Because of little things that you might miss out like this can keep you on your decks for hours, and then it's just because you didn't change the schema. And then SvelteKit doesn't show like pinpoint errors, so you don't know where the error is coming from. Your browser also doesn't tell you where the error is coming from, and now you are just basically lost. Well, let's save this, make sure that is saved, and we can try this one more time. Go back to our app, And let's try this out. 1000. And bam, works. So successfully updated the cost price, and we have the price being formatted in my currency. So that's beautiful. Now let's move on and create the attachments. So we'll leave the chapters for last. Let's create the attachments. Well, before we start writing code, let's create the collections for the attachments. So we'll create a new collection in our admin dashboard. We'll call this attachments. Did I spell that correctly? I also attachments, and we'll give this some new fields. The first field will be given it a plain text. We'll call this name, and yeah, we'll give it another one. This one is going to be a relation, and it's going to be single, and we'll select the collection. The collection we'll be selecting will be the courses, and we will name this course, a course that this attachment belongs to. That's what we are creating. And then the new field, and this time we'll just give this a URL. So attachment is a file, so URL, and we'll call this URL. And we'll just give this a little constraint saying non-empty, and create like that. Nice. Now let's go back to our editor. Let's move to the page file. Let's go where we have the attachment form comment, and here we'll get rid of this comment and put in the attachment component, but we have not yet created the attachment component, so let's do that first. In our components folder, new not a file, a new, I mean not a folder, a new file, attachment form dot svelte, and this is going to be very similar to the image form, so we can just take inspiration from that and basically copy the word thing. So I'll Control C, Control A, then Control C to copy every text here. Go back to my attachment form dot svelte and Control V to paste it all there. And now we'll just change this and mutate this to fit the attachment form component. Now what we can do is go back to the page and replace this comment with attachment form. And attachment wasn't spelled correctly, but that was a long streak. You can't lie. I went some few words without misspelling anything. So okay, so this attachment is still not spelled correctly. Where am I missing? ATTACH E. Okay, there's not supposed to be any, and it's still telling me no suggestion. So that's basically because I probably didn't spell attachment here correctly as well. Yeah, I have E there as well. It should not be E yet. That's not the spell attachment. Okay, now this should work. It's still telling me no suggestion, so I'm basically going to import this myself. Come below the price form and just change the price to attachment form. It should be capital letter A. My bad. Alright. Now this should be imported. Attachment form is not defined. It is. It's defined. I've imported it. Now I can go back to the attachment form dot svelte and I can modify this to fit the attachment form component. So the first thing we're going to do is change every instance that we see image to attachments or file. So this will be called, let's use a small letter A. This will be called attachments. What is this E always doing? Is it it just comes there? I don't even know if I'm typing it. It just appears there. So now we'll be checking if not if image URL, we'll be checking if attachment. So let's create a variable. Let's say come above here. See, it's going to be a prop, so let's just export let attachment. An attachment is going to be a type of arrays of attachments. Remember, we have the attachments type already in my types file, so let me just move to my types file. We have this attachment file type here, so we can just use that one here, and I can just say attach. The E came again. The E came again. attachment, and we'll import that from types, and we'll put an array bracket at the back of it. And we can use this attachment here. We can say if um, attachment, this is not capital letter A, attachments dot length. So now we're checking if is equals to 0 or undefined or any false value. That's why we have the exclamation mark in front of it. So I think that if there is nothing in this attachment, then now to show add a file. And else I'll say edit file. And I can scroll down here and I can just change the action here to create attachments. Just leave that as such. Scroll down. Now this, I'll leave this the way it is. This doesn't have to be changed. Scroll down here and yeah, this is pretty okay. Now we have image URL here as well, so we can change this image URL part. But we can also add a little text to help the users know what to add here. So before the form ends, I'll just have a p tag here, and I'll say add anything your students might need to complete this course. And the reason why I'm stating this, so they will know that not just images that are allowed, pretty much any file under 4 MB will be allowed to be uploaded here. A video or file, an image, even audio is allowed. So I'll just type that there like so, and I'll give it some class. Let's make that look a lot better. I'll say imagine top 4 text muted foreground, you know the drill by now, and we can just say text extra small. And this else if would be attachment dot length. So if there is something in this attachment, I don't want to show the form initially, so I'll just have an ish block, and this ish block I'll list all the attachments that are in the attachment record for this course. I'll say ish attachment, and I'm going to basically do something nice here, which is called optimistic updates. And the reason I'm doing that is give the user a feeling of just quick UI, and I also want to show you how to do it. There's no real need. I can just keep on using the usual requests we have been doing it, but I want to show you how to do optimistic updates and show you how easy it is to do it in SvelteKit. So what we are basically going to be doing is just updating the UI optimistically. So when the user makes any action, we just instantly let it reflect in the UI. So if a user, for example, if a user deletes an attachment, which is an action that the user will be able to do, we want that attachment to disappear immediately. We don't want it to get a response. We don't want to wait for a response from the server before we delete the attachment and like show a loading spinner or something like that. Nah, we want to give the user instant UI update, and that's why it's called optimistic UI or optimistic update. So I'll just come above in my script tag, and I'll create some variables I would need. So let deleting ID would be equals to would be a type of, let's give this a type of first, string or null, and it will be equals to null by default. Then we'll have another variable which should be let deleting should be string. It'll be an array of string. These are the deleting that or the attachments that we are deleting currently or at that certain time. So now that we've created these two variables, we can use them to create optimistic updates, and I'll show you how easy that is. So scroll back down to where we have the ish block for the attachments, and in here, instead of just looping over the attachments, like each attachment as attachment, and then having like a p tag here, and then just popping, or let's say whatever p tag or something to preview the attachment, and just having it there, basically like that. What we'll do is we want to filter from this attachment, so we'll say attachment dot filter, and we want to filter from it the attachment that are not included in the deleting array. So if it's in the deleting array currently, we want to remove it immediately. It's in the deleting array, and that's how we're going to create that effect. So I'll show you what I mean. So I'll say attachment, want to filter, and exclamation mark, then we'll say deleting, which is an array that we created, dot includes attachment dot id. So now you are checking if the attachment, the current attachment id is included in this deleting array. This deleting array is going to be an array of strings, or more precisely an array of ids. So if this id is present in this deleting array, we don't want to display it here. That means it's in the process of being deleted, and because of we are optimistic, we have already concluded that it's going to be successful. So optimistic update, optimistic UI, whatever. So I can now say, okay, I'm having a little bit of error in attachments on word undefined, and that's because I did not spell it right. We have id there again, so you can get rid of that, and I can just check if this is basically all we need to do basically. But right here, what I want to do is just put in a key. So in Svelte, you can add a key by it, just saying our bracket and say attachment dot id. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to be using some animations here, or some transitions. Now in the block, I can say div, and this div is going to have class. This is where we're going to display the attachments that we have. So flex item center p3 with full gap x2 bg sky 100 border sky 200, and then to actually make this work, we have to add border, then text sky 700, make this rounded md and mb2. Okay, now border. What is border? Border. And to add transitions in Svelte is very easy. We can just say in, and we can use the fly action from Svelte slash transition, and we can use another one for out column, and these are basically just Svelte actions that add animation, JavaScript animation to this element. So I can use out slide, and because I want to add some options for this fly transition, I can just say equal curly braces, two curly braces, and I'll say the wires is 20, like that. And in the div, the first thing I have here is a file icon. The file's icon is going to be from Lucid Svelte. We can give this class of size is 4, not is equals to -4, and margin 2, say flex shrink 0, and after the files would have a p tag, and this p tag would have the attachment dot name. This p tag would have a couple of classes as well. Let's say text extra small and line clamp 1. And what line clamp 1 does is if the text becomes really large, it starts to overflow this element, is just going to clamp it and put like the dots at the end. So a very nice effect. And we can save this. Now we've just been writing and writing and writing. We've not even checked how it looks in the browser. But right now, it's nothing is going to show on the browser. In fact, I think if I save this, an error should show. Yes, and that's because of the attachment form. It's not, sorry, it's not currently accepting anything that it should be accepting. So let's fix that. What we'll see here or right here is, so remember we have an attachment prop in the attachment forms component, so we need to give this a value, the data dot course. And if you go back to the types, you'll see that we have in the course we can expand, and from the expand we can use backward expansion. I usually call it backward relation, same thing, but we can expand for the attachments and that setting course and get the attachment for that setting course. So that's what we're going to do now. And if you go to your terminal that you're running PocketBase, you might notice some certain warning or notification that keeps popping up, which is this saying attachment course expand format is deprecated and would be removed in the future. Consider replacing it with attachment underscore vi underscore course. So this is for the current version of PocketBase. This is how we do the backward expansion or backward relation. We use vi and not this expand keyword anymore. But for this course, since I've created this using that format, we are going to just continue using it. But in the future, we'll be using the vi pattern or the new pattern that they've created, which I believe is far more better and it allows you to do more nice things like filtering and other cool stuff. But for now, we are just going to keep on using this format until the next time we create a new project with PocketBase and would use the current one. So I'll say data.course, and yeah, I can get expand. So you look here, expand, and from expand, I can get the attachment course. So if I come here, I'll see attachment course here. I'll click enter, and it gives me in bracket notation, and I can just say, because of it's possible this is undefined, I can just say two question marks after that and say I'm just typing a empty array bracket. And one thing that I want to do is, because of again this can be undefined, in front of the course I'll put a question mark here, and in front of this this bracket notation I'll put question mark and dot, because of I want to satisfy the condition that this could be undefined. And by doing this, I have this little error here, but it should disappear. And we are still having this underline in the attachment form, and that's because of it's expecting image URL as well. We do not need the image URL here, so I'll get rid of this. Let's just check. We don't also need this comment here as well. Okay, we was just saying switch editing back to false. What was that saying? To false, and editing isn't false. Yeah, I remember we made that comment in that component, so when we copied it here, it came here as well. Yeah. Just double check that we don't have any instance of image or any funny thing. Yeah, caught you in the act. I knew you were somewhere. So we'll get rid of this, and yeah, we can save. Can save this. This should work fine. Yeah. And just ignore these red lines. Just just ignore these red lines. Pretend like you don't see them. TypeScript is a pain. So let's go back to our browser. Let this refresh and let's see how it looks now. And it pops up now. We have this course attachments components here, and we can click on add a file. When we click on add a file, we have this, and when we click on this, we just have here in the pictures, you can click on a file, so say image, and open, and it says upload one file. This would not work clearly because we don't have the actions set up yet. So the next thing that we're going to be doing is setting up the actions. Let's move over to the server file. Yeah, and we'll create a new action called create attachment. And go 1 second without misspelling something. Sync, and here you can get the event. and yeah, we can destructure a couple of things. So it's going to be basically the same thing. I'll just copy it here and put it down here, and I can get the course ID as well from the param. So copy and paste, and we can say const um, form data is equals to await request. Now we need request as well, so we can just structure request from here. Come here and just the structure request. Now I can use request. I can say request dot form data and camel case. Nope. Now we can get the file. We can get the file by just writing const file is equals to form dot get. Just use form data. I mean, so we get form data from here. So we can use form data dot get the get method, and we'll put the name of the file, which is file. And we didn't actually give this attachment from input the name of file. We still have image, which is the one we use for the image component. So we change this to file, and yeah, we have this image file. We want this to be file, and yeah, we're telling it to accept images. We don't want this. We want it to be able to accept every type of file. So we can just get rid of this. Save that. We'll go back. Now we can continue. And after we've gotten the file, yeah, we can now open our try and catch block. The error part of the catch block, we can just copy and paste it because it's the same. And the try block, what we'll do here is await pb dot collections. This time we'll be targeting the attachments collection, because remember we have an attachments collection here. So let me show you. We created an attachments collection here, and accepts a name, the course, and the URL. So you can go back. We have the attachment collection. That's what we are targeting. Then I'll say dot create, and here we are saying collections instead of collection. So not collections, collection. So create, and in here we'll pop in the name. So for now, I just write whatever. That's not even how to spell what. That's not even how to spell whatever. Now, if you're terrible at spelling, like the way I am, there's this nice VS Code extension that helps me correct my spelling. So it's called, I think, Code Spell Check. It's a VS Code extension, and it will help you correct your spelling. Let me just check it real quick if I can bring it out. Yeah, this one right here, Code Spell Checker. Very nice extension. So let's continue. The name, then the course. Yeah, we just put the course ID, and the URL would be file. And in here we have this error saying message blah blah, blah. We're not using super fonts um for these components, so we won't be using this format. The format will be using the same format we used for the image. So instead of writing that by hand again, we can just copy and paste. Always better to copy and paste. Come right here and paste this. Yeah. All right. And if this is successful in the try block, we'll just send a message. We'll say return message, and we'll write successfully added course attachments. Let's save that, and let's check if this would work in our application. All right, so add a file, click, Let's choose this camera image, open, and upload one file, and the request resource wasn't found, so there was an error. So this error is going to be from PocketBase. So let's check out. All right, so I think I know what the error is. Well, the error should be the API rules. So if you go to my edit collection, go to my API rules, you see that all of these are locked. So only the admins are allowed to make these actions or create, read, view, update, and so on. So what we can do is set API rules the way we did for the course. So if you remember in the course and the categories as well, we had API rules added. So as you can see, to create a course, you need to be authenticated. To update a course, to delete a course, needs to be authenticated as well, for the categories as well. But what we can do here, since we don't want to waste a lot of our time just writing rules, because the rules they can get pretty lengthy if you're trying to cover up edge cases, we can just say unlock and set custom rule. So when we just unlock and set custom rule, now we have this comment saying leave empty to grant everyone access, and that's what we want. So we just want to grant everybody access. This is not safe, or it's not the safest format of doing things, but so that we don't spend a lot of time just writing rules, is best we just grant everybody access. So I'll save the changes like that, and then I'll try this one more time. Okay, nothing popped up there. Yes, for some reason. Open, and it's not popping up anything. We cancel and let's try one more time. For some reason, it's not popping up that button. Aha, now upload one file, and the request results wasn't found again. So let's go back to our PocketBase and we'll check these settings. Now we'll go to our logs. So let's say the error that is being created here. So this is the one we made, and as you can see, collections attachments, and for the records, that is the data URL, so that's correct. And the error is saying the resource request isn't found, but the detail is SQL no row in results sets. No rows in results sets. What is that supposed to mean? All right, let's just check that out. Okay, let's check our code this time. Make sure everything is correct. Attachments create. So sometimes these things happen and you're just stuck. So I'm going to just debug this right here. I'm not going to edit this part out. So I can show you how this process might look like for most of you. So what I'm going to do first of all is make sure I'm getting the file. So I'll log out the file and I'll just comment out this try and catch block. So make sure I'm getting this file logged out. So I'll save this and move to my browser and I'll add the file. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so it loads forever, but yeah, the file is being gotten and is brought down to the action to the server. So when we know that the error is not coming from here. So let's uncomment this try and catch block. So the error is from here, this part. So pb.collections attachments create. This is correct code. Am I missing something? Nah, I don't think so. This is correct. Everything here is correct. Could it be my spelling of attachments? Let me just check this again. Uh, yeah, that matches. Let's see if it matches the collection's name. Nah, it doesn't match the collection. The collection name it has an E. It has an E. It's my spelling. Yeah, I knew something was wrong. So can we edit that collection name? I don't think so. I think we're going to have to create this collection again. Okay. We can. We can actually. So get rid of that and save changes. Confirm. Yeah, it's cool. And yeah, let's try this one more time. Upload one file, and this time we didn't get any notification. That's because we didn't save this when we uncommented it. So let's save it and let's try it again. All right, let's try it one more time. Add a file. Click there. Let's pick this file and upload one file and field to create record. That's the error this time, so it's different. So we're making progress. When the error is different, you're making progress. So refresh that. As you can see, it did fail to create the record. And let's check again what could be wrong the second time. So we're creating a new record. Yes, we're adding the name, we're adding the course, we're adding the URL. Now what are the fields that are expected from this? This is expecting the name, the course, and the URL. So the same basic thing, just make sure that they are spelled correctly. Alright, so what could be causing the error this time? Let's try this again. I don't think there should have been an error. When I click on it, it doesn't catch. Let's create a record. And I'll just go to the logs. Yeah, missing required value. Alright, so we are missing one required value. So what is that required value that we are missing? That is the question now, because I don't think I added any extra things here. I just added the name, the course, and the URL. And the one that I know that is required is the URL. And that is being added here, if I'm not wrong, right here, like so. So it's saying that the URL is missing, whereas the URL is not missing. So let's just make sure that we actually see. Let's make sure that we actually save this file well, because maybe this thing is. Let's save this properly. I can clearly see that it's saved, but just because of I'm starting to think I'm running mad little by little. Everything seems correct here from my side, and I don't know why it will be showing fail to create record. So let's just save this properly. And let's try this one more time. Alright. If it doesn't work this time, then I'll pause the video and I'll go debug it and I'll come back, because I don't want to just show this and make this video longer than it's supposed to be because of an error that we're having. Okay, I'm test this out, add a file, and I'll just add an image, upload file, and we get the error right. So what I'm going to do now, I'll pause it, I'll debug it from my side, and then when I find the error, I'll let you guys know, so that if you're also having this error, you can know how to fix it. So I'll see you on the other side. Alright, welcome to the other side, and I found the error and you won't believe what it was. Okay, maybe you might believe it because at this point you realize that I make a lot of silly mistakes. But what the error was this field is a link field, if I'm not wrong, and we can use a link field for a file. And that's the issue that we had. And that's also one thing that I noticed about PocketBase and all these very niche tools, is that they don't have like very good error handling. That I would say, if I did not come here and evaluated and inspected everything one by one, I would not have found out that I made this silly mistake. So it's very hard to debug sometimes. Well, that's just one downside to using all these, I'll say, very small user based tools, whereas it's not like extremely popular and they're trying to give it the best of everything. But PocketBase is still a great tool, hands down. I don't know what I'm blabbing about. Let's just fix this. It was my error. So remove, and then we'll remove this and create another one, new field. And this time we won't use a URL. That's when we clicked on the URL. What we need is a file. This will be called URL. And I can say single, multiple, yeah, like multiple. I think multiple is good. And we can go here and say no restrictions, blah blah blah, not empty. And save changes, confirm. Try this one more time. Upload one file and it's successful. And now we have the name saying whatever, but I don't want the name to be whatever. I want the name to be the name of the file. So I'll say here file.name. I'll save. And I'll try this again. Edit file. Add a new file. This time it should give it the name drones. So let's see. Taking this time, and yeah, successfully added course attachment drones.png. That's okay. We can get rid of the PNG part as well, but I think this is okay like this. So I'll get rid of the whatever part. So I'll come to my attachments. I'll refresh here. You should have two. You should have this whatever here. I don't want this whatever. So I'll just delete this. I'll refresh and we should have, yeah, I'll refresh here as well. And we should only have the drones.png. Now the next point of focus would be deleting the attachment. So we're going to create a little form action as well. But the form action will not be accepting any inputs. It'll just be a little icon. And then when we click on the icon, it then sends the ID of this item to our server, and then we delete it using that ID. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. What you want to do now, okay, because of TypeScript, file is possibly null. We can just make sure that file is not null. So say if file, yeah, task is actually very nice to it. Make sure that you don't make errors. So just make sure that file was imputed, and we can go to the attachment of form the svelte, sorry, the attachment form the svelte component, and just after this name in the each block where we are listing all of the attachments, just after the name, I want a form, and this form will have an action of delete attachment. So let's give this the method now. So just give this a method of posts, and we use enhance from SvelteKit. So use enhance, and we'll import enhance from SvelteKit like that. Okay, it's probably already imported, and can basically say that immediately we click on the icon button, that means immediately we run or invoke this form action. I want to add the ID of this particular attachment to my deleting array. So deleting will be equals to deleting. Now I want to spread all of the deleting that we have before, and I want to add the attachments, the ID to it. Now it's added to this deleting array, so it will be removed from this list immediately. And now I can now say toast dot successful. Now I don't know if it's successful or not, but I'm just being optimistic that it would be. So I'll just say successfully deleted course attachment. Now we can return async, and from here we'll get just the structure update and results. Nope. And we can await updates, and we've gotten an update. So say deleting would be equal to deleting dot filter the ID, because each string there is an ID, and say if ID is not equal to attachment dot ID. And I can use my if block for the results. I can basically just copy this part. I don't want to type it by hand over again. Command and I'll post this here. And I'll say if the result type is failure, then I'll just pop this here. I'll say if it's error, I'll pop this here. We don't actually need this part for success. So inside the form, let's just give this one class. The class we give this would be margin left auto, because I want this to be pushed to the extreme right. So say margin left auto, and in the form we have an input. This input is just going to be used to move the ID to the server. It's going to be hidden. So I'll say type of hidden, and the value. So I'll get rid of the um, name, and all we need is just the ID. The name, we don't need the name. Sorry, I made a mistake. We don't need the ID, we need the name. So it's the name we use to identify it. Then the ID, we need the name. So the name, we just call the name ID. And value would be equal to the attachment dot ID. And this type is giving us an error because of we have it twice. I can get rid of this type of text and say type is equals to hidden. And after we've done this input, I can just have a button here, and the button would have an icon of X, and we'll import this icon from this is Svelte. Just be a class size 4, and the button will have a class over. It's an opacity, so when you over it, you have an opacity of 75, and use transition colors. Okay, let's get transition all, so the opacity is going to be affected as well. And that's basically it. So I can save this, and let's test that out. It won't work if you know what I mean, because we haven't created the action yet. But let's look at how the UI looks now. So yeah, we have this X right at the extreme right, and when we click on that X, we want it to delete like that. So just as the way it removed it from the lists, that's what we want. But when we remove this from the list, we had this error because we don't actually have an action that is doing that mutation. That's why we had this error. So I can just refresh this for the error to disappear. And now let's create the action and go to our server file, and yeah, I'll say delete attachment. I'm using synchronous. We can copy all the things that we need here. So we need all of these. Let's get events from here first. Then let's paste all of that. And we also need the ID. So as a const ID is equal to form data dot get, and what we named it was ID. And we just say a string. So the text error goes away. We can now have our try and catch block here. And the error part, we can just basically copy the whole catch block. For the try, this time we're going to be using the delete method on the collection. So await pb dot collection, and the collection that we are targeting is the attachment, and we use the delete, and what we need to pop here is the ID of the record that we want to delete. So I'll just say ID, yeah, because we have the ID right here already, and we don't actually need the course ID this time. So get rid of this and get rid of the params as well. When we've done that, we can just return a message, and I want the message to be identical to this one here. I have, yes, just deleted course attachment. So I'll copy this, and I'll paste this here, and I'll save this, and now we can try out the delete attachment functionality of the application. Go to my browser, wait for that to refresh. Now I'll click on the X button to try to initiate the delete method, and it disappears. It tells us successfully deleted course attachment, and it did it almost instantly, giving us that nice real-time feeling. So that's basically the whole gist of optimistic updates. Just very nice and clean UI. I really like it. So I can just click here immediately, and you can see the transition very clean. And one other thing is that we don't actually need this message here actually, so I can comment this out. It's actually running the stuff because we're not showing this message, we're using the one from here. I just add coordinates here, so we don't need this one here, so I can get rid of this, save, and you'd see it actually still gives us the message. So let's add the file, add a file, and add this, upload one file, successfully uploaded cameras.png. And when I delete this, let me just get rid of this error first of all, of this notification sorry, first of all, and then I'll delete this, and immediately successfully deleted course attachment. And yeah, very nice smooth transitions there. Now that we've dealt with the attachments, we've done the price, we've done every other component except the course chapters. Let's tackle that now. So we'll begin by creating a course chapters title component. Now we can move to the course chapter. Go to your editor, open your Explorer, components, create a new file called chapter form. Get rid of that. Chapter form, form.svelte. And then yeah, just say this is the chapter form. I'll go back to the page file, and I'll get rid of this comment via the attachment form, and I'll come to the chapter form, and I'll put a new component here, chapter form, the one we just created, and I'll make sure that this auto imports like so, and I'll get rid of the comments. Now I'll save this, and I'll just Ctrl KS to save all the other unsaved files there as well, and I'll check in my browser if it reflects, and it does. This is the chapter form. Now we can start building out that form. Get rid of this SFC to give me the little snippets that I use, and this component is going to be very similar to the title form component. So you can go to the title form, you just copy everything, replace everything here with that, and we have to change a couple of things. The first thing here we change is this name. It's going to be course chapters. Yeah, we can leave this like such. Right here we'll add chapter, a chapter, and for the action and the form we'll say is if is creating. So we want to create a new variable called is creating. Instead of using is editing, we'll use is creating. We can use is editing, there's no problem with is editing, they still work the same way, but in creating a chapter, we are not editing a chapter. In this form, we'll be creating a chapter. We are not going to be able to edit this the chapter in this form. So if you want to edit the chapter, we have to go into that chapter itself, the chapter page, and then edit that chapter. Well, in this form, we're only going to be creating that chapter, so this naming convention does not work for these case scenarios. That's why I want us to change this to creating to be more correct. So I'll change every part I see is editing to is creating. That's better. So we just say toggle create, toggle create, togg. No, above is creating. I can create a prop here. I say export. Let chapters, and chapters will be of type an array of chapters. And remember, this chapter we created it in a type. So let's go back to our types file. You see, we have this chapter here. So this is what we want to use. You can just use this, and it's not importing for us. The auto import isn't working, so we can just import this ourselves. The part is import curly braces chapter from $sign lib slash types. That's all. And now this would be an array of chapters, so use like that. And for the if block, yeah, we'll change some little things. We don't want the else to be where the form would be. We want, I'll copy this. I want to make this to be above, and I'll tell you why later. So I'll say if it's creating, so the exclamation mark will make it not. So I've gotten rid of the exclamation mark. So I'm saying if it's creating, I'll pop this form here, and I want to change a couple of things in this form. First of all is the action. Yeah, they say update title. We want to change this to create chapter. And we want to change a couple of things, like first of all the placeholder. I'll just say eg introduction to the course. And yeah, that I say save, I will change this to create. And after this if, we have this else, but in this case we'll have an else if, and the else if would be else if chapters dot length. That means there is at least one chapter, and I'll put the chapter list here. The chapter list is going to be a component itself. So I'll put a comment here. We'll get back to that. And below the chapter list, we'll have a p tag that's just going to be telling them that they can drag and drop to reorder the chapters, because we'll be adding that functionality as well. So I'll say drag and drop to reorder. How can one man be so bad at spelling? To reorder the chapters. Alright, let's just get into some classes. Make this a lot better looking. Class is text, extra small, text, muted foreground, and margin top 4. Then after the else if, we'll have now our else. And then the else we can say a p tag. Let's use div. Just doesn't signify anything. So let's use a div. I'm saying no chapters. We'll give this class text sm margin top to text slits 500 and italic. Save that, and now let's create the chapter list component. So the first thing to do is to create a new component called chapter list dot svelte sfc. And what we want to do in here is install a dependency called Svelte DND action. This will allow us create a drag and drop effects. So open your terminal, Ctrl J, create a new terminal. Mine has closed already. So how I like to do it is just separate both terminals here. This one is running the application, and this one is what I will use to install components and dependencies that I need. Now this is the package that we are going to be installing. I'm in npm here. I will just click on this copy icon to copy it. I can just copy like this, and I'll paste it here, and I'll just change this npm to pnpm, and I'll click on enter here. So that should install the package, and as it installs the package, I just want you to scroll down. You see a section for TypeScript right here. So setup is optional, but we want type safety. So we'll come to this felt four parts, and we'll just copy this. So when you copy that, go to your editor, go to your app.d.ts file, and in here, after you have this namespace app but still inside your declares global, just paste all of this code there. So when you've pasted those there, now you have typing for this library. So let's go back to our chapter list component. In my script tag, I want to create a variable to hold the flip duration in milliseconds. So I'll say flip duration ms is equals to this, will say 150, and we can have a function. This function will be called undo consider. This consider, and in the brackets, just take E for event, but it's going to be of type custom event, and just say D and the event, and there the event, I would say it's going to be chapter, and chapter would be from the types chapter that we have. So let me show you this chapter actually imports. And I literally just remembered one thing now. When we imported the type of chapter here, we just imported it as normal import, but this is a type. So I'll say import type like that. And yeah, that error should go away. So now, yeah, what I can do is say items, and items would be a prop. So we say export let items, and items would be a type chapters. So we can say items would be equals to e dot details. As you can see, we have typing, and we see details dot. Now we can say items, and that's the function for the consider. We want another function for the finalize. That's a function finalize. Finalize is going to basically be very similar to the consider with the typing and all that, but in the finalize, we would remove this. We just say, for now, I just want to destructure the item, and I'll rename this to new item, and this will be equal, this will be from e.detail. These items, because it's plural. Before we start actually building it out, correct this spelling error. Now we don't need this div. What we need directly here is a UL, and this UL would have an action. So say use, and that's not where we put actions. We put actions as attributes. So say use, and would use the DND zone, and DND zone is going to be from Svelte DND action. and in here we can just put the options. So I'll say items is items, and you can say flip duration ms, and that's basically all the ones that I need. And after I can say on, I'll say consider. It's going to be under consider, and here I'll say on finalize. It's going to be of undo finalize. Let's just rename this undo finalize as well. I don't want to use finalize. Since we're using undo consider, let's use undo finalize. After all that, what we can now do is loop through that items array, which is just going to be an array of chapters. I'll say each block so that's basically something like this, but in this li right here, animate, and animate would be flip duration, would be flip duration ms, like that. And I'll put a class. I need to import this flip from svelte/animate. So if you're using auto imports, you can write this by hand or by keyboard. Then I'll say class because I need the class. And here, because I want to add conditional classes or conditional styles, I'll use cn from the list utils. My bracket, right, flex, item center, gap, x2, pg, slate 200, border, slate, and that's not spell border again, border slate 200, border, and text slate 700, that's 799, 700, rounded md. We also have a margin bottom of 4 and text sm. Now the optional styles that we want to add is the comma and then curly braces, and then we'll add this bg sky 200, border sky 200, test sky 700 if items that is published is true. That's basically what we're going to do. And in the li tag, we won't just have the title being displayed like that. No, we'll have a div, and the div would have class, and this class would be curly braces cn because we're going to have conditional classes as well. We'll put our brackets and we'll say px, that's padding left and right 2. We won't put this in string format. Px 2, py 3, border r, that's border right, and I say border r, that's border right, and then we want to give this the color, so we can say slate 200. I say over, so that when you over this, you override, that gives a bg slate, let's go with 300. Then we have rounded l, that is left, have md, then would have transition, and we misspelled transition, the change does not have another s, transition. Now for the optional classes that we want to add, just come after all those classes that we added. Curly braces. Yeah, I'll just say border, right, sky 200 and over. And basically copilot is correct this time. So over BG sky 300 and then item is published. So in the div itself, now I can have first of all I want to have an icon, a group icon. Say group. And group will be gotten from Lucid Svelte. So just allow that to auto import for us. We don't have anyone within just group. So let's go with group icon. It's the same thing. And yeah, I'll give group icon and classes. Class that I will give it is just size 5. And outside of the div that is covering the group icon, I will have a p tag with class truecate. In that p tag, I'll have the item.title. And outside that p tag, I'll have another div. This div will have class, and in this class we'll have margin left auto. Because I want this to be at the extreme right. Now I have padding right 2. Then I'll have flex item center. Give this space. This can be one word like that. So say item center and gap x2. Then I have an if block here saying if want to check if item is actually free, if this item is free. So you remember as a teacher you can set some chapters for free preview. So we can make this chapter free. So you can say if item dot is free, and I'll just put okay, this if block isn't covered. So let's close this if block. So if item dot is free, I want the badge, and then the badge I'll just put free. I make sure that we import the badge. So I just cni badge, and um outside that if block would have another badge, and this badge is going to be showing whether this course is published or this course is branch. And I also want to give this badge some styles. So when it's published, it looks a bit grayish, and when it's published, it looks a bit brighter than when it's draft. When it's draft, it looks a bit dull, a bit grayish. I want to add it conditional. Okay, let's put our curly braces first. We'll say BG slate 500, but if this is published, want BG sky 500 if it's published. Let's go with 700, so a little bit brighter. Yeah. And outside that badge, I will have an a tag. And what this a tag is going to do is just take me to this chapters page, this particular chapters page, because of would have a page dedicated to chapters. I'll put my curly braces in front here, and I'm using the page store. So I'll just page, and this should be imported from me. Yeah, exactly, from app/stores. I'll put the last sign in front of this to auto subscribe to it. So we'll say page dot url dot path name. That's what we want. And after that, I'll say slash chapter chapters slash another braces open and close, item dot id, and in this div, I mean in this a tag, sorry, we just have one icon, and that icon will be the pencil icon, signifying that you can edit this chapter. So we'll say pencil and pencil icon from Lucid Svelte, and yeah, you don't need all this transition that Copilot just popped. Let's just save this, Control KS, and see the way this looks like in our browser. And an error, I'm expecting an error. And yeah, internal error. And the reason why we are getting this error is because of we are expecting in this chapters form the data prop, and in this chapter list that would import here, we'll be expecting an item prop as well. So I'll say chapter list like that. That's correct. And I'll get rid of the comment. Go to the page, and in here, we're expecting two props actually. We're expecting the chapters and the data props. If I go back to my chapter form, you see that right here, I'm having export let for the data. I'm having export let for the chapters. Now seeing underlines, what it underline means. So we need to actually import this. Let's go back to our page. First, let's deal with the chapter prop. So the chapter prop is basically going to be the chapters. So to be chapters would be equals to the course dot expand. I want to expand the chapters collection. And if there is no collection, we just use an empty bracket. And for the data, we'll have to return a chapter title form from the server. So I'll call this data will be equals to chapter title form, and camel case. So we use capital letter T here. Now let's go to our server file so we can actually return this, because right now we're not returning this. Just scroll up, and the first thing we need to do is create a chapter schema. So a chapter title schema. Just go to your schema file, and just after the price, right, export const chapter title schema, and this is going to be equal to z.object, and the only field that I would need here will be the title, and we can say z.string dot minimum is 1. And I remember that in my chapter form as well, we are using the title schema, not the chapters. Not, yeah, we need to use the chapter title schema. So everywhere we have title schema, just Control D, Control D, Control D. I'll change this to chapter title schema, like that. Now I can go back to my server file, and here I can just duplicate this. Okay, I can scroll back. I don't know why I jumped down. I might have pressed the key combination, and I'll rename this to chapter title form. And in here, I'll put the chapter title schema, and I'll make sure I import that. And because I don't want any default value, I'll get rid of this false argument here, this cost part. But because this is going to be a duplicate form, I want to give this an ID. I'll say ID chapter title form, And for the chapter title form, I'll just return it the way I'm returning every other form in my return statement here. Uh, I'll Control K and S to save every unsaved files, and I'll check out how this looks like in the browser. And now I'm in my browser and I'm seeing my course chapters and I'm seeing these components. And as you can see, when I click on add a chapter, we have this error. And if I go back to the chapter form component, back to that button, we see that the button is simply supposed to toggle create. When we toggle create, this form would come live, and it's because of this form is coming live that that error is showing. So let's look very well on why this error would show. And simply